Turning the grain. Barry B. Longyear. The best laid plans can go very ugly. 1. The sun's rim edged above the desert horizon, brushing the tops of the plateau's night-chilled cliffs with pale gold. Gilf Kabir's day creatures began awakening, noted the light, and moved toward the promise of warmth. Night things backed deeper into shadows, away from the moisture-sucking heat of Egypt's western desert, away from the ever-present eyes of predators. In one such shadow, Gordon Redcliff raised the front detector cover on his rifle's electronic sight and swept the wadi below. The ones down there had finished their work. 7 shooters just this side of the Narrows, on the rocky trail climbing to the plateau where the expedition camped. 2 more shooters in the shadows up on the wide slope above the Narrows. From his perch, the shadowed ledge hidden from below by the reflected glare of the sun on the cliff face adjoining it, Gordon studied the faces and positions through his scope. The shooter closest to Gordon's position had a rocket-propelled grenade in addition to his Kalashnikov. Both weapons leaned on a rock to the fellow's right. RPG was lighting a cigarette, his bearded face craggy, the eyes searching the shadows above a hawk-like nose. His face indicated a lot of mileage. The Iran thing, probably. He was about the right age. RPG wore a gold chain around his neck with a crucifix on it. Probably not a Christian, though. At least, not in good standing. RPG was the back door. Gordon shifted the sight picture to the slope above the Narrows. Of the 2 there, the younger one with the pale skin and delicate features, the tails of his gutra folded over his head in anticipation of rising temperatures later in the day, he was the boss. He wore his ogal cool, cocked forward so that the front of the black band sat on his eyebrows. He was facing east and downhill, kneeling and touching his forehead to a cloth. Cool's companion was older, more secular, less fashionable. He wore only the tagia on his head, the white cap pushed back, his falls of tangled black hair in his face. Incongruously, he was wearing a black and white Red Sox jacket over his tube against the desert's night chill. He squatted, his elbows resting upon his knees, waiting and listening. From a less connected family, perhaps, than Cool's, and certainly a slob. But Red Sox was wired, the group technology geek. He was the sapper, the one with the remote. Red Sox controlled the front door. Below them, among the rocks, growing impatient in the chilly shadows, RPG and the 6 other gunmen, all costumed as Bedouins, were talking among themselves, smoking, wandering behind outcroppings to relieve themselves, but always avoiding that narrowest point in the trail, the bend. That's where, under Red Sox's direction, they had installed the front door in the hours before sunrise. There had only been the one truck, running electric and silent in the dark, that had brought them and their explosive device. Nothing else had been in the vehicle. No provisions for hostages. Perhaps 1 Christian, 1 Muslim, and a few secularists. At least the murderers had figured out how to get along, mused Gordon. There was a crackle in his headset. Dr. Hussein speaking in Arabic. Gordon, we have all the samples, equipment, supplies, and shelters packed. We should be ready to leave for Site Safar as soon as morning prayers and breakfast are concluded. Dr. Talagani is anxious for us to return. Is the route clear? In a moment, Doctor, replied Gordon quietly into his mouthpiece, also in Arabic. He felt a scorpion crawl across his hand, but didn't look away from his scope. I'll need Captain Mansouri at the head of the wadi in a couple of minutes. There will be something to report. There was a slight hesitation. Another ambush? Yes. A note of frustration. How do the devils find us? The sky is crowded with eyes, Doctor, and most of them are for rent. I'll have the wadi clean in a minute. Wait. Another pause. Gordon blinked his eyes and smiled slightly as he continued watching the gunman below, knowing his academician boss needed to allow his eccentric compassion fantasy to run a bit before reality reined it in. Gordon, might they be open to some, I don't know, perhaps they might consider some sort of negotiation? We could pay them something for their trouble if they'd leave us alone. If Captain Mansouri's men— There are 9 shooters, Doctor, interrupted Gordon. 7 are armed with high-powered assault rifles. 1, in addition, has an RPG. Another is controlling an explosive device planted at the bend in the first narrows. Their plan is to disable the first vehicle in the convoy, blocking the trail, then disable the last vehicle, trapping the convoy in between. Then the shooters attack the vehicles from both sides, killing everyone. Certainly we are worth more alive than dead. I don't think they're into comparative investments. These fellows are not hostage-takers. You know this? They've made no provision for hostages. No food, no bindings, only 1 truck. The scorpion skittered off Gordon's hand in pursuit of game of its own. 5 minutes, Doctor. And please have someone start up one of the heavy vehicles. A final grudging pause. Very well. 20 seconds later, the sound of a 4-ton all-terrain diesel started up far behind Gordon. The whine of the 8-wheeler's starter motor and the clatter of the initial diesel exhaust reverberated loudly from the stubby hills at the edge of the crater across the plateau and into the wadi. On the slope above the narrows, Kuhl wrapped up his prayers and spoke quickly into his handset. He gathered up the cloth he had been using. Then he and Red Sox rushed behind a rocky outcropping and squatted. Suddenly everyone was in place, hidden on either side of the trail above the bend, safeties off, weapons aimed and ready, extra magazines within easy reach, and all as still as death. RPG was settled in a draw 50 meters up from the bend near where the rear vehicle should be when the convoy stopped. A very practiced crew, motionless, disciplined, professional, and therefore predictable. The 4 shooters on the near side of the trail would have the longest journey to get away from Gordon's fire. The ones on the far side the shortest. Far side goes down first. Kuhl and Red Sox didn't appear to have anything heavier than pistols with them. They had no place to go, in addition, but toward Gordon, or up the slope toward a sheer cliff once the shooting started. Red Sox and Kuhl go down last. Noticing Gordon and trying to get away from his fire was only a remote possibility in any event. None of them should be able to hear any of Gordon's shots. He was over a kilometer away. For the few seconds it would take to kill them all, they would be momentarily deaf after Gordon triggered off their front door charge. 9 shots, possibly 10. Should only take 5 or 8 seconds. 8 if he had to change clips to go for that 10th shot. Gordon's Striker M3 semi-automatic sniper rifle had an 8-round magazine of 9mm Magnum shatter tips. He already had 1 round up the spout. An extra magazine was on the right of the sandbag he had filled that was cradling his left forearm as his hand held the forward grip of his M3. Next to the mag, connected by a thin cable to the rifle, was a remote disruptor, looking very much like an early cell phone, its stub of an antenna pointed toward the wadi. He reached to the rifle's electronic sight and turned on the recoil compensator. It would maintain his sight picture and aim between shots, while the weapon's gas mechanism automatically ejected a spent cartridge and chambered the next. Of the 3 shooters on the far side of the trail, the most difficult to hit would be the one in the center. Of all of them, Middleman knew best how to hide. Ex-military or ex-terror vet. None of that Christian or jihadi action for him. His god was terrain. It chose where he went, how he stood, and what he did. All that was visible of him was an edge of the right rear quadrant of his head. He was the one who might make that 10th shot necessary. The first round to get him exposed, the 10th, after Gordon had dispatched the others and changed magazines, to put Middleman out of his misery. Gordon centered the sight's kill dot on that spot, took a breath, let part of it out, and pressed the disruptor trigger on the rifle's front hand grip. The charge down in the Narrows exploded with a roar, and Middleman surprised Gordon momentarily by standing straight up in astonishment at the early detonation, exposing the upper third of his body. 9 shots, and 5 seconds later, the last echoes of the explosion still had not completely faded from the wadi. When they had, all was still down at the Narrows. Gordon ejected the empty magazine and loaded the full one into his weapon, pulling the bolt to chamber the first round. He placed the safety on, emptied his sandbag, disconnected and pocketed the disruptor, collected and pocketed the ejected brass and the empty mag. Getting up into a squat, he noted the black scorpion had crushed the beetle it had been after with its claws and was preparing to pick it apart. "Bon appétit," he said to the insect as he duck-walked backwards from beneath the ledge, swishing the cloth of his emptied sandbag to remove the evidence of his passing. Once he was clear of the overhang, he stood, folded and pocketed the ochre-colored bag, slung his rifle, and climbed up to the head of the trail. Once there, he paused and looked around. The mesas reminded him a little of Pueblo country, but without all the lights, casinos, strip developments, and golden arches. The sand sea dusting the edges of the plateau was almost lifeless. None of the wild sage, pinyon pines, or junipers of New Mexico. Hunks of hazy gray-green glass littered the sands, though, part of the reason for Dr. Hussein's expedition. As the gravelly surface of the plateau crunched beneath his desert boots, Gordon keyed his headset. "It's all over, Doctor." A lengthy pause. "Things went well?" Dr. Hussein asked at last. "No trouble," answered Gordon. 9 dead? "They aren't our dead, Doctor. That makes it a good morning's work." Gordon knew that the geologist wanted to say what he had expressed before, that he wished Gordon would feel at least a little badly about having to kill, and having to kill so many. Gordon hadn't the need, though, and couldn't explain why to the satisfaction of those who thought he should. "I called in my conclusions about the crater to Dr. Talagani last night," said Dr. Hussein at last. "I've just heard back from Site Safar. There has been an unfortunate development. One of the expedition members has been injured and needs to be replaced. Dr. Talagani needs a special kind of bodyguard, good with languages. Tonight, in fact. I suggested you." "What about you and your staff, sir?" "Our work for the project is concluded. As soon as we arrive at the dig, Bethany and I will be returning to Cairo on the chopper. The rest of the staff will follow on the regular truck run. Pending your agreement, I said you would be excellent for what Dr. Talagani has in mind. You are very quick with languages." "Thank you for the reference. If you're firing me, I'll need the work." "Have you ever met Dr. Talegani. "Just in passing at the dig." Gordon heard a Land Rover making its way from the camp to the head of the Wadi Trail. The vehicle came around a low hill and continued toward him. The sand and black-colored security car pulled to a stop on the trail in a cloud of dust at the edge of the plateau. "Here's Captain Mansouri. Signing off, Doctor." The dust cloud moved slowly forward of the Land Rover, dissipating as it enveloped the vehicle and moved out over the wadi. The captain's angry voice came from the vehicle, bellowing at the hapless driver once again that if the fellow would brake more gradually, they wouldn't have to eat so much of their own dust. The driver grinned and nodded. "Idiot!" Mansouri roared in Arabic as he climbed down from the vehicle and slammed the door. He walked around the Land Rover and looked at Gordon. Mansouri always tried to make his comments to Gordon sound mocking, but it always came off as petulant. "Ugh, Chief, kill 'em every damned body in sight," greeted the captain, insultingly using his take on American Indian pidgin English. Despite being a graduate of UCLA, the Egyptian security commander took every opportunity to insult Gordon in an obviously passive-aggressive display of inadequacy, as Gordon's old college girlfriend, the psych major, would have put it. Mansouri was the commander of the joint Egyptian-Libyan security force that provided protection for the geological expedition to the Kibera crater bisected by the Egyptian-Libyan border. He was a squat, powerfully built man, wearing khakis, desert boots, and one of the wide-brimmed white straw hats favored by those in the expedition. His upper lip carried a thick black mustache, his brow a permanent frown. The stub of an unlit cigar was jammed in his mouth. He wouldn't ask why Gordon didn't call him before the fight. The subject had come up before. The captain had only himself and 4 men, none of whom were particularly proficient in marksmanship or combat. They needed to stay with the trucks and out of harm's way. Still, it bruised the captain's pride a mite. "I take it Crazy Horse, General Custer, and the 7th Cavalry lost again," quipped Mansouri. Gordon frowned and slowly shook his head, his arms folded high across his chest, as he stared with hooded eyes into the endless wastes of the North Cliffs. Kimosabe." He pointed toward the distant horizon with a flat hand, palm down, all fingers extended. "Scouts see 4 White Eyes escape, Captain. All with AK-47s. Need you and Long Knives help Chief root 'em out of rocks." Mansouri stood there, bug-eyed, until he saw Gordon's smirk. "You are as funny as cancer in an earthquake, Redcliff," said Mansouri. "Hell, you could do stand-up in a damned graveyard. Chief Shecky Horse. You should have been at Little Bighorn, man. You would have killed him." "You seem to be complaining about me doing all the work myself, Captain. I thought the prospect of a little action might cheer you up." Mansouri's face reddened. "My complaint was not having not enough to do, Redcliff. What bothers me is... it's the monotony of your precision." "I'm too consistent?" The captain raised an arm and pointed down the trail into the wadi. "I'll go down there in a minute. And what am I going to find, Chief? Any wounded? No. Anyone I can question? No. Do you want prisoners to question, Captain? Guards, paperwork, medical facilities and personnel, provisioning, confinement, international incidents?" Mansouri held up a hand. "You made your point. How many this time?" 9. 9 men drilled right through their coconuts. Am I correct? "Only 8, Captain. 1 was shot in the heart. Mansouri's eyebrows went up. "What is this? Have you added a mad splash of abandon to your terminal artistry?" "It was just the way things worked out. Fellow stood up. Fortunate for him." "Fortunate? I must hear this one, Chief. Tell me about this dead man's lucky streak." "The original position he took didn't give me much of a shot. Just the right rear quadrant of his head." Gordon gestured with his hand, tapping the right rear of his own head. The hit would have been disabling for sure, but knocking off a corner of his head, along with a bit of brain tissue with a shatter tip, would have been quite painful for the fellow before I could finish off his companions, reload, and get back to him. 8 or 9 seconds can be a hellishly long time when you're dribbling brains, please," protested the captain as he winced and held out his hands, palms facing Gordon. "Please." "Sorry, Captain. Thought you wanted to talk shop." Mansouri waved a disgusted hand at him. "Let's get on with the report," he continued in Arabic as he pressed the record key on his belt recorder and punched the auto time and date marker. "Gordon Redcliff, Dr. Hussein's personal bodyguard. When did you first see those who were preparing to attack the expedition?" 5 days ago, following the convoy from Site Safar," Gordon answered, also in Arabic. "And you said nothing to me?" "They hadn't done anything, Captain. It could have been tourists heading down to Wadi Khamra." Mansouri raised a skeptical eyebrow. "When did you know they weren't tourists?" "I knew for certain last night. I watched a truck leave them off down in the wadi, then go back the way it came. They were using night vision instrumentation." "You were here waiting for them?" "Yes." "So how did you know they'd try an ambush here?" Gordon thought a moment. "Arguably, it's the best spot on the route. They needed a choke point where they could stop the convoy and attack. No one able to get away. In my opinion, this is the best place on the route. They apparently agreed." Mansouri held up a hand and pointed around. "From where were you firing?" Gordon raised an arm and pointed down to the ledge beneath which the scorpion was now most likely feasting upon its beetle. "The attackers. Where are they?" Gordon pointed down into the wadi. "Down by the narrows." "Narrows? What narrows?" Mansouri squinted and shielded his eyes from the rising sun, most of the wadi still in shadows. "Captain, do you see the second butte coming down to the road on the left?" "Ah, I see it." "There, down at the bottom." "That far?" Captain Mansouri squinted, frowned, took a range-finding binocular from his belt, held it to his left eye, and looked through it. "There they are." He muttered a curse and said, "According to this, that's over 1.5 kilometers from here." "That's what I made it," Gordon agreed. "And for the record, you said 9 of them?" "Yes." "All dead?" The captain raised one eyebrow and looked at Gordon, who didn't answer. "Silly question," remarked the captain. "What about the truck that brought them? Should we expect it to return?" "Probably not. They were wired. The party with the truck would have a clear code they'd need to receive before returning. The truck is probably tucked away in another wadi. When they don't get the clear sign by a certain time, they'll probably dump anything incriminating and take off. Perhaps you can locate them through satellite." "Humph. By the time I could get clearance and access, that truck driver and his friends will be across the border making love to their camels." He looked through his monocular again, his lips moving. I count 7. Look just above the bend on the slope, said Gordon, behind that reddish outcrop. And 2 make 9. Mansouri lowered the monocular, lifted his hat by the front of its crown, wiped non-existent perspiration from his forehead with the back of his right forearm, and replaced the hat. Depositing the monocular in its holster, he took his handset from his belt and called in the preliminary action report to his Egyptian headquarters at Mout and to his Libyan headquarters at Al-Kufra. A chopper would be coming in from Mout to haul off the deceased. Once Mansouri was finished, he turned off the recorder and said, "I'd best have a look." He glanced at the sky, a single hand held out. "May Allah let them be Egyptian." "Have something against your own countrymen, Captain?" asked Gordon. Mansouri snorted out a laugh. "If they are Libyan, it will take weeks to sort through the red tape. If they are bloody Iranian, Palestinian, or Saudi, my grandchildren will have to file the final report." He cocked his head toward the Land Rover with its driver. "Want to ride down and have a look?" "I already looked," said Gordon, as he began walking the trail toward camp. "Were they bandits?" called Captain Mansouri to his back. "Or was it tribal, political, or religious?" "Probably," Gordon called over his shoulder. 2. Early that afternoon, after an uneventful run from Gilf Kabir, Dr. Hussein's expedition pulled into Site Safar deep in the sand sea north of the Kibera crater and 300 meters lower in elevation. After packing a few things, Dr. Hussein and his wife bid goodbye to Gordon and to a few colleagues, climbed on a waiting helicopter, and flew east. Afterward, Gordon secured his weapons in the ordnance truck, his leather pack and other gear in his own tent, and headed toward site headquarters. As he passed the red sandstone escarpment that served as the site's visual centerpiece, the unusual color of it reminded him of cliffs in the Hemes Mountains, a lifetime and another world away. He watched them digging at the base of the escarpment for a moment, thinking of the Pueblo and Iron Eyes. The old man had spent his life within 200 kilometers of Hemes Pueblo, yet he had carried the wisdom of the universe. If there had been more time, if he had opened himself to the old man sooner, if Nascha hadn't been so crazy sick, if, a Bilagana headgame word. Men laughing interrupted Gordon's thoughts. A few of the diggers were taking a break with tea and conversation. When Gordon had been on site and not needed, he would sometimes join the midday majlis as the workmen gathered to eat lunch and offer their biting critiques of the archaeological effort. "Salam alaikum," he would say to them all, and they would stand and wish him, "Alaikum as-salam." Once the new faces were introduced and everyone settled, conversation would turn to the wondrous things they had seen at the dig that day. Stone-faced, they would sip their tea and talk gravely of fantastically important finds. "Pieces of pottery and glassware in great abundance," they would say, citing important period names such as Bakelite, Marmite, and Smuckers, rivaling even the great Corning find of the previous week. Fine jelly glass, chicken bones, and Coca-Cola bottles, the ancient glass ones. And they would all ooh and ah at the wonder of it all, then laugh. Said one, "It was obviously an ancient nest of the rare 100-winged buffalo chickens of the Kentucky period." Added another, "They look as though they had been attacked by a tribe of the equally rare 100-legged extra crispies." More laughter. and they would spin archaeological send-ups about the paleo chicken cola culture and the fine museum they would build one day in Cairo to house their valuable finds. The big discovery one day was a worn-out tire from a World War II German truck. One of Rommel's Afrika Korps Fritzies had really taken a wrong turn back in World War II. The big fear had been that they would also find Fritz, which would have shut down operations and cost the expedition more precious time and resources to repatriate the deceased veteran's remains. Fortunately, the Afrika Korps driver managed to change his flat, drive off, and die elsewhere. Hundreds of meters to go, though, before they got down to the important layer. Said one, "The sands will take this hole and refill it before the consortium finds enough money to empty all of it." Meanwhile, it was a gig. Smoke, drink coffee and tea, move the desert from here to there, send some money home, and no one is shooting at you, said one fellow, who immediately grinned toothlessly at Gordon. "Forgive me," he said. "No one is shooting at me." More laughter. Purposes and dreams, thought Gordon. Getting through the day alive is a noble purpose. Putting bread on the table. In his own mind, he had a curiosity to see what happens next. Gordon nodded once, thinking again of Hostine Ahijah. Perhaps if he had gotten more time with the old man, Gordon's purpose might have been more noble. If this, if that. As another teacher, Sergeant Grubbs at Fort Benning, had said, "If a frog had wings, he wouldn't bump his ass every time he jumped." Bilagana wisdom. Someone at the dig recognized him and waved him to join them. Gordon paused only to wave back. He turned and looked toward the processing shelter. An aged Egyptian in Western clothes was pacing back and forth nervously in front of the large reflective environmental shelter, the fabric blinding beneath the unrelenting sun. As Gordon approached, the man stopped and, with only the briefest nod of his head, waved him beneath the cover of the shelter. "Thank you for coming so promptly, Mr. Redcliff. Dr. Hussein said you are comfortable in Arabic." "Yes," answered Gordon. There was a hard-board floor beneath his feet, gritty with sand. It was a few degrees cooler beneath the shelter, which meant that it was almost hotter than hell. "Excellent. I am Dr. Talagani." The man walked to the desk in the tent being used for the dig's headquarters. The desk was heaped with files, loose papers, and odd bits of pottery and bone. The archaeologist began sorting through the mess, obviously searching for something. Talagani was as dried and supple as an old bowstring. As did most Egyptian academics, he favored Western dress in the field, from hikers and jeans to a white cotton shirt, blue denim vest, and bleached straw hat. Gordon slowly looked around the shelter's interior, noting the lights illuminating the work tables to his right. The sides of the shelter were rolled up to allow the furnace-hot air from Egypt's western desert to drift languidly beneath one side of the enclosure and out another. A dozen or more archaeology students, mostly Europeans in various states of dress among a forest of water bottles, were at the tables, cleaning, sorting, and studying the detritus gleaned from the dig's upper scrapings. They appeared to notice neither heat nor anyone else's presence. Some brushed, some picked, some probed, some sketched, and some tapped furiously upon keyboards. There was a very old, very worn-out truck tire leaning up against one of the tent poles. Someone had scribbled some English on it in yellow chalk. "Eat out your heart, Heinrich Schliemann." "What a muddle," said the archaeologist. "My assistant pinched a nerve in his back and is in terrible pain." he explained. "Everything is a mess." Gordon glanced past the busy work tables to the base of the escarpment where the small legion of diggers and sorters toiled still beneath the unrelenting hammer of the sun, gathering up existence's litter a layer at a time. Over Talagani's left shoulder, however, was something new. Just over a kilometer southwest of the escarpment, there was what appeared to be a time spanner, and next to it 3 large generators mounted on truck beds. The generators were quiet, the site's modest power requirements being handled by a small portable generator near the cook tent. The time spanner looked like a large turquoise blue can stuck in a cylindrical black metal spiderweb. As only a former military sniper could, Gordon admired patience. The T-span being there, though, was evidence of something other than patience. Someone didn't want to wait years for his peek at the past. He looked to the man who had asked Dr. Hussein for his services. Dr. Ibrahim Talagani was searching a second time through the same stack of files. Not a patient man. Curious trait for an archaeologist. Gordon shifted his gaze to the time spanner. He had been a young boy when the excited announcements came of the first successful experiments at spanning time. Time travel. Someone had actually done it. The excitement and wonder, though, had been immediately swallowed by the overwhelming tide of scientific, political, environmental, and especially religious hysteria against this form of transportation and investigation. What if this? What if that? Was man really meant to? Was this really what God had in mind? What kind of pollution were we spreading by these edges into other dimensions? What might we be bringing back? Time-spanning became every nation's favorite political football, every religion's evidence of the existence of faithlessness, every criminal's nightmare, and almost every scientist's harbinger of the end of life as we know it. To young Gordon, time-spanning became like space travel and genetics. Rich dreams, exciting possibilities, and grand promise buried beneath oppressive restrictions, narrow-minded regulations, and prohibitive costs. Time-spanning was wrung dry of anything resembling adventure or even useful results. What Christ meant here was that to be not a Christian was to be denied heaven. Oh, yeah? Well, let's ask him. Oh, no, no, no. Why not? Oh, no, no, no. But what about these issues tearing humanity to pieces? Who's right? Who's holy? Who really was chosen? What did God really say to Abraham? What were the 10 Commandments before they were edited? Or did Moses just make them up? Did that bush really burn? As the weight of his own body pulled the spikes through his wrists, what exactly did that carpenter say to God before he died? And who was he talking to, if he indeed was himself God? Was he even there? Let's go find him and ask. Oh, no. No, no, no. Well, what about the uncountable versions of the prophet's revelations collected by Zayd? What were those truly revealed by Muhammad? What did he really mean by them? Why not go and ask the guy? Forget it. Can printed texts, interpretations, temples, and rituals stand up to a real-time examination? Would our actions today be condoned by those whose names we use to justify them? Hey, there's one sure way to find out. Absolutely not. N-O-T. Time-spanning control was internationalized. Priorities rearranged. Licensing was taken over by a commission controlled by the United Nations, overseen by committees of the world's religious, environmental, and scientific communities, and relegated to a highly restricted long-distance sightseeing enterprise. Countless forbidden areas, in addition to the religious ones. It was still a point of Egyptian national pride, for example, that Cleopatra should resemble an Egyptian and not a Greek, the Ptolemies notwithstanding. Until they could get a stand-in back there, no one was going to do any looking at Queen Cleopatra. Until the real past could be made to conform to the accepted histories and beliefs, investigation would not be allowed. "Mr. Redcliff?" Gordon shifted his gaze to Dr. Talagani. "Doctor." "You were looking at the time spanner." "I was." Dr. Talagani drummed his fingers on his desktop for a moment, then removed his reading glasses and looked up from Gordon's file. "When I talked to Dr. Hussein, I wasn't aware you were an American." Gordon returned the statement with a steady gaze. Talagani nodded and pursed his lips. "Dr. Hussein says you gave quite a good account of yourself when those bandits attempted to ambush his party, coming back from the Kibera crater. There have been other attacks as well, I understand." He fixed his gaze on Gordon. "I can't imagine what you must feel, having to kill that many men." "It's called recoil." Talagani's eyebrows arched. "Are you just trying to sound cold-blooded?" "Stating a fact, Doctor." "You feel nothing about them?" "Doctor, empathizing or identifying with someone who is trying to kill someone I am protecting changes nothing except my reaction time." "Still, they are human beings." "Who were prepared to kill Dr. Hussein and his party, including myself." He shrugged and held out a hand. "Doctor, I accept that everyone had a mom. Once laughed at Mickey Mouse cartoons, had pimples, needs love, toyed with religion, and wants a better life. Everyone also has choices." "And if the choice is between killing you or seeing a child go hungry?" demanded the archaeologist. Gordon lowered his hand. "It's still a choice." After a pause, Talagani said, "Dr. Hussein recommends you very highly." "A live client on his way home to retirement is a bodyguard's best reference." The archaeologist glanced down at a record form and back up at Gordon. "You fought in Iran?" "For the American Allies?" "Yes. Why?" "Orders." Gordon smiled. "I'm an American. I was in the United States Army. The Army was ordered in to support the Septemberist student movement." "You were a sniper?" "I also peeled potatoes, cleaned grease traps, and picked up cigarette butts." "The point is, you killed Arabs during your tour of duty." "Persians too, Doctor." Talagani frowned. "Did you kill many?" "Not as many as the Iranians and the Arabs killed," responded Gordon. "Forgive me for being blunt, Doctor, but does this conversation have a point?" Despite the archaeologist's dark complexion, a touch of redness came to his cheeks. "I thought you should know, Mr. Redcliff. I fought on the other side in that war. I opposed American intervention in Iran's—" "I don't care," Gordon interrupted. "That war is done. As I understand it, Doctor, the job you want me for is to keep you safe on an expedition. If you also want to argue past American foreign policy, you'll need to take on extra help. It is not an interest of mine." The archaeologist appeared to be having a debate with himself. Gordon waited with no discernible expression of emotion until the man's internal conversation came to an end. At last, Dr. Talagani said, "Your Arabic is excellent." "So is yours." Talagani's eyebrows went up. "Your manners are atrocious." Gordon cracked a brief smile. "I am, after all, an American." The archaeologist laughed against a desire to remain very severe, which made the laugh louder. "Very well, Mr. Redcliff," he said as he got his laughter under control. "Very well. Tell me this. How long did it take you to learn Arabic?" "Why? Indulge me, please." Gordon shrugged and thought. "Once I got to Kuwait and among people speaking the language, 1 or 2 days to get around on my own. In 2 weeks, I was working with Iraqi regulars without an interpreter and without getting any unintentional giggles. I eventually bought a grammar and speller and taught myself to read and write the language." "You also worked with the Septemberists, training their snipers. You must speak Farsi." "Yes, and Spanish, German, French, English, 11 Native American languages, and all 4 dialects spoken by your excavation crew at the site. I can get around in Japanese and Mandarin, but I'm not fluent." "It is curious. The American Army didn't make you a translator, or put you in intelligence." "It was tried, Doctor." He thought a moment, then shrugged. It had been difficult enough getting the U.S. Army to understand that an 18-year-old warrior needed to do war, and that war to a mind that young and angry had nothing to do with talking, listening, or interpreting. "Are there any religious sensitivities of which I should be aware?" asked the archaeologist. "I believe in whatever the fellow holding the gun on me believes." Talagani's eyebrows arched. "Rather cynical of you, isn't it?" "Doctor, in a world where worshipping the same God by the same name, but wearing the wrong hat, gets people killed every hour, it's simply a matter of survival." "And if no one has a gun on you?" pressed Talagani. "Then that's my business. It requires no special icons, equipment, times, foods, clothing, prohibitions, or holidays." Talagani pursed his lips and looked expectantly at Gordon. "Very well. What would you need from me?" "The biggest mistake, Doctor, is keeping me in the dark. Make sure I know what's going on with as much detail and warning as possible. Don't play tricks on me. Fooling me is no great accomplishment, and it can get you killed. If you want to leave your protection behind, just tell me, and I'll leave you a body bag and start sending around my resume. Don't give me any stupid orders, and don't do anything stupid yourself. If you can manage that, I might be able to keep your party alive." "God willing," gently admonished the archaeologist with a smile. Gordon smiled back. "Doctor, if you find Allah is working for your enemies, this is something you need to warn me about in advance." He held his head back. "Isn't it time you told me about the expedition?" "Frankly, Mr. Redcliff, I'm still making up my mind if I can trust you." "I can help. If you're looking for a buddy, a cheering section, or a fellow believer in the sanctity or greater glory of whatever, I will be a big disappointment. If you want to walk through hell and have a good chance of coming out the other side with nothing worse than a singed mustache, you may find me useful." The archaeologist glanced down at his papers and said, "I once took an oath to kill every American in the world." "By yourself?" "No." The archaeologist laughed and shook his head. "No, of course not. It was as part of an imaginary pan-Islamic effort to cure the world of its sins. I was 14. Gordon grinned. "Then we're even, Doctor. When his father was arrested for drunk driving in Santa Fe, Bobby Two Crows and I swore to kill every white man in the world." "I'm hardly white." "You're white as snow to 2 10-year-olds in the Pueblo who used the blame, fear, and hate they lived in every day to define the universe." For a moment, Gordon remembered when they came to take Bobby away to El Rito for torching a liquor store in Bernalillo. By the time Bobby got out of El Rito, Gordon was in the Army. By the time Gordon got out of the Army, Bobby Two Crows had been dead 7 years from a drug overdose. Gordon raised his gaze and looked at Dr. Talagani. The archaeologist returned Gordon's gaze for a moment, then nodded. Gordon raised an eyebrow, cocked his head toward the T-span, and the archaeologist nodded a second time and commanded those at the work tables, "Get back to work, and let this be a lesson to all of you." Dr. Talagani weathered the confused looks as he led the way from the tent. As they left, Gordon could hear someone tuning in at Tel Aviv station playing Chantel Golden Oldies. 3. They sat alone on the sand, in the shadow cast by the time-spanner gantry, eating box lunches provided by the cook tent. Gordon's meal appeared to be couscous-flavored with raisins, nuts, and dates stuffed into pita bread, along with shaved lettuce, olives, and a side of green horseradish. This was accompanied by a can of cold tea. From their places, they watched the excavation workers haul baskets of dirt and debris up from the base of the escarpment to the fine sorting screens, the immediately visible artifacts having already been recorded and recovered in place. Dr. Talagani swallowed a mouthful of his sandwich, chewed impatiently, and washed it down with tea. The old Landsat thematic mapper images gave us the original hints regarding paleo rivers under the Sand Sea in western Egypt. Have you heard of the Accelerated High-Definition Imager Satellite? ADI? He pronounced it ADI. Yes, the Army uses it for military geology. Well, ADI shows that red escarpment over there is the top of a 400-meter cliff. At its base, far below this cursed sand, was a navigable river that flowed through grassy savannas and forests of oak, birch, and cedar. It joined another river that went across all of North Africa and eventually drained into the Atlantic. In those times, the higher elevations southwest of here had hundreds of active glaciers. There was a short growing season in the lowlands, and in winter, the rivers would freeze. Although no one was near them, Dr. Talagani lowered his voice to a confidential level. The ADI satellite imager showed along the banks of this river, at the foot of that cliff, evidence of a human settlement, an actual village. The archaeologist's eyes seemed to light up. Carbon dating from deep drilling samples shows they were cooking fish and yams in this village approximately 140,000 years ago. He smiled and glanced down. I'm rather excited by this. I guessed. We've never found evidence of settled community life dating this far back. A few bones and stone tools, cave paintings, nothing going back more than 60,000 years, and those only rather wild suppositions based on dubious evidence. Nothing at all in the western desert, save the rock art in the Gilf Kabir caves. The provable settlements we have found, barely qualifying as being Paleolithic, show small groupings of 50 or fewer persons, the settlements being little more than shelters of convenience, like caves or nomadic hunting camps. He pointed toward the escarpment. At the base of that cliff, along the river and in the near hills, we've found more than 300 stone foundations for dwellings. He stared at Gordon, his eyebrows arched. 300! Yes, said Gordon. That doesn't even consider shelters without foundations. Nomadic tribes probably used such a place during summers as a trading center.
That would easily treble the fixed population numbers. In Paleolithic terms, my boy, this is bloody London."
He sighed and shrugged, his head moving from side to side in a show of reluctant tolerance.
"Of course, there are skeptics who say that the house foundations, ditches, paths, and such we've detected are simply natural geological formations and flood debris that took shapes familiar enough to modern eyes to be mistakenly interpreted."
"Another ancient face on Mars," offered Gordon.
"Exactly. The rock circles I've interpreted as foundations are very regular, and I must admit, one large circle with 3 concentric rock circles within it has me a bit puzzled. Very large. Perhaps it was a theater. Regardless, because this little corner of the past was completely wiped out in a catastrophic meteor impact and subsequent mudflow, we can now pin down with a fair degree of accuracy
"The second Kibera meteor impact," interrupted Gordon. "The one that ate the mountain." The archaeologist nodded.
"The first impact was probably 30 million years or more ago. It must have been a devastatingly spectacular occurrence. Dr. Hussein theorizes that it was a close airburst of an asteroid large enough and hot enough to create all that desert glass that's so common south of here. It also opened a fissure through to the mantle, allowing the formation of a relatively short-lived volcano of perhaps as much as 3,000 meters in elevation above the Gilf Kebir Plateau, and as much as 30 kilometers across at its base."
"With the second impact, Doctor, what size of a disaster are you talking about?"
"Think of perhaps 200 Mount St. Helens's going off at once. It may even have been responsible for ending that period of glaciation."
"It's the second impact you think you have pinned down as to when?"
"Within a few hundred years. We'll be able to narrow that down to minutes."
Gordon cocked his head toward the time spanner. "With that?"
"Yes. I've gotten permission to take a time spanner back for a look at the village at an as-yet undetermined point before the impact takes place. On the way there, we'll fix the time of the impact. Dr. Hussein's computer model shows the village and the entire river valley hit by intense radiant energy immediately after the meteor impact. The shockwave within minutes. If it's in winter, the local snowpack would already be melting by the time the mudflow and debris from the uplands arrived at the village. The streams and rivers would already be full.
Instant, devastating flood.
Yes."
Dr. Talagani waved a hand in a gentle arc of dismissal.
"The important thing for us is to get in before the impact, have enough time to observe, and then get out again with our data."
"That's how you got permission," said Gordon. "The flood."
"Yes. The theory is that any possible influence such an intrusion might risk will be cancelled out by the devastation before it can introduce any effective changes that would be projected to the present. That is, if we can find insertion windows within the desirable time frame. In other words, we don't have to worry if the wrong grain of sand gets turned, if we know it's going to get buried beneath hundreds of meters of muck until the present."
He glanced at Gordon.
"So I am authorized to go back and have a look."
"Have a look," Gordon repeated, a slight mocking tone to his voice. He studied the archaeologist's face until the man looked down at his lunchbox. Glancing from Talagani to the escarpment, from the escarpment to the gantry, and from the gantry back to the archaeologist, Gordon nodded, picked up a handful of sand, and let it trickle out between his fingers. "I believe I warned you about keeping me in the dark, Doctor. But perhaps you haven't done that. A bodyguard who is good with languages. Perhaps I am to use your crossword puzzle book to swat camel ticks that managed to sneak into the capsule."
Yes, of course I want to leave the capsule, Mr. Redcliff," the archaeologist interrupted with an angry whisper. "If there is an inhabited village on that riverbank, I must visit it. I must see the individuals who live there, record them, speak with them, hear what they can tell me."
"And that is what you don't have permission for?" pressed Gordon. The archaeologist looked down.
"Yes."
"Does Dr. Hussein know about this?"
Talagani nodded once. "I've been talking about this ever since we got the Adi images and realized how close this site is to the Kabir crater. Numair attempted to discourage me, but he is also my friend."
"He did seem awfully young to retire," said Gordon. "Getting out of the desert fast to protect his pension?"
"He has a family to support."
"And you?" Talagani shook his head.
"No, I have no family."
"What about the T-span operator?" asked Gordon.
"His name is Mehmet Abdul Hashim, a former student of mine. He's been in it with me from the beginning. Mehmet wants to touch the past, and fortunately he does have family. His father is on the board of the International Temporal Span Authority."
"Does Mehmet's father know about the trip you're planning?"
"Not all the details."
Dr. Talagani studied Gordon's face for a moment and asked,
"Do you have family?"
Gordon paused, wrestling with an answer that revealed more about himself than he wanted. "No one," he said at last, his gaze on the tip of the escarpment. There had been an insane mother, a father who stuck around only long enough to make a joke, the wise man who taught him as much as Gordon had been willing to learn, and the spotter during the war who he learned to love as a brother. All dead now. There had been the Dene back in the Pueblo, but he and his mother had never really been welcomed as a part of that. The archaeologist dismissed the subject with a quick wave of his hand.
"The departure window all our planning depends on opens here late this evening," he said. "It was cutting it very close, waiting for Dr. Hussein's findings. And now, Harith and his back. We cannot keep the time spanner waiting for Harith's back to mend. We must leave tonight."
"Weapons?"
"Harith has arranged for protection, including some weapons. The matter of defending us is ultimately up to you, though."
"How big is the expedition?"
"You, me, and the T-span operator, although Mehmet goes back with the unit."
"Goes back?" Gordon inquired with an arched eyebrow.
"Yes. He drops us off on top of a hill outside the village, right beneath where we are sitting, in fact. Then he returns here to the present, and returns for us at the next window."
"This tale gets better with each telling, Doctor." Gordon fixed his gaze on the archaeologist's eyes. "How long?"
"That depends on exactly when the meteor hits, and what local departure windows are connectable to present-time arrival windows. There are several sets of theoretical windows we've tentatively incorporated into our planning, ranging in time from 21 to 25 days. We won't be able to set our times and locations exactly until we get there. No one before has ever time-spanned this far back.
He examined Gordon's face.
3 weeks in prehistory, Mr. Redcliff. Aren't you excited?
Positively giddy. Gordon frowned as he turned a few considerations over in his mind. In Iran, Doctor. What did you do in the war? Talagani held out his hands at the seemingly irrelevant question.
Why?
Gordon smiled. Indulge me, sir. I'm lashing up a small but carefree band of brothers in preparation for a possible upcoming fracas. If you'll pardon the expression, I need to pick chiefs and Indians.
I was an intelligence officer, attached to Egypt's 3rd Field Army headquarters. My principal duties involved interpretation of satellite surveillance imagery.
In officers' training, did they teach you any hand-to-hand combat? Basic infantry skills?
No. I didn't go to officers' school. I received my commission directly when I was called.
Gordon's eyebrows went up.
Unless they had already gone to officers' school, few of us called up for staff support positions had time to train. Bloody shock and awe. It was pretty much get my uniform issue, 1 boot on, 1 arm in a sleeve, and report for duty. There wasn't time for any niceties such as combat training. There was a pistol range qualification, said Dr. Talagani. He looked away from Gordon's face. Are you thinking this expedition itself is one of those stupid things you warned me against doing?
Gordon held up a finger. Risky, perhaps. Going without any weapons and with flowers in our hair, that would be stupid. Your pistol qualification, Doctor. How did you do?
I was afraid you were going to ask.
Talagani looked down at his lap.
My pistol instructor told me to keep an electric shaver in my holster, and not to charge the batteries, except under expert supervision.
You're not joking. The archaeologist looked up at Gordon.
I was an officer, a major. No matter how abominable I was with a pistol, that was quite disrespectful for a sergeant, I thought.
He shook his head apologetically.
He was quite justified in his assessment, however. I am afraid I'm a scientist, not a warrior, Mr. Redcliff. Do you still want to be my bodyguard?
I've already taken on the job, Doctor. Although you do seem to stack the challenges rather precariously. Can you run?
Run?
Are your legs in good shape? You look healthy. Running may be our best defense.
Well, sir, I run 2 miles every morning, the archaeologist said proudly, even in the sand. When I was 19, I earned a position on my country's team in the Orlando Olympics.
When you were 19? Dr. Talagani frowned.
I received a bronze in the 800-meter event. How did you do?
When the Olympics were held in Orlando, I got suspended from summer school for punching Tommy Wilson in the nose. Gordon smiled wryly. I was 9 years old. Tell me, what changed from when you were 14 and swearing to kill Americans and when you were 19 and running in Orlando?
I discovered Egyptology. Dr. Talagani grinned. Egyptian universities have the best field trips and museums in the world. But no one goes after Egyptology like American academics. And I will never admit I ever said this, he added. While I was studying in the U.S., I also tried out for Egypt's track and field team. Wonderful years.
Doctor, have you given any thought to what you're going to face once we return to Site Safar?
When we return?
Gordon nodded. I don't care what kind of song and dance your operator Mehmet has memorized to lay on the media and the powers that be. And I don't care who his father is. As soon as Mehmet comes back with that T-span can empty, everybody from the T-span czar and the Secretary-General of the UN to those antiquities caliphs in Cairo, not to mention a few governments around the world, and every priest, monk, rabbi, mullah, shaman, and witch doctor are going into vapor lock. I expect us to be met by something resembling a firing squad.
Do you want out?
Asked the archaeologist. I can always plead I was following orders, Doctor. But if they come at you with the police or the army, I can't do anything about that. Can you have the arrival take place somewhere else? Somewhere unannounced?
A slight problem with that.
The archaeologist gave Gordon a wan smile.
The nearest alternate window is just outside Tripoli 9 days ago.
Gordon smiled. I doubt you could move that quickly, even when you were 19, Doctor. When's the next window here?
4 hours after we leave. There's a return window within meters of where we are right now. That's one of the advantages to doing this on site. Mehmet will bring the vehicle back through that window while we're investigating the village. The next window here is 31 days later, local time.
After that? Asked Gordon.
Here at the site, a window will open approximately 8 months from now. But I'm fairly certain the departure window for it won't open until after it's probably 100 meters beneath that debris flood. Other locations are inaccessible for one reason or another.
For instance?
Well, countless windows are available in space. Unfortunately, we do not have that kind of recovery system, not to mention transportation. 18 minutes before the window is available here at the site, there is one available quite near the bottom of the Marianas Trench southwest of Guam.
And we don't have earplugs, Gordon commented.
Among other things, confirmed Talagani. A day after that, a surface window opens in Gaza, near the remains of the football stadium. And it's likely neither one of us would survive that.
You were on the same side in the war. You are Muslim, aren't you?
As you phrased it, Mr. Redcliff. I am, but I wear the wrong hat.
The archaeologist raised a hand and patted Gordon's shoulder.
We will be fine once we return here to the site. I hope to extinguish everyone's indignation with a bit of wonder. Call it showmanship. Tell me, may I call you Gordon?
You're writing the checks.
Gordon, are you familiar with a historical figure named Squanto? He was an American aborigine who was kidnapped in 1605 by one George Weymouth, brought to England, and shown to—
I know who Squanto was.
Good. I plan to return to our time with one of those villagers, Gordon. We're going to bring back our own Squanto. I'd like your thoughts on that.
In English, Gordon answered, Holy crap. 4. Gordon found the supplies had been well thought out. The archaeologist's youthful anthropology, language, and martial arts assistant, Harith Fayyad, had included K-bar fighting knives, a Detz 44 Magnum bolt-action hunting rifle with optical telescopic sight, an old-fashioned but very reliable S&W 38 Special revolver, and a very modern Fetters M2 shock comb. Gordon decided to keep the Detz rather than use his own rifle. The Detz was a simple, rugged, reliable weapon. Gordon's Striker was quicker and deadlier, but relied upon sophisticated electronics. If something went wrong, the Striker would be so much dead weight. The Detz could be repaired with just about anything from a penknife to a coin. The optical sights were rugged and removable. Harith had thrown out his back at the dig, the pinched nerve in his spine causing terribly painful spasms. A blessing in disguise, as Dr. Talagani informed his cot-ridden assistant when they visited him in the tent he shared with 3 archaeology students who were at the sorting tables. "You have all the information regarding the expedition, my boy. If something should happen to us while we're back there, we will be depending upon you to get us safely home." Harith nodded once brusquely, glared at Gordon, then fixed his gaze on a tent pole holding his corner of the shelter above the sand. "Please stop this juvenile sulking, Harith," requested Dr. Talagani as he sat on the edge of the young man's cot. "It's quite tiresome." He patted Harith's shoulder. "Now tell me what is troubling you so, my boy." "An American sniper," he hissed, glancing at Gordon. "His only skill is murder." Dr. Talagani burst out with a laugh. "What nonsense is this? Gordon is a bodyguard, and he is very good at what he does. He is also quite gifted in learning languages, which is my principal reason for finding him valuable." "I have black belts in karate and taekwondo." "What belt do you have?" Harith asked. Gordon pointed to the hand-tooled leather belt with silver buckle, depicting a winking coyote in his belt loops. "A black Hostine Ahijah." Harith rolled his eyes. "Really? $8.95 at your Walmart?" Gordon glanced at Dr. Talagani. "I see I have been misinformed about Egyptian manners." "There is no need to have manners with a murderer," retorted the young man. "Doctor, this man is evil. I saw his record. He murdered for the Septemberist gangsters, and spawned more murderers like himself." With an ill-concealed expression of astonishment, Talagani leaned back and looked at Gordon. "I apologize. I'm afraid I've not been aware of my assistant's depth of feeling about the war." "He's a little young to have been in it," observed Gordon. "My father wasn't," countered Harith. "Perhaps you are the one who killed him." "Perhaps," acknowledged Gordon. He studied the young man for a moment, then walked until he was standing on the opposite side of Harith's cot. "Where was your father killed? And when, were you told?" "Tabriz. The last year of the war." Gordon shook his head. "That's one death I'm not responsible for, Mr. Fayyad. My unit never made it north of Longyear, and I spent the last year of the war in a hospital." "And I am to believe you, of course," Harith said sarcastically. Gordon shrugged. "I would lie if there was a point. There is no point." Harith closed his eyes, the muscles in his jaws flexing. "Do not tell me the war is over." Gordon grinned as the memory of an Iranian captain he once met touched his mind's eye. "No war is ever over, Mr. Fayyad," he answered. After a pause, he squatted, looked into the pale young man's dark eyes, and said, "When I was a boy, much younger than you. Every morning in the dark before sunrise, my mother would take me to the top of Bear Rock. There she would stand, cursing the gods she imagined, beating a medicine stick against the rock, demanding the sun to appear. She called the sun Glittering Man. Some believed her to be a witch, but her only goal was to bring light to the world and end evil. Gordon thought back to the schoolhouse, and the boys and girls taunting him about his mother, the witch. He had fought back eventually. First, it was with fists. Eventually, he told them he was studying to become a witch himself, and that his studies would require him to kill someone, preferably a child. In middle school, he once cut off a bit of his own hair and taped it to a filing card with the name, address, relations, and habits of Lee Waters, an 8th grader and the ringleader of the school's bullies. He allowed the card to be lost in the hallway between classes, and it eventually found its way to Lee Waters. "What is this?" demanded Lee during the next class break, his hate-filled eyes dark and small in the boy's angry face. Gordon turned from putting his books in his locker and glanced at the card. "That's for making medicine. You know, spells and curses. I have cards like that for everyone in school." He had gone on to describe evil-wishing magic and how he needed hair, fingernails, blood, or such from a person to bury with corpse flesh to pray them down into the dirt. Lee took the card and put it deep within his own pocket. Gordon smiled. "That's all right. I have more." The bullying ended, but the terrible isolation continued. "My mother called her gods Glittering Man and Blood Woman," he said to Harith Fayad. "I would help my mother raise Glittering Man from the night with my own curses. As the edge of the disk cut the horizon, my mother Nascha would sing her chant, demanding the gods to bring down pain, death, horrible sickness, confusion, and all the punishments on the evil ones in the world. Just in case the spirits were forgetful, she would recite for them all of those evils. Mrs. Potts, the lady we bought eggs from, was evil." "An egg lady? Why was she evil?" asked Harith. Gordon pointed with his forefinger at the side of his head. "Mrs. Potts was wall-eyed. She never had it corrected, and always favored looking at the world through her left eye. My mother believed that was the egg lady's evil eye." "What nonsense!" said the youth with unconcealed contempt. Gordon pointed at Harith. "You are also one of the evil ones my mother begged the gods to kill." "Barbarian rubbish!" protested Harith. "I am not evil. And how would she know me?" "You are Arab Bilagana, the child of Arabs. To my mother, that made you evil." "She believed Arabs to be evil because they're Arabs? Deluded woman!" "Look at it through her eyes. Arabs caught Africans and sold them to British and American slavers. The freed descendants of those slaves joined the U.S. Army and became cavalry soldiers on the western frontier. The Anglo-Bilagana and the Gini Buffalo soldiers fought against my mother's relatives' ancestors." Gordon grinned. "So those Arabs, and all of their sons, daughters, and countrymen until the end of time, according to my mother, are evil, and should be exterminated." "And this is how you believe?" asked Harith, his expression testimony to the ridiculousness of the proposition. "No," Gordon answered. He took a deep breath and let it escape from his lungs slowly, as he looked out from beneath the rolled-up edge of the small tent to the endless dunes of the sand sea. I do not believe in evil.
What an astonishing thing to say! You don't believe in evil? In this world? Have you spent your life with your head beneath a rock?
Dr. Talagani began to rebuke his assistant, but Gordon stopped him with a look and a slow shake of his head. He faced Harith. I used to hate evil when I was a child living with my mother, Mr. Fayyad. I now consider such a belief a childish superstition.
Why should you not fly in the teeth of thousands of years of God's words? Said the young anthropologist. Hear me, Allah. Gordon Redcliff doesn't believe in evil. Your work is done.
Harith laughed at his own joke until his spine bit a little more deeply into an inflamed nerve. When he was finished wincing, he said,
So, if you don't believe in evil, Mr. Redcliff, in what do you believe?
Gordon closed his eyes, then reopened them a moment later. I believe in ignorance, stupidity, laziness, fear, greed, cruelty, insanity, cowardice, corruption, indifference, and disease. I don't believe you and your descendants should be exterminated unless and until they raise a hand against me or those I want to protect. He looked back at the boy, and there was a smirk on Harith's face.
If I might borrow a good old Yankee-American expression, Harith said in English, so what?
Gordon nodded and continued in English. I'll tell you what, kid. It is advice I got from a very wise man many years ago. He said it doesn't matter what kind of family, racial, tribal, national, political, or religious bullshit your head is filled with, or how long it's been there. You can still pick your own path.
And now my faith is insane? What I believe is bullshit?
Harith spat back, wincing as his passion plucked the strings of his abused spine. I didn't say that. I've read the Quran, however, and nowhere in it does it say that Americans are evil.
When it was written, there were no Americans.
Gordon grinned widely, held up a finger and wagged it back and forth. Not according to my mother. A tiny smile fought its way through Harith's self-imposed outrage. Then he nodded.
Very well. I will give your mother that one.
Dr. Talagani said to his assistant,
Harith, enemies are not enemies forever, unless you choose to make them so.
Harith glanced at Gordon.
Tell me, Mr. Redcliff, do you really want to go on this expedition?
Very much. Gordon faced Dr. Talagani. It sounds much more interesting than sifting sand or drilling holes in rocks with Dr. Hussein. He looked back at Harith. Your boss is quite an adventurer.
Possibly I'm a bit jealous of you.
Possibly, agreed Gordon with a grin. I imagine we'll bring back a wealth of images and information for you, though. He glanced at Talagani, and the archaeologist nodded back. And something else as well. Harith glanced around to make certain no one had overheard the American. Satisfied they were the only ones within earshot, he lowered his head back to his pillow and said, Take care of our adventurer, then, Mr. Redcliff. I truly envy you what you will find. Harith frowned as he stared at nothing for a moment, then focused on Gordon's face. You do not believe in evil. Do you not, then, believe in good? Opposing moral forces stalking me, urging me on and off some other imposed path of righteousness, like the old Goofy cartoon?" asked Gordon.
"Goofy? I do not understand."
"A Disney character. A cartoon dog. In this old cartoon I saw as a child, Goofy constantly has a good little Goofy on one shoulder and a bad little Goofy on the other. One Goofy is dressed like an angel, the other dressed like Satan, each little Goofy counseling Big Goofy to do things good or bad according to their respective agendas. No, I don't believe in that."
"You reduce human morality to a Goofy cartoon?"
"No, the animators did that. I just happened to find the rendering insightful."
"Then why are you here? I mean, in the world, in life. What is your mission?"
"Aside from protecting your boss?" Gordon thought for a moment. "Making my way between the bombs. Doing what I can do."
"Toward what end?"
"To find out what happens next." As soon as he said it, Gordon knew his answer to be facile. There were a few details for Harith and Dr. Talagani to sort out. While they sorted them, Gordon rested his gaze upon the escarpment, turned the conversation in his thoughts, prodding at the young man's question. Mission. Reason for being. What was the mission of Gordon Redcliff's life? He had taken on many missions during his life. His longest mission had been to help his mother raise the son, kill evil, and carry her overwhelmingly insane burden of historical hatred. When she died, although he thought her insanity died with her, he'd lifted the burden to his own shoulders. That lasted, twisting his own life and outlook until the middle of his first tour in the most recent war, and the aftermath of the bloody fall of Esfahan. In the mountains south of the former Persian capital, Gordon and his new spotter, a 23-year-old kid from Long Island named Phil Andreakos, had been temporarily detailed to keep an eye on a captured IRI Army captain. Andreakos and Gordon had a solid business relationship that had racked up an impressive record of kills, but they had never become close. Watching the Iranian captain, however, was a way to structure a bit of time before being sent out on their next mission. A soldier was a soldier to Andreakos, hence he felt obligated to make the IRI captain's time with them as pleasant as possible. The three of them sat outside the intelligence officer's headquarters in the shade of a hill. Andreakos and Gordon were both sitting on empty ammo boxes. The captain was in his early 30s, his hair prematurely touched with gray at the temples, his uniform touched with the dust and wear of an infantry officer. He sat on the ground, leaning against a weary-looking juniper. After a few minutes, Andreakos asked the captain in Farsi if he could get him some water or something to eat.
"Never, from the hand of a Greek,"
spat back the captain, turning away his head. Andreakos stared back, his mouth slowly opening. "From a Greek," he mouthed to Gordon, a big grin starting on his face. He turned to the Iranian officer. "I can get you tea, some falafel, a bagel. Maybe one of the guys has a birthday cake."
"Are you deaf as well as ignorant? Never, never from the hand of a Greek."
The captain held out a shaking hand at the surrounding mountains.
"Don't you know where you are? Have you no clue?"
Andreakos couldn't let it be. He could understand why the Iranian captain might hate Americans. Brits, Iraqis, Israelis, Indians, Turkmen, Pakistanis, Lebanese, or Kurds. But what did he have against Greeks? Greece had even sat out the past 4 Middle East wars. Why, pray tell? Prodded Phil.
Alexander!
Retorted the captain, as though Phil was the most ignorant of peasants. Then he spat in the dirt. Andreakos sat back on his ammo box. Alexander? He repeated. Like in the Great? It was the funniest thing Phil had ever heard. This guy was still pissed off about a war that had happened 2,400 years before either of them or their governments had been born. The captain apparently blamed Phil and all the other Long Island Macedonians for at least part of it. The murder of Darius, the destruction of the Persian Empire's golden age, the sanctity of Persian purity defiled, oh merciful heaven, defiled by the Greeks, the horror, the horror! Phil couldn't get over it. He prodded the captain into reciting lists of atrocities committed by Greeks against Persians. The Iranian captain couldn't see through his hatred and shame long enough to notice that Phil was putting him on and having the time of his life. "Oh, that's so horrible, Captain. I'm mortified, so ashamed. Please, tell me more." It was better than television. The antics of the pair finally crumbled Gordon's unremitting poker face, driving him to laughter. It was either laugh or explode. Before he could allow himself to laugh, though, Gordon had to choose that different path the way Hosteen Ahijah had said. He had to release his mother's hatred, as well as his own, and let it fall from its own weight. He had to let go of Wounded Knee, the long walk, Mrs. Potts's evil eye, the infected blankets, the murder of Narbona, the governor of New Mexico's Hawaiian shirts, Fort Defiance, J. Silverheels, the disappearance of the buffalo, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Squanto, the $24 in junk jewelry, the Buffalo Soldiers, Injun Orange funny-face drinks, the sheep killers, the Washington Redskins. Crimes and evils, real and imagined, committed against people he never knew, by people who had never existed or were long dead and gone. Then he laughed. He'd never laughed so hard in his life. He laughed so hard he was crying, which angered the IRI captain even more, which made him seem even more ridiculous. The Iranian didn't know, however, that Gordon was mostly laughing at himself and at the human race. After that, Gordon allowed himself to become friends with the Long Island Greek. Brothers. Wars end only when memory ends. Missions, though, are mercurial, assigned, and ultimately chosen. So what was the mission? What was Gordon Redcliff's purpose on the planet? Was it even necessary to have a mission beyond getting through the day without compromising oneself, or falling for one of the trickster's jokes? That seemed to be Hosteen Ahijah's purpose. Gordon was moving from one desert to the next, one conflict to the next. And for what purpose? When Dr. Talagani was ready to leave, Gordon stayed behind and looked down at Harith. "I apologize for my earlier answer to your question about why I am here. I answered as I did because I didn't have the words. A stupid thing to do. Now I know the answer. To find a mission. That is my mission on this planet, Mr. Fayyad. To find a mission." The young man studied Gordon's face a long time, and then nodded at what he read there. "A noble and lonely quest, Mr. Redcliff. May Allah in His wisdom help you find it. I am Harith. May I call you Gordon?" "Yes." "This is an English name, correct? Gordon?" "Yes," he answered. "It is English." "I'm curious about something. If your mother thought the Arabs evil, Whatever must she have thought of the English? Please do not be offended, Harith, but you are still too young to hear what my mother thought of the English, he answered. Harith laughed. Then how came you by the name? My father. That was before he left us and went to live in Los Angeles to become a Hollywood Indian. It was the night I was born. Never met the man until I was 18. Before I reported for the Army, I went to Los Angeles, looked him up, and asked him why he named me Gordon. He said he got it from an old movie, Flash Gordon. What? Harith said disbelievingly. He said my mother told him that when I was born, she would charge me with defeating all evil that exists. Flash Gordon, he said, defeated evil and saved the universe. Then my father laughed at me and went to work. He was playing the role of an Oglala Lakota chief named Redcloud. That was the only time I ever saw him, except in the movies. Gordon smiled. My father was from Bear Enemy's people in Santa Clara. Chief Redcloud spoke his Lakota with a Tewa accent. Harith smiled. Take care of my boss, Gordon Redcliff. He is a very good man, of great vision. I will do my best. Take care of your back. In case we don't make it back according to plan, we are going to need some big help. Harith winced as he held out his right hand. Gordon took it. Good luck, Gordon Redcliff. Allah willing, may you find what you seek. 5. Inside the capsule, Dr. Talagani introduced Gordon to the T-span operator. Mehmet Abdul Hashim had a jutting chin, brilliant white teeth, a flowing black pompadour, and the immature beginnings of a beard and mustache. The young pilot eagerly adjusted instruments mounted into the metal hull and checked calculations, while Gordon and Dr. Talagani, unobserved by others at the camp, loaded and stowed the supplies they'd need for their stay. Once the supplies were loaded, there was little to do but wait. Gordon decided to try qualifying the archaeologist on a few weapons. He took his leather knapsack containing the .38 shot comb and ammo, slung the debts, and brought the archaeologist out into the dunes to practice on a makeshift target made from pasteboard. At a range of 300 meters, Gordon put the eye out of a mouse in a pest control advert he fixed onto the cardboard with a bit of tape. He put 2 more shots through the same hole and proclaimed Harith's zeroing of the weapon adequate. Dr. Talagani wouldn't even consider touching the rifle. They moved up to 10 meters, and Gordon reached into the bag for the .38 and a box of ammunition. They only used up 4 rounds before Gordon called a halt to the exercise for health reasons. Dr. Talagani was becoming a nervous wreck as Gordon tried to get him not to shake, not to close his eyes, to look at the target through the iron sights, and slowly squeeze the trigger all at the same time. On the last 2 shots, Talagani was still shaking, but now more violently, and also had his face turned away from the target, besides having his eyes tightly closed. In addition, the safest place on the desert that day appeared to be right in front of that piece of cardboard. Other than the original zeroing shots, it had suffered not a single perforation. Looking down at the cardboard, Dr. Talagani said ashamedly, "I will hear no comments about electric shavers." "I wasn't going to say a thing," said Gordon, "but I think I understand why Harith included a particular weapon in our inventory. It's called a shock comb." "It sounds a terror." "No sound to it, Doctor. Nothing jumps, nothing explodes, no recoil." "It sounds promising," acknowledged the archaeologist. Gordon went to his knapsack, replaced the .38 and the box of shells, and removed what looked like a silver comb with a greenish pistol grip. He held it up toward the archaeologist. "This is a shock comb. A hearing-sensitive, brain-damaged, spastic neurotic with advanced glaucoma and a migraine could fire expertly using this thing.
Despite the unfortunate characterization, I've never seen anything like it, said the doctor, taking it from Gordon's hand. It's incredibly light.
The same technology that produced the T-span makes the shock comb possible. There's no real metal to it. Last I heard, it's classified. If I really was in U.S. intelligence, I'd be real curious where Harth obtained this.
The boy is quite resourceful. What does it do?
I only did a familiarization course with one of these. Technically, it shuffles or compresses selected time-space, briefly allowing whoever operates it to move, change things, or escape unobserved. In brief, aim, pull the trigger, and run like hell. To the observer, you look like you've vanished, when what you've actually done is slow the observer down. In another mode, you actually do vanish. We only have one of these.
What will you use?
I'll take the .38 and the rifle. Back to your weapon, Doctor. Besides minor space-time puckers, at extreme settings, a shock comb can kill. See that switch? The weapon has a focused range of 20 meters and a spherical range of almost 3 meters. Dr. Talagani held up a hand.
Focused? Spherical?
Yes. If you want to move someone else in limited space-time, use focused mode. He touched the switch, illuminating a tiny white light. To move yourself through limited space-time, use spherical. It literally places you on the edge of an alternate dimension for a nanosecond, which will seem to you like anywhere from 5 seconds to half an hour, depending on the intensity. It picks you up and puts you down up to 600 meters away.
So, is this a matter transmitter? I thought science had taken a vote and decided this was impossible.
Next, you'll be telling me the Earth orbits the Sun, Doctor. Actually, it is more of an interdimensional matter hitchhiker rather than a transmitter. Regardless, in spherical mode, make certain you don't have part of someone else within range when you pull that trigger. Whatever's in range goes. Whatever isn't stays. Messy. Pointing to another switch below the first, he said, "This is the intensity switch." Indicating the color-coded settings, he showed the positions for safety, space-time movement, and killing. Remember to check your switches before pulling that trigger. He set the selector switch to spherical and the intensity switch to red.
What's that?
Suicide, answered Gordon. He turned the intensity switch down to the 10 on the indicator. Here, stand close. Frowning, the archaeologist stood next to Gordon, who aimed the comb at the piece of cardboard. See our old target?
Yes.
Gordon pulled the trigger, and the cardboard apparently vanished.
Where is it?
Look down. Dr. Talagani looked down, and they were standing on the cardboard.
Amazing.
He looked up at Gordon. That was spherical mode. Let's try focused. He adjusted the switches, handed the weapon to the archaeologist, and began walking away. When he was 15 meters from the archaeologist, Gordon turned and faced him. He held out his arms. Very well, Doctor. Aim, fire, and move. Dr. Talagani aimed at Gordon, pulled the trigger, and seemed to vanish. From behind him, Gordon heard the archaeologist say,
I like it.
They tried it out a few more times. Then Gordon turned off the weapon and placed it back in his pack. One thing more. Each assembled shock comb has a standby function that, unless it is reset every so often, makes it fire on its own. High energy in extreme tight spherical mode.
It puckers itself out of existence?
Said Talagani, holding out his hands.
For what possible reason?
If an absent-minded professor, for instance, left one of these things out in the time stream, what might happen? The doctor's eyebrows arched.
Well, with no effort at all, whoever found it could become a wizard, always supposing he didn't kill himself first.
His expression changed to one of confusion. He said in a very quiet voice,
"What's the point of the thing, if they never allow anyone out of a capsule?"
The weapon design preceded the regulations, Doctor. However, once they saw what it could do, the powers that be decided to keep it and use it. I have it set for 72 hours.
"How does it recharge?"
asked Dr. Talagani. "Just turn it off and leave it out in the sun," said Gordon. "Next to a hot fire will do even better."
"I'm feeling much better about my contribution to our chances of survival, Gordon. Much better."
Want to make another try at that 38? Never hurts to have a backup.
"Don't be absurd,"
answered the archaeologist. Just before departure early that evening, representatives of the International Temporal Span Authority, the consortium, the media, and the staff of Site Safar were in attendance, along with the head of Egyptian antiquities, representatives of the Egyptian and Libyan governments, and Mehmet's father. Captain Mansouri was even there, a frown hanging above the cigar stub stuffed in his face. Security this time, however, was courtesy of the Egyptian army. A company of regulars ringed the gantry and stood posts among the crowd, while 2 more companies surrounded the entire site, making certain there were no unwelcome publicity seekers, bomb-tossing or otherwise. Anything planning to cross above the site closer than 50 kilometers in altitude would be fried from the sky, according to the Air Force general who was attending. There were television cameras and politicians, hence there had to be speeches. Both governments were in trouble with their peoples, and the Safar project's time span would be the farthest reach into the past that had ever been authorized. Perhaps the romance of this possible brush with another era might take people's minds off the violence, sickness, and want stalking the streets of both countries' cities. In the blinding light cast by the TV and excavation floods, Dr. Talagani waved and said a few cryptic words of farewell into the PA system. Words that would be much less cryptic when the archaeologist presented his living fossil Neo-Squanto to the world. Gordon wondered what their visitor would make of this site, these people, these times, and what they would have to do to get the fellow to come along with them. They hadn't talked about kidnapping, although the original Squanto had to be taken by force. Harith Fayyad was at the edge of the small crowd, being helped by one of the European archaeology students, a blond fellow wearing white shorts, a faded yellow t-shirt, and a bleached straw cowboy hat. Harith wore only the white, ankle-length dishdasha. Gordon nodded at Harith, and the young fellow nodded back, revealing nothing by his expression save disappointment, a bit of anxiety, and a lot of pain. Wishes and prayers for a safe journey came from this one and that one, and finally Mehmet Abdul Hashim leaned toward the sound pickup and called time. "Dimensional windows and tide wait for no man," he quipped, causing a ripple of nervous laughter in the crowd. Mehmet's father, a tall man with his son's good looks, applauded and beamed proudly at his momentarily famous son. As a number of reporters shouted questions at the same time, making all of their voices unintelligible, the 3 climbed the black gantry stairs, entered the capsule, and Mehmet pulled shut the hatch and sealed it. The tiny crowd did not dissipate. After all, the travelers should be back in under 4 hours local time, as far as they knew, just going for a peek. "You, Mr. Redcliff," said Mehmet, tinting the viewplates against the glare of the floodlights. "Have you been out before?" "As a boy in Philadelphia, I got to see the signers of the Declaration of Independence." "What did you think?" He flipped 3 switches that started the large generators. "My friends and I thought it was a rip-off. A jip. We wanted to see Custer's last stand." Mehmet's handsome features frowned as he looked from his gauges at Dr. Talagani. "And you, Doctor?"
"I, too, have been in a time-spanner, Mehmet, much larger than this one. It was in Cairo, at the university, when I was a student. My friends and I also believed ourselves gypped. We were shown a lot of dust and desert, with an occasional horse and rider vanishing into it. We had supposedly witnessed Mohammed's army of 10,000 on its way to persuade Mecca to submit to Islam. It could have been a cheap Hollywood production, from what little we could see."
"What did you want to see?" asked Gordon. Dr. Talagani grinned like a mischievous schoolboy.
"Allah forgive us. We were Egyptian boys. We wanted to see Cleopatra."
Mehmet grinned widely and nodded. "I personally wanted to see Nefertiti. I did, however, get to see T.E. Lawrence and his Bedouins blow up a Turkish train." "Was it as good as the motion picture?" asked Gordon. "No," answered Mehmet. "The lighting and audio were terrible, and no close-ups. Reality has much to live up to." Gordon nodded. "That's been my experience." "Very well," Mehmet continued. "Then both you barnacle-encrusted time mariners know there will be no perceptive spatial movement until we get to when we are going. Do not touch the hull once we start punching dimensions. I'll warn you when we start. Hull materials will become intensely cold. It won't be cold long enough to affect the capsule's air temperature significantly, but it will be cold enough to burn you rather severely should you be touching the wrong thing at the wrong time." He held up a pair of thin white cotton gloves. "I wear these just to be safe." He nodded toward the formed plastic couches behind which they had stowed much of their supplies. There was a pair of white cotton gloves on the center couch and the couch to their left. "You may as well be seated. In a little over 38 minutes, God willing, we should have you when you want to be. Then, after we unload, I go back for 3 weeks of unmitigated grilling and endless browbeating and guilt from my father for leaving the 2 of you behind." "What if they ground you in the operation?" asked Gordon. "What happens to us?"
"We have rather good leverage, should something like grounding the T-span happen," said Mehmet, smiling at Dr. Talagani. "Leaving you there for 3 weeks or so won't affect anything in the present. Anyone you might come into contact with will most certainly be eliminated by the combination of the shock wave and the floods resulting from the Kibera impact." "Leaving us back there for years, however," said Talagani, his hands held up in innocent helplessness. "Who can say what effects we might have? If we don't get picked up on time, perhaps we might just get it into our minds to strike out on our own, make a run for it, get outside the flood area, perhaps bring some of the locals with us. I fancy I'd get tired cutting meat with a stone knife, and might let slip how to find iron and make things out of it. Might even have central air conditioning before long."
"That would put a spin on that old grain of sand," said Gordon.
"We couldn't really do such a thing, of course," said Dr. Talagani. "Place all of human history and accomplishment at risk? The dynasties of Egypt? The pyramids? Unthinkable. Although," he smiled, "not unthinkable to the authorities, I trust. They'll let Mehmet return for us."
Talagani sat in the center couch, and Gordon sat to his right. After an uneventful 30 seconds, during which Mehmet stood at the wall and studied his small panel of instruments, The viewplates seemed to mist. White and fuchsia vaporous streams appeared in cones extending above the cabin's overhead viewplate to an infinitely distant vanishing point. "As far as those on the ground are concerned, we're gone," Mehmet announced. He finished checking his instruments and faced them. "In a few more minutes, the stage will be finished with orientation. We're not just going back a few hundred years, so there is much to calculate concerning the movement of the African plate, the movement of Earth within the movements of the solar system, galaxy, and universe."
"What is next?"
prompted Talagani. Mehmet took his place in the remaining couch, raising a small instrument panel from his left armrest. "Once we're oriented, we'll fold into the general location of the escarpment, run our time, fix our windows. Then I'll steer through the arrival window, neat as you please, and put down where you want us to land." Suddenly, the cones of vapor vanished, revealing that the travelers were suspended high above the silica glass dunes under a full moon at night. Gordon and the archaeologist got out of their couches, both of them looking down at the sands through the viewplates.
"Mehmet,"
said Dr. Talagani, momentarily backing away from the hull.
"What happens if I get sick?"
"Please don't, Doctor. Whatever isn't splattered all over you, me, and Mr. Redcliff gathers on the inside walls of the protective field. When the field collapses, the film collapses with it, all over the three of us. You must have brought some sandwich bags. If not, use a pocket." "It might make sense to stop looking down," suggested Gordon. "I agree," said Mehmet. "Please, Doctor, we're ranging the dimension edge. Get back in your couch and close your eyes." As Gordon and the archaeologist returned to their couches, Mehmet's hands became busy upon the controls as flashes streaked across the sky, everything taking on a turquoise hue. "Moving back," he said. "Very well. Punching dimensions now. Touch no metal." The turquoise hue abruptly went to orange, then midnight blue. Mehmet looked at his passengers, and Gordon held up his gloved hands, as did Dr. Talagani. "Excellent. A few days per minute, accelerating by levels, until we're close to 10 millennia per minute. That's about as fast as I can take it with this portable. As we guide into the proper time, I'll fine-tune the locator, get the exact time on that meteor impact. Then we'll sort and pick the window sets we'll use." The viewplates showed the dunes beneath begin creeping, then walking, then flowing backwards across the desert as the passage of the sun and moon became a blinding river across the sky. Soon the dunes themselves became a blur, then vanished, leaving behind what appeared to be a gently hilly landscape, stained ochre moving to pale green.
"Intermittent glaciation period,"
said Dr. Talagani, all thoughts of being sick forgotten.
"Before the complete advance of the desert. Oh, this is magical."
"We're going through the seasonal cycles so rapidly," said Mehmet. "Nothing can register except aggregate color. Look closely at one spot. You may be able to catch a glimpse of a tree trunk." For the space of an eye blink, the valleys between the hills were covered with water, then with faint green, replaced by more water, then green. Floods and ice fields that lasted for years passed in instants, each successive flood revealing more and more of the brick-red rocky cliff. "The escarpment," said Gordon.
"This is the way to excavate,"
said Talagani, nodding enthusiastically.
"None of the evidence is disturbed, and we get right down to what we want to see."
Gordon looked at the floodwaters below. The storms and ice averaged with calms into a smeared pale gray blanket, from which the red cliff reached toward the flashing skies. As Mehmet slowed the movement back in time, the scene below was one of absolute devastation, almost a moonscape. Suddenly there was a flash that momentarily blinded them. When Gordon's vision cleared, he saw they were above a forested valley cut by a meandering river, a bend of which swung by the base of a tall red cliff. The cliff was much higher and shaped differently than before. "There's your meteor strike, Doctor," said Mehmet, tapping with his finger upon a data screen. "Impact fix is automatically logged into your locators. Look toward the south." Gordon turned. In the distance was a huge mountain, the cone of an inactive volcano, its craggy flanks white and heavy with snow and active glaciers, the exposed rock cliffs appearing hazy blue. It was a massive peak, dominating the landscape.
"Kebira Mountain,"
whispered Dr. Talagani.
"Oh, I wish Numer, Dr. Hussein, could see this."
The flashes in the sky slowed, revealing the vegetable life along the banks of the river. As Gordon looked at the distant mountain, he felt a strange sadness in his chest. The mountain towered above everything, its icy summit glittering in the sunlight. It was the kind of mountain that would be sacred to a people who needed to see their gods. Gordon had seen Mount Taylor, the southernmost of the 4 sacred mountains called Tzodich in Navajo religion. It, too, was an ancient volcano, its sacred stone the turquoise. Mount Kebira was about the same height above sea level, but seemed so much more impressive because the lands surrounding Mount Kebira were only hundreds of feet in elevation instead of thousands. This mountain would be a god to anyone living in its shadow. Mehmet looked up from his instruments. "I show 194 days from our arrival window until impact. Your original window arrival and departure set appears good, Doctor. A very good guess."
"Excellent. But that's rather more time until impact than I'd thought."
"You'll get in your full 3 weeks on the ground," said Mehmet, "and with a good safety margin in case of mishaps." He pointed at a readout. "There are 2 additional usable return windows from near here, Doctor. The next opens 46 days after the first. The return there is a place close to the west coast of Mexico called Ahome. 92 days after that, a window opens that returns in Tokmak, Ukraine. Not ideal, but usable." Gordon looked to his right, toward the base of the cliff along the riverbank. Dr. Talagani had been right in his interpretation of the Adi survey images. It was a village, most of the dwellings round. Some appeared to be made of sod, others of wattle and daub. A few large tents made of painted leather. The houses had single entrances facing east and thatched conical roofs with smoke holes in their centers, making the homes resemble traditional Navajo hogans. Some of the round shelters had larger round shelters attached to them. 2 of the round structures, located toward the center of the village, were much larger than the others. Gordon could easily count more than 200 houses, with more hidden by folds in the forested hills. More square wooden and mud structures, skin shelters, and lean-tos. Away from the village, tucked away in draws and along the river shore, he could see the glint of an occasional fire. It was bloody London, as Dr. Talagani had said. Several thousand persons living in close proximity spoke of agriculture, trade, numbers, writing, community social organization, clans, law, common defense, perhaps even a larger organization, a nation. And all this before any of it was supposed to exist. Of course, all this was wiped out, hidden beneath an ocean of mud, before anything these villagers were, did, or imagined could contribute to the future.
"What are you thinking right now, I wonder?"
said Dr. Talagani. Gordon turned, and the archaeologist was feasting his eyes upon the village he had theorized and had now proven to exist.
"When you see that, Gordon, how advanced they are, what does it make you wonder?"
I was wondering how many times over the millennia have humans used intellect, effort, and industry to reach up from barbarism and want, only to be knocked back down by chance circumstance.
Fascinating evolutionary question. If we could ease the regulations on time spanning, we could find out. Theoretically, we could trace your family tree on back to the bacteria in the primordial sea.
Or to Adam and Eve, or first man and first woman from the black world, or Unkulunkulu's creations, or Ymir's children, or visitors from another solar system stranded on Earth, said Gordon.
Which is it, I wonder?
Not enough persons wonder, Mehmet chimed in. Talagani looked at Gordon.
Give us your take on the future, Mr. Redcliff.
Gordon smiled and shook his head. Doctor, I don't believe a desire for truth will ever overcome the investment so many have in what they hope is true.
Perhaps our little expedition will aid in lessening that investment.
Dr. Talagani rubbed his hands together.
Look at all this. I'm jumping with excitement. Is this what it's like for a Christian child Christmas morning?
I wouldn't know, answered Gordon, as he looked at the instruments on Mehmet's hull panel. Using the common calendar, it was 139,000 years and change BCE. The image of the Redcliff fuzzed into a mix of meaningless colors. Approaching the window, warned Mehmet. Buckle in. As they secured themselves in the couches, fuchsia and white ribbons of vapor reappeared above them. The vehicle suddenly yawed as though the craft had been shoved by an ancient wind, which made Mehmet's head snap up to look at the instruments on the hull panel. Then the hull was slammed by a force that made it scream as it cracked. Before anyone could utter even a cry, sudden coldness flowed over them. As he lost consciousness, the film of tears on his eyes freezing, Gordon thought that this must be what it feels like to be dipped in liquid nitrogen. 6. Pain like inflatable devils trapped inside Gordon's eyes, attempting to eat their way to freedom. Then deeper pain as something gnawed at his guts. He was the giant, Coyote deep inside him, cutting off pieces of his guts to feed the starving people trapped there. Coyote asked where the giant's heart was, and someone pointed at the volcano rumbling and smoking in the distance. Coyote took his knife and cut a great hole in the giant's heart, the lava flowing from the wound. As the giant died, Coyote led the people to freedom. There was the smell of wood smoke, herbs, and cedar. Sounds of movement came to him, a soft, musical voice whispering something between a song and a prayer. There was a gentle hand on the back of his neck, a taste of warming broth, a glimpse of tear-filled eyes. Then he returned to the universe of soft, whirling darkness, yellow eyes watching him from the deep shadows, two silver figures shimmering, then vanishing in the light of the fire, his life force wasting away as the witch people sang the hard flint song. He was facing north, the direction of evil, and all was coming to an end. Something had gone wrong. He was dying, and the witches had come to pull him into the maze. He reached out his hands to the old man and the young man, Hosteen Ahijah and Phil Andreakos, but they were both as dust caught by a witch's wind. Two others, though, were waiting there for him. One had eyes, the other a mouth. The mouth called his name. He felt himself edging from darkness into twilight, the smell again of wood smoke. The air moved, and an icy breath touched Gordon's right cheek. The pain in his head soared almost beyond feeling. He allowed the pain to push the dream images from his mind's eye. Gordon tried to move, but he was too weak. More smoke as the gentle wind shifted. Oakwood and cedar burning. He closed his eyes and inhaled. Pleasant odor. The smell of the pueblo away from the village, back in the hills. And Hostine Ahijah. A scent of winter. Iron Eyes always smelled of wood smoke in the winter.
Gordon? Gordon?
A voice. He thought about opening his eyes. The thought itself hurt, so he stopped doing that. The right side of Gordon's head felt as though it had stopped a freight train. The air was cold on his face, though, snowflakes touching his brow, cooling it. He felt a flake on his nose and tasted one on his tongue. He opened his eyes to tiny slits, a blur of images spinning to his right. He forced his eyes to focus on one thing, a vertical stick, until the remainder of visible reality settled down. Vertical stick, its upper end forked, end of a cross pole in it. Support for the lean-to in which he found himself, firelight reflected from the pole's surface, dark beyond the pole, snow, trees, and shadows. It was night, snowing lightly, the flakes small and dry. He turned his head gently to his left, the pain in his head making him lightheaded. When he could risk opening his eyes once more, Gordon saw in the swim of images that he was in a lean-to thatched with cedar boughs. Looking to his right, he saw that the open side of the shelter faced a fire in a ring of stones. The biggest of the stones, a gray plate the size of a car wheel, was on the far side, reflecting the heat into the lean-to. A pair of ghostly images beyond the rock plate dissolving in the light. The ground outside was white with a thin coating of snow. He could feel he was on a warm, pelt-covered bed of more cedar boughs, their fragrance mixing pleasantly with the smell of wood smoke. Gordon was covered with a blanket of fur, and also by a very warm human body. He risked glancing down.
Gordon? Minaatu?
He forced his eyes to focus. There was the face of a young woman among the fur covers looking up at him. Middle 20s, maybe. Her complexion was a tannish sandy caramel, quite fair, her hair straight, pinkish-brown in the firelight, and braided with little white dried flowers. Her face was roundish, her dark, almost Asian eyes separated by a very Roman-looking nose.
"Squanto?"
he asked in a rough whisper. She looked surprised, grinned, placed her hand against the fur of her coat, and said,
"Nom, nomat, Pella, Pella."
She placed her hand on Gordon's breast and said,
"Gordon."
Returning the hand to her own breast, she repeated,
"Pella."
"Pella," he repeated. Gordon studied her face, and it seemed like it was in the wrong time. Pella was no stooped-over, heavy-browed, shaggy-haired Neanderthal. But then again, her people had all been wiped out without leaving a discoverable petroglyph or tooth by which to remember them. A good question for the archaeologist. He gingerly raised his head and tried to look around. The woman took his chin in a firm but gentle hand and drew his gaze back to her face. She was shaking her head, sadness in her eyes.
"Taligan, Mimit,"
she said, as she held up 2 fingers, shook her head, then placed the palm of her left hand against her left cheek, closed her eyes, and tilted her head over on her left side. With 2 fingers of her other hand, she pinched her nose shut. It didn't look to Gordon as though the 2 Egyptians had made it. With a great effort, he propped himself up on his elbows and gestured with his head in one and then another direction, regretting both movements.
"Eta?"
She said. Where? Gordon nodded. Eta. Pella pointed toward the foot of the shelter. Limb by limb, Gordon struggled from beneath the firs, stood, and steadied himself by holding onto the trunk of a sapling as a wave of faintness and nausea hit and passed. Opening his eyes once again, he looked into the darkness. Pella was standing beside him, wearing a suit of furs. He had only a moment to admire the furs when the cold suddenly cut through his light desert clothing like 1,000 razors and began running his headache into the red zone. He sagged, wrapped his arms around his shoulders, and peered into the dark. From where he stood, he could see 2 crude graves that had been scraped into the soil, the dirt and stones heaped upon the bodies, a dusting of new snow on the fresh dirt. Hell, he whispered to himself as sadness filled his heart. The archaeologist and his former student had paid a steep price for Coyote's lesson. He squatted and pressed his thumb and index finger against his eyes. By the time he took his hand away, a small part of the pain and dizziness had subsided. He looked at the graves once again, then noticed beyond them a strange shape reflected dully in the firelight. A few meters past the graves, jammed at a crazy angle between the shredded trunks of 3 cedars, was the hull of the timespan capsule. The side facing him crumbled like a sand sculpture too long past the sculpting. The hole in the hull made an opening larger than the hatch door that was now so much dust lost in the falling snow. As he watched, another piece of the hull dropped from its place to the dust beneath. He had only begun to wonder what they must be thinking at the empty gantry at Site Safar when the world started spinning again. The invisible electric ice pick slammed into his right eye, and he clutched at his head. There was a tug at his arm.
Gordon?
Pella. He waited until the pain in his eye eased, stood, then turned and looked down at the woman. The top of her head came up to the middle of his chest, and she had a white fur cap on her head that would have been the envy of any fashion model in Paris or New York. She handed him a white fur robe that had a hole cut in it for his head. Pella held it up for him to put on, which he did. His shoulders and upper torso immediately began to warm. She indicated with her hands and the hat on her own head that she was making a hat for Gordon from the circle she had cut from the fur he was wearing, and from some other pieces. Very special hat. He nodded toward the graves. Talagani. Mehmet, he said. Squatting down, he drew a disk in the snow, and a crown of flames around it, and pointed up in the sky.
Ekav,
she named the sun. With his finger, Gordon traced a path across the sky from one horizon to another, perpendicular to the lay of the bodies in the graves.
Nome,
she answered, tracing the path of the sun from one end of the graves to the opposite horizon. It took very little time after that to determine in which direction the doctor and his students' heads were pointed. They both pointed east. Suddenly he felt very tired and remarkably silly. What did it matter in what direction a corpse was buried in this time? Mecca wasn't even a settlement yet. Abraham's deal with his God still 135 millennia in the future. The ancient Babylonian gods Abraham rejected to follow his God weren't even theories. Neither was Babylon. Still, the East was sacred. The rising sun does that to those who want to move in tune with the universe. Pella tugged on his arm to coax him back to the lean-to. He showed her with his hands he would remain for a time, and she should leave him be. She nodded and returned to the fire. Gordon saw a log on its side, went over, brushed the thin layer of snow from its top, and sat on it heavily, facing the graves. When he was certain he wouldn't pass out, he pulled the fur up around his neck and ears. He had known the archaeologist and the time-span pilot only a few hours. "Didn't take me long to get caught up in the doctor's vision, though," muttered Gordon. He lifted his right hand and touched his right temple. There was a large, scabbed-over cut there that extended up into his hairline. After touching the wound, he sniffed at his fingers. They smelled like pine sap. Pella had treated it with something. Gordon lowered his hand to his knee. "So, Doc," he whispered to Talagani's grave, "what's plan B? Hang in here and hope Harith and Mehmet's old man can organize a rescue?" How long to arrange for another time-spanner, he wondered. How long to get permission for a rescue? There was a return window in 26 days, but when would be the next arrival window? Before the end of the 20-some days? And the next? It could be in 50 days or 5 months. Meanwhile, what? Strange sounds in the night answered his questions. Something between a moan and a whisper. He wasn't sure he hadn't made the sounds himself. And meanwhile, he smiled as he imagined the archaeologist standing before him. "Meanwhile," he whispered, "don't do anything permanent. Do nothing that might be projected into the future. Watch out for those grains of sand." He studied Talagani's grave, attempting to focus on it through a brief pass of ripples like heat waves above a blistering hot road. "So, Doc, plan B is to sit around waiting for a ride, or until Mount Kibira blows up all over me." Gordon slowly stood, fighting waves of dizziness, then turned and looked through the trees across the river to the village. He could see only the white cones of thatched roofs dusted with snow. Deep in the trees to his right were the whispers of moving paws. He glanced in that direction, his heart quickening. He smiled at the reflection of yellow eyes looking back at him. "You've taken me down a path this time, Coyote," he said. "The lesson, though, is still a little unclear." Reality began to pitch and yaw with his weakness, and he turned and stumbled back to the lean-to. Once there, he gingerly climbed beneath the covers next to Pella, fully dressed in her furs. After a moment, he began exploring his own body with his fingers, looking for injuries. Legs, neck, head, and back sore. Nothing broken. Nothing cut but his head, which seemed to have borne the brunt of his trauma. His watch and silver belt buckle were missing. No, there was a bit of the buckle left in the hand-tooled leather where it had been attached to the belt. Half of the prong had been left dangling in a hole in the belt's tongue. He picked it out and looked at it. The silver surface was dull, resembling a cold solder joint. Holding it between 2 fingers, he squeezed gently. The piece of silver instantly transformed into powder. That was what must have happened to his watch, he realized, and to the capsule. He called to mind the sensation of the capsule moving that had alarmed Mehmet so. One of the dimensions they'd nudged into on the way to Pella's village must have nudged back. Titanium into flour, silver into talc. What must physics be like in that other place, he wondered. Gordon decided that when he was able, he'd inventory what he had left in the way of weapons and supplies. Anything that used metal was probably going to be useless. Tonight, however, he would rest and try to learn a few words of another language. Body parts, camp items, terrain and weather features, animals, plants, foods, a few verbs, an adjective or 3. After that, maybe tribes, organization, defenses, weapons, what's going on in Pela's world, who calls the shots, and what gods justify insanity in this time and place. Sooner or later, he would have to address the big one for himself. Stay in the village, where Harith and the time-span bigwigs knew when and where to find him, or get the hell out of London before the meteor hit and turned the village into a bloody mud bath. And did he even want to survive almost 140,000 years out of his own time? He gestured toward his mouth, then pointed at his head.
"Chola,"
answered Pela, touching her own head.
"Amu,"
she continued as she touched her mouth. Later, as she pointed at body parts, snow, things in the camp, and said the words, Gordon tired, and the pain filled his head until it took him deep into the shadows and left him there. 7. The new sun came up soft and peach-colored, the beams of the new day caressing the freshly fallen snow through the cedars. The sound of a distant rooster greeting the light, followed soon by the momentary barking of a dog down in the village. Gordon listened to the sounds, allowed his gaze to note and record every aspect of his surroundings before it settled on the wisps of smoke from the fire's coals climbing into the icy air. Wood smoke. The smell of it brought Hosteen Ahijah before his mind's eye. The old man in the reservation hat, always outside the new meeting house on the Hames Mountain Trail near Buffalo Hill Road, sitting on a bench next to the Coke machine smoking cigarettes. Adults driving by would wave, call out greetings. Those walking by would nod their heads in acknowledgement, present a new wife, husband, baby, or a child who had accomplished something special. The only response they'd ever get from the old man was a nod. Once in a rare moment, he would repeat the name of a presented child. His gaze, however, was always fixed out there on some vista invisible to other eyes. Young boys making fun of him would call him Iron Eyes Ahijah, and say the old man waits for the return of Goyaate, the leader the Bilagana called Geronimo. That February afternoon when Gordon was 11, after another day fighting in school, he ran away from the place and hitched a ride to the trail, hoping to get a ride down to Route 44 and from there to anywhere. Life as a Pueblo Indian sucked, and life as the son of a Navajo witch sucked even more. Walking south toward Buffalo Hill Road, Gordon passed by the meeting house and saw Hosteen Ahijah next to his Coke machine, sitting, smoking, staring with unblinking eyes at whatever it was he was seeing. The old man had on a heavy olive-colored wool coat with dull rust-colored horizontal stripes in homage to the winter. Unfocused anger was Gordon's constant childhood companion, its occasional focusing landing him in most of his difficulties with authority. At that moment, the apparent unremitting serenity of another angered him more than anything else. He climbed the meeting-house steps and stood in front of Hosteen Ahijah. The old man smelled like wood smoke. Gordon stared with his own unblinking gaze into the old man's eyes. After a minute of this futile attempt at staring down Iron Eyes, Gordon began to suspect the old man was blind. He was not, however. At last, Hosteen Ahijah said, "Grandson, my mother was Joan Blackdeer, of the Coyote Pass people. My father was George Ahijah, of the Folded Arms people. You are Gordon Redcliff. Your mother, Nascha, was born to the Coyote Pass people, which makes you Coyote Pass. Your father—" "My father is gone," Gordon rudely interrupted the old man. Hosteen Ahijah's face cracked the tiniest of smiles. the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening. "Fathers and mothers never go completely, grandson." His eyebrows went up as his shoulders gave an apologetic shrug. "That's DNA for you," he added. Gordon, fighting to keep his angry expression and attitude, said, "What about my father, old man?" "Niall Redcliff was born to the Bear Enemies people in Santa Clara. 11 years ago, he stood where you are standing and told me he was going to Hollywood to get into movies." "Did he tell you, Grandpa, why he ran? Why he left us?" The old man nodded, his unrelenting gaze fixed on Gordon's eyes. "He said your mother was crazy as a corset full of frogs, and he couldn't stand it anymore." Gordon blinked and looked down. "Why didn't he take me?" he asked. Hosteen Ahijah allowed the question to answer itself as he shifted his gaze down the Hamas mountain trail, windrows of dirty snow beneath darkening clouds that promised yet another winter storm. He looked back at the boy. "Your mother is sick, Gordon. There is nothing anyone can do for her, except be there." "The Christians over on Mission Road say they pray for her," said Gordon. "Prayer is talk, and talk is cheap." The front rim of the old man's hat dipped slightly. "As I said, there is nothing anyone can do for her, except be there. Being there was too much for your father." Hosteen Ahijah leveled his gaze at Gordon. "Perhaps you are stronger." Gordon looked down the road that promised to leave all his nightmares behind. He heard the old man say, "Coyote teaches much, grandson. But his lessons are expensive. The trickster's wisdom is to lead us down paths right into trouble, just to show us why those aren't the paths we should have traveled." "Useful knowledge delivered too late, you mean?" cracked Gordon. "Better late than never," countered the old man. "But when a path seems attractive, take a moment to ask yourself why it seems that way. It might be that it is the path you should follow. Maybe, though, what makes it attractive is something that needs fixing here. Every path has a lesson for those sharp enough to see it." Gordon sat next to the old man in the cold for 2 more hours, the new storm fast upon the pueblo, listening to the old man, watching the snowfall, hearing from Hosteen Ahijah many of the things he should have heard from parents, grandparents, uncles, teachers, and friends. Then Gordon turned up his collar against the storm and walked across the river up into the foothills to Noscha Redcliff's hogan. The next morning before sunrise, standing with his mother in the new snow upon bare rock, Gordon helped Noscha bring up the sun and defeat evil. 7 years later, near the end of Gordon's senior year in high school, Noscha Redcliff died in her sleep. Hosteen Ahijah, one of his sons, Jim Ahijah, and council member Michael Sweet, came and did what no one could do when Gordon's mother was alive: bring her into the Dene. Naked except for moccasins and ashes, Hosteen Ahijah and Michael Sweet washed and dressed Noscha's body. By the time they were done, Gordon and Jim Ahijah had finished chopping through the logs on the hogan's north side. Iron Eyes and Mike passed Noscha's body through the corpse hole, where it was received by 2 Bilagana funeral home men who took care of the burial. Hosteen Ahijah plugged up the smoke hole, and Mike Sweet boarded up the east-facing entrance, abandoning the Hogan forever to Nascha's ghost. Before the sun was down, Nascha Redcliff's body was buried, and Gordon was sitting next to Hosteen Ahijah on the meeting-house bench, waiting on the bus to his future. "Now she is Danae," said Gordon. "Better late than never," said the old man, a twinkle in his eyes. "Mike said the school would send you your diploma." "Thank you for your help. I didn't thank your son or Mike Sweet. Could you tell them how much I appreciate their help?" Hosteen Ahijah nodded. "I will tell them." The exaggerated hiss of the bus stopping across the road signaled the need to end goodbyes. Before Gordon could say anything to the old man, Hosteen Ahijah handed the boy a small package wrapped in blue cloth and tied with a thin strip of leather. "Take this, grandson. In the times to come, wear it when you can." Gordon opened the package, and in it was a black hand-tooled leather belt with silver tip and buckle. The leather in the belt's center was worked and stained into an image of coyote. The rest of the belt was dotted with stars against a night sky. The buckle also carried an image of coyote, one eye closed in a wink. On the inside of the belt was the maker's name, U. Ahijah. "You made this? Are you Ahijah?" Hosteen Ahijah nodded. "This is beautiful. Thank you." Gordon put on the belt. After admiring his present, Gordon frowned and looked at the old man. "What does the U stand for? What's your first name?" "Ulysses. My father named me after Ulysses S. Grant." "Why? He was a terrible president." "True. But Ulysses S. Grant was a great warrior, grandson, who wrote a great book that my father read from cover to cover, and finished the last page just before I was born." He grinned widely and laughed. "I much prefer Iron Eyes." Laughing, Gordon got on the bus that would take him to the Army recruiting station in Albuquerque. He took a seat, waved at the old man through the window, and saw the old man wave back as the bus pulled away. In basic training 5 weeks later, he was notified that Ulysses Ahijah had died in his sleep 2 days before. He had been just short of his 96th birthday. Wood smoke. Hosteen Ahijah always smelled like wood smoke in the winter. "Golden head," said Pella, interrupting his reverie. Gordon turned and looked at this woman from another time lying next to him. She tapped the side of her own head with the heel of her left hand. "Golden head full ashili." With her hand, she made like a multi-legged creature crawling across the ground. Bugs. Pella drew a picture in snow. Ants. His head was full of ants. He smiled. His head was overfilled with thoughts, worries. "Pella sees much," he said. He looked at her crestfallen expression. "That is good," he quickly added. Her smile returned. "Golden head hurt better?" "Some better." He held the thumb and index finger of his right hand closely together. "Tahi," she said. "Some better a little," he answered her. She pulled down the furs covering her, climbed over Gordon, and began coaxing the fire to life by placing scraped birch bark, dried grass, and tiny cedar slivers on a few coals and blowing upon them. When she had a flame, she began adding sticks.
"Golden ants, what?"
she asked without looking back at him. What was he thinking about? Old man.
"Father?"
Tribe elder. Gifted in years. Gordon tried to represent what Hastinahijah had meant to him with the words he knew in Pellah's language. Still much to learn. "Good man," he said, "like father."
"How many summers?"
she asked. He thought for a moment, then flashed 9 sets of 10 fingers at her, followed by 5 fingers of one hand and 1 from the other. She appeared stunned at the age Gordon claimed for the elder.
"Much gifted in years," she said.
Gordon pulled down his cover, rolled painfully to his side, struggled to his feet, and stood holding onto the lean-to's cross-pole for support until a wave of dizziness passed. As he reached down to get his white fur poncho, every muscle in his back and legs protested. He slipped on the poncho, a pain in his right shoulder making him grunt. With his fur poncho on, he grabbed again at the crosspole as another wave of dizziness washed over him. When he could again risk opening his eyes, he saw on the bed of cedar boughs his new hat. He bent over a second time and picked it up. The circle Pellah had cut from the white fur poncho to make a hole for his head served as the top of the head covering. Its sides, however, were made of a deep black fur that felt like mink. He touched its softness with his fingers, stroked it against his cheek, and smelled the herbs with which Pellah had treated the pelts. It smelled of balsam fir. He placed the hat on his head, and it fit comfortably over the tops of his ears to keep them warm. Out of the corner of his eye he caught Pellah looking up at him.
"Golden like hat? Want change? I fix."
"I like hat." He didn't have the word for perfect. "I like hat very much." A river of pain flowed behind his eyes. He held the cross-pole tightly as his knees sagged. As the pain lessened, he felt her standing next to him. "Head hurt, not so better," he said with a smile. Time. He didn't have the word for time. "Better a little soon." He squeezed her arm. She nodded, feigned business as usual, as she turned and added another stick to the fire. He frowned against the pain, thinking that Pellah was waiting for something. The thinking was hurting his head right then, and he turned and began pulling himself toward the graves, one halting step after another. Once past the shelter, he stood looking across the valley with its still unfrozen waters. Gordon looked down at the river, reviewing his lessons from Pellah. The river's name was Avina. She was the goddess who gave them water, fish, reeds, sewing thread, medicinal and beauty herbs, shellfish, skin mud, and building mud. Avina cleaned their clothes and bodies, and rose once or twice a year to replenish the intervale lands for planting. The gentle river gave no hint that soon she would become an endless towering column of mud, rocks, and shattered trees that would seal this entire valley with death. He looked up at the sky. Davimo, god of the day sky. Smoke climbed up to the god's face from dozens of smoke holes. He heard a voice. As Pellah worked at the fire, preparing to cook, she was singing to something up in the sky, but not Davimo. She would be singing to Tana, the winged wolf-woman goddess of maidens and widows. In this age, no woman considered herself complete without a man. Conversely, no man considered himself complete without at least one woman. In his entire life, Gordon had never felt complete. Perhaps, he mused, it was the lack of a woman. Allowing the thoughts to fall from his mind, he turned and looked at the graves, momentarily seeing again those heat ripples rising from a cold and lonely place. As near as he could understand from Pelah's description, Mehmet had been missing part of his head. He'd probably caught a piece of the imploding hull as the metal weakened, Gordon speculated. Pelah said Talagani hadn't a mark on him. Old guy, though. Probably had a chest full of modern medical miracles. Replacement valves, pacemaker, wire leads. Suddenly everything metal powders and stops working, stops conducting electricity. The former Egyptian major, who couldn't be trusted with a loaded sidearm, and who wanted to bring Squanto from the past to speak to the future, was now alongside his devoted student. Groceries for prehistoric worms. My religious sensitivities, muttered Gordon to himself, in Toa, recalling Talagani's question from another age. He pulled the remains of his belt from its loops, held it out, and looked at the leather image of Coyote. Gordon draped the belt around his neck, looked up, held out his arms, faced his palms toward the sky, and searched below the tree branches for shadows. After a moment, one of the shadows seemed to move. "I see you, Coyote. You reach back even to here," he said. "No such thing as a joke too old for the trickster, eh?" The shadow didn't move. "So here I am, Gordon Redcliff, your tool and plaything. I'm still on this side of the dirt, and once again have no explanation for that. Since I am still alive, however, I have two small requests to make of you, Yellow Eyes. One new, one old. The new request is this. Give up just a little bit of your joke. Let the ghosts of the two Bilagana, Ibrahim Talagani and Mehmet Abdul Hashim, let them walk among Pelah's people so they can see and learn what they can before the meteor hits, the mountain shatters, and Pelah's people vanish. Ibrahim and Mehmet paid a big price to touch this part of the past. Is it so much to ask to let them steal a look at what they paid so much to see?" He lowered his hands and looked up from the shadows to the few clouds hanging motionless before the rising sun. "The old request, trickster? It is what it has always been. Before you close my eyes for good, Coyote, let me understand the joke." Gordon pulled the fur wrap more tightly around his shoulders and stood for a moment in silence. The shadow in the deep woods moved again, and then was gone. After a pause, Gordon walked beyond the graves to where the time-spanner vehicle had been. All evidence remaining of the vehicle consisted of 3 crazily tilted cedars, their facing trunks stripped of bark and branches, and a lumpy pile of greenish powder at their bases lightly covered with snow, strips of gray plastic molding and gasket material sticking up from the mound here and there. Some of the lumps were chunks of hull that hadn't powdered completely. A touch was all it took. He dug into the powder with a stick and his hands. It was like playing in hellishly cold, coarse, dry wheat flour. He felt something hard and pulled up something large and plastic. The couches were still whole. They'd make great patio furniture for some leisure-burdened ancient, once leisure and patios were invented. He pulled the other 2 couches from the dust and placed them aside. He found the plastic containers of food bars and water, as well as his pack and the doctor's. The thin plastic was cracked and shattered. The food supplies that were not encased in metal appeared all right, as well as a few of the medical supplies. His personal knapsack was made entirely of leather and was in excellent shape. Talagani's knapsack relied upon metal rivets, buckles, and rings, and had fallen apart. Something red and sticky had burst inside as well, and had eaten the fabric. Inside the pack were the remains of Talagani's changes of clothes, camera, and recording devices, all useless. The rifle's plastic stock, the lenses from the scope, the smokeless powder from the ammunition now contaminated, and the shock comb were all that remained of the weapons. He regretted the loss of the fighting knives. He had noted Pella doing her cutting with a flint knife. Gordon saved the lenses from the scope and placed them in his bag. From the bottom of his pack he picked up the small olive-colored locator and adjusted down the readout screen's light intensity level. It still worked. It was based on the same technology as the time spanner and shock comb. The assortment of readouts, it had been explained to him by Dr. Talagani, would let them know when the window is about to open, where it is exactly, and would let Mehmet know where they were when he came back to find them and good old Squanto. All automatic. Except that the fellow who can read the instrument is dead, the pilot who is to come looking for us is dead, the ship that is to pick us up is so much powder, and Squanto apparently has other plans. There was one part he could read, however. 191 days until impact. He glanced at the shadows. Yellow Eyes was back, looking at him. Whispers of paws in snow. The coyote people maintaining their watch. Gordon poked through Talagani's pack until he found the doctor's locator. Its case had been eaten through by the red goo, and the screen was dead. If a rescue ever were attempted, Gordon could still be found. Once found and returned to Site Safar, however, the authorities would be looking for someone to blame for the deaths, for the unauthorized intrusion into the past, and for the destroyed vehicle. "I wonder who that will be," Gordon muttered facetiously to Coyote. He replaced the working locator in his bag and opened one of the energy bars. As soon as he tore the wrapper, a foul odor assaulted his nostrils. He opened another. All of the food was either spoiled or contaminated. Something in the food or in the wrappers had reacted badly when the vehicle's metals altered properties. He'd have to rely upon local fare. One leather bag, one shock comb, a set of lenses for a low-power telescope, a time locator, a change of clothes, the widow Pella, and one hell of a disaster coming in a matter of just a few months. There was a moment of dizziness. The images of his two fellow travelers flashed before him. Then all pain left him as he watched the snow-covered ground rush up to smack his face.
Gordon? Gordon, all good?" came Pella's voice through the fog.
As the pain filled his head, he opened his eyes. It was dark again, and he was in the lean-to. Pella's seated form silhouetted by the fire behind her. She must have dragged him there. He guessed he must outweigh her by 20 or 25 kilos. "A little good," he said. He thought on it, the pain beginning to diminish, becoming a dull presence rather than a stabbing, insistent maniac. "Better good," he said, gingerly sitting up. "Food?" he asked her. Pella grinned widely.
"Food, good."
She turned toward the fire, reached, and brought back some kind of toasted bits of meat stuck on a cedar stick. The pieces of meat were bigger than if they'd been from a mouse. Rabbit, maybe. He pulled a piece from the end of the sharpened stick, and it was rabbit spiced with something resembling chili and honey. With it came a wooden cup filled with a hot tea brewed in a fired ceramic pot. Before he knew it, Gordon had cleaned the stick, which was all the compliment Pella needed. She presented him with another. While he ate, she gave him his numbers and showed him how to write them. The system resembled Roman numerals without the subtraction. A 4 was 4 vertical slashes. A 5 was a big dot resembling a fist. A 10 was 2 fists crossed at the wrists, an X. 50 was a hollow box, and 100 a solid box.
"Old man, like Gordon father,"
she said, and marked 96 in the snow. After praising her cooking and thanking her for the food, he closed his eyes. Images of ghosts merging with Pela's songs to Tana and fading memories of school numbers. Before he drifted off, he opened his eyes barely to slits, his gaze drifting to the fire. Shimmering beyond the reflective stone plate were 2 transparent figures standing there watching him. Then they seemed to dissolve into the night. Gordon closed his eyes. The old ones in the Dene believed in ghosts. Even the Christians in the Pueblo carried the fear. Gordon remembered telling Phil Andreakos that snipers cannot afford to believe in ghosts. With the body count his unit was racking up, they'd have to issue spectral hotels to house all the ghosts generated. Simpler not to believe in them. But, Gordon's spotter had observed, not believing in ghosts won't get rid of the ones that are real. It was a put-on. Phil used to kid the other troops in the unit about him and Gordon taking scalps on the battlefield, hanging them on their lodgepole, absorbing their mystical powers. They didn't even have a lodge, much less a lodge pole, but Andreakos loved putting on the replacements. Phil once found a dead horse outside Awaz and cut off its black tail and mane. He'd dangle little clumps of hair bound with rawhide from the tree outside their tent, wear them from his battle dress, and give them as little gifts with a deadpan stare, saying, "The Great Spirit grant you this warrior's strength." Then Phil would hold his hands out, embrace the skies with his dark-eyed gaze, and chant gibberish. Ha te makame te he ya ya, and so on. The recipients of these gifts would sometimes ask Gordon about it, and he would always give them the same response, an iron-eyes stare from an expressionless face. He'd nod once and say, "Andreakos really know how to sharpen knife." A French reporter got wind of it somehow, and the international news media went into multiple orgasms about U.S. troops scalping dead Arab and Iranian soldiers, selling the scalps as souvenirs. Then a lone sensible reporter had a belated DNA done on one of the scalps, and it turned out to be 100% Arab, all right. Arabian horse. The company's CEO called Gordon and Andreakos in, but as soon as the captain clapped eyes on the pair, he burst out laughing. They gifted the captain with a prime scalp for his lodgepole. Ha te makame te he ya ya. Gordon felt the smile on his face. The memory of the Long Island Macedonian was alive in Gordon's memory. Ghost enough. He opened his eyes again and glanced at the fire. The shimmering images had seemed to emerge from some other plane of existence. He wondered if they were hallucinations from being whacked in the head. Perhaps they were leftovers from his brush with that other dimension. Maybe they were indeed the wandering spirits of the dead. The images emerged from behind a rippling curtain of existence. The light waves passing through them distorted. The 2 figures seemed to turn toward each other for a moment, then face him again. Gordon closed his eyes. Real or not, he needed to rest. As he allowed the sleep to take him, he smiled and whispered the chant of Fulla Bull he had once learned from that great warrior and U.S. Army shaman, Scalper of Dead Horse. Ha te makame te he ya ya. 8. The next morning, all his hallucinations and mental wanderings had left him. along with his headache. He gingerly poked at his head wound, tried to make the headache come, but it was gone. For the first time, Gordon felt he was mending. He told Pella he wanted to walk, to see, to talk, to eat. She rolled a few food items in a skin, placed it in Gordon's pack, slung the pack over her shoulder, then took his hand and slowly led him through their camp to a trail through a dense growth of cedars. He found walking the trail difficult, his headache returning and spiking in intensity after a few stumbles. After a while, the crisp, clean air in his lungs, the stretch of his muscles, and the change of scenery diminished his headache to tolerable levels. As he had been trained to do, he cleared the cobwebs of his past and the speculations concerning the future from his mind and concentrated on his surroundings. Hosteen Ahijah and the instructors at sniper school agreed on at least one thing: now is when everything happens. Twice he saw Coyote watching him from the shadows. Once he saw a beam of sunlight distorted by something invisible passing before it. On the other side of the wood was a clearing that opened onto a bluff overlooking the southern range of hills, most of them more than 50% cleared for agriculture. The fields connected by narrow paths, no wheel tracks, no houses or huts. The farmers and their families lived in the village, Gordon presumed. On the horizon, towering majestically above the misty white plateaus, rose the mountain. Black Mountain to Pella's people, none of whom had ever seen the mountain black.
Old ones tell old stories,
Pella said to him.
Long before snows, Ekav make mountain from fire. Mountain cool black mountain. Then snows come.
She grinned widely as she showed Gordon a log upon which he could sit and rest.
Now, mountain white,
she said, pointing at the vertical faces.
Cliffs black.
Gordon looked back at the peak and seated himself on the log. The morning sun sparkled from several of the glaciers, busily carving cirques in the old volcano's flanks. Pella sat next to Gordon and unwrapped their food: dried fruit, nuts, a bit of jerked venison. She held her hand out toward the sun.
Ekav kiss high flat lands,
said Pella, lowering her hand.
Ekav's kiss bring Yomi Black Mountain Mother up from flatland in fire. Mountain Mother touch sky waters and birth Avina, spirit of river. Ekav touch ground and birth Kog, spirit of land and growing. Davimo, god of day sky, touch Mountain Mother and birth Walking Man and Walking Woman. Walking Man and Walking Woman come down from mountain and begin Black Mountain clan. All clans come from Black Mountain. Pella Black Mountain.
She looked up into Gordon's eyes, a question on her face. Credentials time. Gordon, born to Coyote Pass people, he said, noticing as he did so a slight mist of confusion cross Pella's eyes. He hadn't their word for coyote. Maybe there weren't any coyotes here and in her time. Dog with shadow tail. Pella took on the English word coyote. Born to Coyote Pass people. Born for Bear Enemies clan, he said.
From where?
She asked with a confused frown. He raised his right arm and pointed toward the west. Very far away.
How long?
She asked. Her people had horses. Land distances were measured in days riding a horse. How many days would it take to get to the new meeting house steps in Jemez Pueblo, 139,000 years in the future, riding a horse? "Too long to go back," he said. "Too long to go back," he repeated to himself, as weakness seemed to fill his body. "Tired," he said to Pella. She wrapped their remaining food, and they returned to camp. After a sleep in which dreams brought him back to Bear Rock, and his mother angrily dressed down Glittering Man for the sun's repeated failure to scour evil from the world, Gordon awakened to Pella's quiet singing. It was a story song about a young girl who wanted to become a flower, and a flower who wanted to become a girl. It was a trickster tale Iron Eyes had told him back in the Pueblo. Instead of a young girl, Iron Eyes' tale was a young boy, and instead of a flower, it was a jaybird. The trickster's lesson was the same: walk in beauty, the path of beauty to be found not in feathers or petals, but within. Gordon was wondering what Hastin Ahijah would make of this land, this woman, and this situation, when the light beyond the fire shimmered and distorted. 2 figures, he was certain. "Do you hear me?" he said to them in thought. The images faded, seemed to meld for a moment, then separate. "You understand me?" he asked in Pella's tongue. She turned, looked at him, and realized that he was not talking to her. "Hal tafhamuni?" he asked the images in Arabic. Pella looked to where Gordon was speaking. "Do you see them?" he asked her.
"No," she whispered. "What Gordon see?"
Right then it was nothing. The images had faded away. He shook his head in answer to her question. "My eyes play tricks," he said as he gently tapped the right side of his head. "Head hurt make me see things."
"See Pella work, Gordon," she said.
Pella was working on a white bearskin she had taken from a substantial pack of pelts she kept at one end of the lean-to. With a sharpened bone punch, a bone needle, some kind of vegetable fabric for thread, braided leather cords, a bone hairpick, and her flint knife, she was creating a beautiful white fur coat.
"Killing coat," she said. "White for winter hunter."
She glanced knowingly at him.
"Look like bear. Look like snow. Stay still. Bear no see you."
She cocked her head slightly in the direction of the fire's far side. He nodded at the woman's wisdom and set his gaze to searching among the shadows beyond the fire. Winter camo training. If you and your weapon are white, and if you lie flat and motionless, you look like snow. If you stand and move, you look like Frosty the Snowman. If you are made of light waves and can only be seen when you move, don't move if you don't want to be seen. Gordon removed his covers, stood, and asked Pella to tell him about the coat she was making. While she talked, he walked around the fire and searched among the trees and shrubs. The coat had been commissioned by a hunter of the eastern Many Horses clan, named Afet. 3 days' ride, Pella told him. Afet paid Pella in advance for the coat, with a healthy pack horse 4 winters old.
"Too cold for horse sitting Toameku," she said, waving a hand at the night. "Horse with Bonsha. Bonsha sister of dead husband. Bonsha feed horse, while Pella sit Toameku."
Gordon continued searching and asked, "What is Toameku? Why Pella on hill?" She was silent for a long moment. Then Pella explained as she worked. She had been married before to Ivela, the point maker. Ivela had been collecting flint nodules 3 summers before at Tallbird Cliffs, deep in Yellowclaw country to the south, and had been killed in a landslide. Pella had given Ivela no children, and she was now an old woman, as her people reckoned such things. 28 summers. She made winter outerwear, had a thriving trade, owned a bit of property, and could cook and keep house. However, she wasn't a terrific prospect for marriage. She insisted Gordon understand. No possibility of sons.
Too old, so they say.
She nodded her head toward the shadows, and Gordon shook his head and returned to the lean-to.
Pella, she continued, trap animals, stretch and cure pelts, make caps and coats and snowsuits, and die alone. Pella not like alone, and go to village Naticha, Tonton Anajaka.
A Naticha appeared to be something like a shaman or witch doctor. Very wise woman. The Naticha prescribed god-waiting, or toameku. Pella did just like Tonton said. She needed to pray to Tana to bring her a man, and go to a place where her prayers could be fulfilled, if the god so chose. Such prayers and waiting required a tall hill. Her cousin, Shavy Woodman, owned this hill, and it was the tallest hill south of the Avena. It also faced the Redcliff on the opposite side of the river. On the other side of the South Cedars, the hill had a view of Black Mountain. Powerful, spiritual place.
Crops on Shavy's Hill, almost as good as Waterbank crops,
she claimed. What is power of the Redcliff? Gordon asked, putting aside the light distortion entities for the moment.
Up high on Redcliff Ledge, Gordon, where men go, meet, perform rites, talk with Wuja, white bear god of men, fatherhood and hunting. Higher on cliff, next ledge, girls welcomed as women, perform rites, talk with Tana.
Pella pointed toward the north.
High on top of cliff, Tonton Anajaka speak with Itanika.
She pointed at her own eyes.
Seeing spirit. Naticha, see from Itanika there what Pella must do.
So, on Shavy's Hill, Pella set her fire, built a lean-to, spread her spices, and prayed for Tana to pull down from the night skies what Pella could not seem to obtain for herself from the land. Pella then God-waited. She had been camped there for 31 days and nights, filling in the idle times between praying and caring for herself by filling a few garment orders. Then, from a blinding blue flash of lightning, entered Gordon Redcliff and his mortally wounded brothers in their crumbling turquoise flying boat. Pella was distressed that Tana's gift had come at such a terrible price, the deaths of Mehmet and Talagani. In her singing that first night with Gordon, she had asked Tana for Gordon to forgive her the deaths of Gordon's brothers. Mimit was all dead when she pulled him from the falling-apart boat. Talagan was still some left alive a little. Talagani, Pella. Before dying, he see you? Gordon asked her, pointing at his own eyes. She nodded.
Talagan, see Pella.
She thought for a while.
Talagan, say Pella.
And she continued in heavily accented Arabic,
Very, very beautiful.
Gordon told her then what the words meant. He assured her that Ibrahim Talagani had died a happy man just to have seen and heard her, to have felt her touch. He also told her that the death of his two companions had not been of her doing. She frowned, and after a long silence, she looked at Gordon.
"You man thinking for Pella, Gordon? Gift from Tana? You no say."
Hard to argue with a goddess, thought Gordon, particularly one who delivers the goods with such spectacular production values. He wasn't sure, though, what she meant by man thinking for Pella. Pella, was Ivele man thinking for you? She nodded and held up her left hand with all fingers spread.
5 moons, Ivele wander between choices. Then he think for Pella.
Gordon no understand thinking for Pella. Pella screwed her face up in an expression of attempting to solve a difficult problem. At last she smiled and nodded.
"Golden hunt?"
she asked. He nodded, his gaze fixed on the fire. "I hunt."
"Before Golden throw spear, he need to close with prey. Get close, no?"
He nodded. She could have instructed snipers at Benning.
"Before stalk, Golden look at all animals, then choose one for kill. After Golden choose, he think for prey before throwing spear."
Stalking. Thinking for was getting inside the prey's head, knowing enough about the quarry to tell what it was thinking. Was this one worth the hunt? Was Pella talking about engagement? Or was it a stage in which a prospective mate thinks about it, considers it, gets inside the quarry's head? An engagement to be engaged? Pella thinking for Gordon? He asked.
"Yes."
She placed a hand on her breast.
"Golden thinking for Pella?"
He glanced down at the fire and said, "I know not."
"Ask Wuja,"
she urged.
"Ask Shadow-tailed Dog."
"Coyote," he reminded her. She leveled her gaze at him.
"Ask Coyote. Pella must know. When Golden know he thinking for Pella, Pella must know."
She went back to her sewing, her look of concentration designed to conceal her feelings. "If I don't, Pella, will you sit Toameku after now?" She shook her head and sighed.
"When Golden strong, we go to village. Pella go home."
A great sadness crept into her voice.
"Toameku done. Pella go home."
She cocked her head toward the shadows beyond the fire, her expression querying him regarding his creature search. He shook his head. That night, Gordon watched Pella sleep. His gaze traced her eyelashes, the line of her lips, the turn of her nose. Dr. Talagani had been correct. She was very beautiful. Pella, daughter of Kwalu and Tom of the Black Mountain clan. Pella Slay, Pella of the Furs. He caught himself thinking what it would be like awakening in this existence without that face as his first sight, her voice removed from his day. He settled back and stared at the night sky above the dying fire. Gordon had been with women before. There was that psych major in Arizona when he had gone to college for a brief period after the army. Before her was the high school English teacher in Columbus when he had been in sniper school at Benning. In between was that watercolor artist in Port Elizabeth in the Namibian containment that crisped a third of southern Africa. They were all emotional parking places, though. The romantic love thing, commitment, attachment, had always eluded him. He'd never felt a sense of belonging anywhere with anyone, except through a sniper scope. Over his life he had seen men who said they were in love. Some acted very silly about it. Some had been very dangerous. The sanest ones had been married. So, too, had been the most miserable. Hosteen Ahijah had outlived 3 wives. He had loved, he said, the first and the last. The second he had married out of obligation. "She was a Christian woman," he had said. "She talked with scorn about spirits I walk with. I must go to church and believe as she believes, if I want to be saved and have her love." He shook his head. "I don't listen to her when she talked like that. I walk in beauty. My heart is calm. So then she wants a divorce. That's best, and I agree. Before she goes to the lawyer, though, she come down with sickness. All over in a few days. Her heart, says the Billigana doctor down in Albuquerque. She had a Christian ceremony. I went to her church one time for that." He turned his unwavering gaze toward Gordon. "They tell me, take off your hat." I went home. Gordon looked at Pellah's face again, uncomfortably reflecting that the most intimate relationships in his life had been with those images in the crosshairs just before squeezing a trigger. Pellah had saved Gordon's life. She cared for him. She had buried his comrades. She'd dressed his wounds. She was, as Dr. Talagani said, very beautiful. Pellah wanted him. She was a woman of substance who knew her way around in this world. And Gordon wouldn't hurt her even for a ticket back to his own time. And there might still exist just such a ticket. In the future, her Godin might just pick up and vanish. There would be no way he could bring her back with him. The time-span chiefs would eat off their own faces first. The future. Gordon reached to his pack, found the locator, and looked at the readout. Pellah's future was going to end in 190 suns. Certainly simplified things. What if the marriage doesn't work out? 6 months. You can do anything for 6 months. Besides, he thought, what might it be to have an actual home? Aside from the insanity of Nasjaz Hogan and the rough comradeship of army barracks, he'd never had a home. Romantic love. Perhaps he could learn how to do that before the mountain vaporized. That would be a gift, he whispered to himself. Pellah wasn't looking for a proposal. The custom, as he understood it, was to think about it. The Black Mountain Clan's way of having a prospective suitor think about it, though, involved a number of things, from qualifications, relationships, and ceremonies that had both man and woman think for each other, which was something more than thinking about someone. In thinking for, one considers the step one is contemplating, turning over the possible future relationship like a gemologist examining a rough stone from all angles, noting the flaws, attempting to see what could be made of it. Gordon looked into the shadows past the fire, knowing that Yellow Eyes was keeping watch. There is the path. Coyote was saying with a wink of his eye. It's beautiful, fur-lined, and chock full of healing promises. Gordon Redcliff could live happily ever after, maybe. Or at least until those fellows from the future come looking for him, or the floods come for him. The reset alarm on the shotgun invaded his thoughts, beginning as a low whine and increasing in pitch and volume until it achieved an ear-splitting magnitude. Gordon quickly reached in and hit the reset. He looked at the indicator. Another 4 seconds, and it would have puckered itself, the locator, and Gordon's change of underwear out of existence, not to mention a good bit of his right thigh.
Pella, hear scream, Gordon.
He looked at her. Pella's eyes were open, and they were very clear, very deep. A thing of mine. I need to fix it sooner. Feel bad to wake Pella, he apologized. Gordon studied Pella's eyes, seeing in them a strange mix of fear and longing. Something more as well. Belonging. He felt as though he belonged with this woman. This moment had been coming at him for a lifetime, it seemed. His surroundings couldn't be more strange, yet he had a sense of belonging he had never before felt. He knew that when, or if, they came in a time-span can to get him, they could either bring Pella back with him, or leave him there with her. Perhaps I am your gift, Pella, he said at last as he placed a hand on her cheek, surprised to be comfortable in meaning what his words said. Perhaps, Pella, you are my gift. Gordon is thinking for Pella. Does Pella still think for Gordon? As her eyes welled with tears, Gordon wondered if Coyote was revealing yet another turn in his elaborate trick. Pella suddenly turned her head and buried her mouth in Gordon's open palm, holding it to her lips, kissing it as she nodded.
Pella thinking for Gordon,
she said, then whispered it again.
Pella thinking for Gordon.
There was a tender feeling in his heart, affection, a tiny crystal of joy and love that was instantly shattered as Pella turned her lips from his palm and let out an eardrum-shattering combination of screams and hollers in the direction of the village, the echoes bouncing off the cliff and facing hills. A moment of silence, then more screaming calls came from the village below. Pella screamed back. The phrasing and pronunciation were different than Gordon had learned up to that point. It was a kind of yodeling. Gordon pieced some of it together. Pella was announcing to her clan sisters in the village that Tana had granted Pella's wish. Pella had been gifted with a fine, strong, big, dark man from a strange place. Really big, really dark, really strange. He was thinking for her now, and she was thinking for him. Her sisters yodeled back their congratulations, their thanks to Tana for their sister, and their prayers and good wishes. Then they yodeled the news on to the ends of the village and beyond. The calls went on and were relayed for almost an hour. Long after Pella slept, Gordon remained sitting before the fire, catching occasional glimpses of the shimmering images, waiting for the secret visit from the village he was sure was coming. 9. She came long after moonset. Motionless in the shadows, the figure stood near the trailhead examining Gordon. He kept his gaze upon the figure as she moved nearer the fire. Her dark hooded garment brushed the ground and was made from rich sable. Within the hood was a woman's face, her age hidden by the paint she wore. The right side of her face was black as soot. The left was colored burnt orange.
"You know me,"
she stated at last, her voice thin and reedy. "Tauntaun Anajaka," Gordon answered. "You sent Pella to sit Toameku, praying for a man to share her life." She nodded. Gordon raised his eyebrows. "This face of mine, not same face you sent up this hill, Tauntaun Anajaka." The woman's eyes narrowed for an instant.
"Different,"
she said, giving him the word for not same. She touched her left thumb momentarily to her tongue and waved her fingers at her right temple.
"Pella's call to village. Say your name, Golden."
She gestured toward his trousers and boots.
"Golden from where?"
"Hard question," he said as he held out his hands toward the fur he had placed to his left, indicating an invitation for the Naticha to sit. Tauntaun hesitated a moment, then walked around the fire and sat cross-legged upon the fur, facing him. She reached out her hands, bent forward, and placed one hand over Gordon's heart and the other over his eyes. He could suddenly smell a sharp odor of death. Tauntaun Anajaka lowered her hands and sat back, her eyes wide.
"I know you, Golden, from old dreams of storm to come."
"You see much, Tauntaun Anajaka."
"I would understand what I see."
He laughed. "This is my prayer as well. The spirit, I ask, answers with fog."
"You talk in fog and brambles, Golden Redcliff."
He glanced down, thought for a moment, and said, "I come from after now. That is the truth I have." The Naticha moistened her lips, let her gaze slip from his face, turned her head, and looked back at Pella in the lean-to. The widow was sitting amidst her furs, her face ashen, her gaze fixed on Gordon. Without looking away from him, Pella nodded in quick respect to Tauntaun and said,
"Forgive, Pella, Gordon, for hearing talk not mine."
He reached back and took her hand. "If I talk where you can hear, the talk is yours." She moved to the edge of the bed of cedar boughs and sat kneeling, holding Gordon's hand to her face.
"Pella understand true? Gordon born after now?"
"Yes." Pella turned to Tauntaun.
"Tana bring Gordon to me from after now?"
The Naticha studied Gordon for a long time. At last she said to him,
"How far after now you born, Golden?" "Bean by bean."
He smiled at the term for exactly. Reaching back to his right, he took his leather backpack from where it rested at the edge of the bed and pulled it next to him. He took the locator from the bag, checked the date, and placed the locator back in the bag. With a piece of charcoal from the fire, he began building a number upon one of the stones from the fire circle. First, 1,000, multiplied by 139 on the left, then added to 114 on the right. "This many summers," he said, 2 moons, 21 days from now." The Naticha studied upon the number Gordon had written, while Pella looked at Gordon, her eyes frightened. He took Pella's hand and faced Tauntaun.
"I saw a great storm coming, Golden,"
said the Naticha, a slight tremble in her voice.
When Itanika gave me eyes, I first see it. You bring this storm?
No, he whispered, his eyes closed.
But you see it,
she insisted.
You know it.
Gordon sighed. I have seen this storm, Tauntaun, he answered. I know it is coming. Tauntaun stared into the fire for a moment.
You talk with Tauntaun more?
Whenever you wish, Naticha. She looked at him as he raised a hand, palm facing down, and passed it once across the space between them.
We speak no more of this until we talk more.
Yes, Naticha. She looked at Pella.
About this, speak no more.
Yes, Naticha.
Tauntaun rubbed out the number Gordon had written upon the stone. She then stood and walked silently from the fire. Pella wrapped her arms around Gordon's left arm and rested her head against his shoulder as the Naticha was swallowed by the shadows. He pulled the bearskin cover from the bed and wrapped it around both of them. They sat that way, watching the fire, until Ekhav touched the goddess of the night sky, birthing the new day. 10. After a breakfast of yams and rabbit, Gordon visited the graves. He squatted between them, wondering if the two shimmering images he saw were Coyote's fulfillment of his prayer for his two dead companions. Had the spirit world been touched by that other dimension, producing a couple of interdimensional ghosts? Perhaps I walk in dreams, he said to the quiet as he stood. We go to the village today, Doctor. I'll see what I can learn. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a shadow move just into the cedars. Whatever it was, it left in a hurry. Gordon stood and walked to the edge of the trees, his eyes instinctively checking the new snow for tracks, finding wolf, squirrel, rabbit, birds, and the impressions of human feet too small to be his and too large to be Pella's. The impressions were smooth, moccasin-like. Gordon silently followed the human tracks to where their distance increased, showing the visitor running. Likely they belonged to Pella's designated gift from Tana. He saw the shimmer of distorted light edge from behind a wall of existence. "Do you understand me?" he asked. The image seemed to lift an appendage made of the same distorted light. "Are you carried by something from a dimension we touched?" Half suspecting he was hallucinating, Gordon watched as the thing seemed to wave again. There was, however, no proof that he was crazy. "If your spirit can travel between times as well as dimensions," he said to the shimmer, "tell Harith perhaps my mission really is simply to see what happens next." He turned and headed back to the fire where Pella was packing. After they were both loaded with Pella's furs, tools, and what remained of her provisions, they began making their way along the path to the village. On the way, Gordon noticed several little homesteads of sod and rock, domesticated horses, goats, even a cow. All of the animals had heavy coats. In one place they passed, there was a bin made of woven willow branches, half filled with grain that looked like barley. No evidence of wheeled vehicles. As they approached a tiny sod house tucked into the side of a bank beneath an overhanging rock flanked with banks of juniper, a man who looked to be in his 30s came from the door curtained with patched animal skins. The fellow wore what looked like a suit of Pella's furs, although his were dark brown. On his neck he had a striking necklace of blue beads, with one large fluted gold bead in the center. The man stopped. Pella and Gordon put down their bundles. There were introductions, and the meaning of the man's name was Calm Bead Signs, born to Cleft Mountain Clan. Relating the mother's clan was for Gordon's benefit. Pela told Kam of her Toameku, her gift from the winged wolf. With downcast eyes, she told about Gordon's dead brothers. Kam touched his tongue to the pad of his left thumb and nodded sadly at the possible marriage's terrible cost. "How little the spirits know us," he observed. "5 deaths in a sickness, 2 more in a hunt. Good men. Another with flints after hot words." Then his face brightened, and he related that his son Ta'avi's man-raising ceremony was that evening at the clan house. He said that there are places at the fire that could stand filling. Kam bead signs touched a small bundle to his forehead and said to Pela, "Kam grateful for fine suit, Pela, you make my son." He handed her the bundle, which Pela took and touched to her own forehead in thanks. After he had bid farewell and offered his wishes that the spirit's wisdom should gift them in their thinking for each other, Kam returned to his house. Pela had Gordon hold his palms together. Using them for a table, she slowly unwrapped the bundle. There were hundreds of colored beads in it, some of glass, some of bone, some stone, some gold, some cut from something resembling porcupine quills. They were black, gold, turquoise, red, green, blue, purple, brown, yellow, and white.
"Gordon,"
she said as she rewrapped the beads and grinned widely,
"I make you such a shirt."
She laughed, looked at him with tears in her eyes, and laughed again.
"You show me Coyote?"
He pulled the belt from around his neck and showed her the face of Coyote that Hastin Ahijah had hammered into the leather. She placed her right palm against Gordon's heart and said,
"Coyote kind to you?"
"Kind?" Gordon raised his eyebrows. "Coyote is the trickster. He teaches through mistakes and pain." He had never thought of Coyote as kind. He smiled. "Coyote kind enough to let us meet, Pela." He placed a hand upon her shoulder and squeezed. "Coyote kind enough."
"No man have such a shirt,"
Pela said. She squeezed Gordon's arm, laughed, they hefted their bundles, and continued toward the village. 11. Thinking for someone required preparation. As it began, Pela and her relatives and women friends could not be bothered with an idle male underfoot. Gordon was not supposed to be there in any event, so Pela asked the sister of her dead husband, Bonsha, to bring Gordon to attend Ta'avi's man-raising ceremony. Bonsha was portly, unusually tall, her suit of Pela's furs worn with the fur in and beautifully intricate red, black, and yellow beadwork out. Her face had heavy, dark features, taken to easy frowns and easier smiles. At that moment her face frowned.
"Gordon, how many summers you have?"
bluntly asked Bonsha. 38, he answered. Her frown deepened as she brushed her right cheek with the back of her right hand.
"You have a boy's face."
"From where I come, some men do not have hair on faces." Her eyebrows went up.
"It is a choice?"
For some not." Bonsha's frown grew deeper still, and then she shrugged and smiled.
"Pela say you gift from Tana. Pray Tana make you useful, kind, and respectful, as well as gifted, Gordon."
"I will, Bonsha."
"I make oil lamps,"
she informed him.
"And Gordon?"
Gordon thought on it. "I am looking." The clan house was a very large kiva-looking structure with a single east-facing door curtained with symbol-covered skins. The walls were made from vertically arranged tree trunks, patiently trimmed, scraped, carved, fitted together, and wrapped with vines. Joints were tied with dried rawhide, gaps filled with dried mud and grass. The building towered above nearby buildings, but was only a single great room, the center of the floor sunken in 3 circular levels, the concentric tiers paved with flat stone, making the room resemble a theater in the round. The center of the roof was supported by 4 wooden columns, each column made from a single tree trunk, the wooden surfaces displaying the marks of endless chipping and scraping with flint edges. Light was provided by ceramic oil lamps in niches around the wall and hanging from the roof supports by thongs. Gordon glanced at Boneshaw and pointed at one of the lamps. Boneshaw smiled widely and nodded. "My work," she said proudly, sweeping a powerful arm, indicating the interior of the clan house. "All of them." She seemed to be waiting for a response from Gordon. He studied Boneshaw's face for a moment, then held his hand out toward the lamps. "Your gift to clan house?" Many smiles from Boneshaw as she secured credit for her gift, and at the same time gestured the gift's unimportance. Gordon looked toward the center of the space. Heat was provided by a fire pit in the center of the floor, the smoke exiting from a hole in the center of the roof. Men, women, and children occupied about half the tier seats, the children occupying the top ring, the farthest from the fire. There was a buzz of conversation among those there, friends and relatives getting reacquainted. Boneshaw guided Gordon down to the lowest tier. In several groups, there stood 11 men and 5 women. Before she introduced Gordon to them, Boneshaw explained to him those on the bottom tier were all gifted in that they had either reached or surpassed their 32nd year. The men would sit separately from the women in this particular ceremony, because upon the conclusion of the rite, the gifted men would take Kam Beadsign's son up the cliff to the men's ledge to spend the night beneath the sky, getting Ta'avi acquainted with the society of men, and to introduce him to Wuja, white bear god of men, fatherhood, and the hunt. After introducing Gordon to the gifted, Boneshaw returned to attend to Pellah's preparations. Gordon turned to the nearest man with a question. "We are to spend the night on the ledge? In the cold?" "Ta'avi, born in winter," said the man, a pea farmer named Riff. He shook his head and lifted a hand and dropped it in resignation. "Bring plenty furs." Abo, a mucker, tugged at his own gray-streaked beard. "Your face, Godin. Where is your man here?" Once again he explained, half wondering if his eventual tribal name would be Babyface Redcliff. As Gordon sat in the center of the arc of gifted men, a slender young man in raggedy furs brought him some hot tea in a cup made from hollowed wood. The boy had curly black hair, intense gray eyes, and a face whose expression marked him as outcast. Gordon thanked the boy, who held his gaze for a moment, then turned and climbed the tiers to the uppermost ring. Gordon sipped at the tea, which tasted pleasantly like licorice. One of the gifted men named Nubov offered Gordon a tiny white root from a pouch he carried. Gordon expressed his thanks, but declined, not knowing what it was. When he glanced around at the growing crowd, Gordon noticed the boy who had given him the tea was studying him. The attention in the hall turned to another side of the ring. Ta'avi, son of Kam Beadsigns, sat on the top ring on the east side, along with other children. Ta'avi's furs were decorated with colorful dried flowers and magnificent abstract beadwork. His father came down the tiers and sat in the gifted ring, his face covered in smiles. He greeted Gordon and thanked him for honoring his son. Soon a large man sat to Gordon's left. He almost resembled artists' conceptions of Neanderthal man, heavy brow, low forehead, shaggy beard and hair. except for the well-done suit of furs he wore. They were heavier than usual, white with what appeared to be random streaks of gray and blue color, which would function outside on the snow as camouflage. He wore similarly colored fur-lined laced moccasin boots. Gordon nodded at the man's furs. "Pelah's work," he said. The man nodded. "Pelah, my wife's sister." He placed his hand against his chest. "Pelah only take 3 winter bearskins for making wraps. They keep me warm when the winds howl across the ice, and game make me travel far, yet leave me free to throw spear or swing club. Goff. Hunter." He extended his hand, grabbed Gordon's wrist. Gordon took Goff's wrist, and they shared a single bone-crushing shake. "Good woman, Pelah," Goff said. He placed his open palm over his own heart. "I wed Pelah's sister, Lolna. 2 sons, Tagaf and Ru." He nodded toward the south and made a rising gesture with his right hand. 2 boys stood, the younger one on the top ring, the older on the ring just below. Both of them were clad in bear-hunting camo. Goff's genes, mixed with Lolna's, appeared to have advanced his children from Neanderthal to Cro-Magnon. "They are fine-looking sons," said Gordon. Goff nodded, and his sons resumed their seats. Goff pointed at the fire pit. "The one placing the flour cakes. Their mother and Pelah's sister." Lolna was clearly related to Pelah. She had the same dark almond eyes and brownish hair, the same round face and straight nose, her hair a lighter brown, worn in a ponytail. She concentrated on her cooking. Goff had a thoughtful expression on his face as he licked the pad on his left thumb and studied his wife. "Something wrong?" asked Gordon. Goff shrugged, wiggled a finger at Gordon, and shrugged again. "It is life." He continued studying his wife. More adults and children entered. There were pea, bean, and mushroom growers, herb gatherers, herdsmen, fishers, chicken and duck growers, sod cutters, muckers, mat weavers, and even 2 men who were competitors of Pelah's in the local garment trade. There was, of course, the entire guild of bead cutters and casters from the local clans, some even from Yellow Claw and Black Shoulder's lands far south, Big Tree and Cleft Mountain in the west. The bead sign makers and their families wore their finest necklaces, bracelets, and beadwork. Deals for beads, materials, and tools were being made against the circular wall, outside the tiers. At the sound of a wooden drum struck twice, the room silenced. Some of those still standing took places in the tiers, and all eyes turned toward Ta'avi. The young man stood, and with a strong voice expressed his desire to live as a man among men, seeking the wisdom of those willing to share it. He nodded toward Goff and resumed his seat upon the top tier. The hunter licked his left thumb, lowered his hand, and said to all, "Manhood is not the power, joy, and magic it seems to the boy. Nor is manhood the pain, disappointment, and dreary burden it seems to the man." He received grunts of approval for his words from around the circles, and Ta'avi bead signs studied upon the words, nodded, and looked at a gifted one with gray-streaked black hair and a much grayer beard. He was a fisher named Yoliv. The man licked the pad of his left thumb and said, "Tomorrow is full of questions. A father makes children early and often against life's uncertainties. Keep love warm and generous when you're young. There is time enough for sleep and sore backs after the gray and the true love come." Yoliv received laughter and grunts of approval for his words from around the circles, and Ta'avi bead signs studied upon the words, nodded, and looked at Gordon. All eyes turned in Gordon's direction, and he returned the looks, surprised that he, a stranger, had been invited to contribute wisdom of his own. After a moment he smiled, as he remembered a story he had heard from Hosteen Ahijah. One day a boy came to a very wise man and said to him, "Old man, I am confused. I do not know if I am ready to become a man. There are so many things I do not know." The old man nodded and said, "Confusion marks you as a man. Back when you thought you had all the answers, you were still a boy." Gordon received substantial grunts of approval for his words from around the circles, and Ta'avi studied upon the words and nodded again, but with a smile. 12. Late that night, high above the village on the men's ledge, Gordon, Ta'avi, Goff, and a few of the other gifted gathered before fires, ate, huddled beneath firs, told stories, offered advice, and answered Ta'avi's questions about manhood, women, marriage, trade, child-rearing, the gods, and the hunt, while they awaited Ekhav's appearance above the eastern horizon. It had long ago been that each boy entering manhood would have to single hunt and kill a great bear. But Wujah had passed along that walking man and walking woman's descendants had been successful, far outnumbering his own. Bear-killing as a right, he said, was for a time when all men were needed for the hunt. The great white bear charged each livelihood other than hunters to establish its own right for manhood. For Ta'avi bead signs, it was to contribute something new to the craft of bead-making. He showed the gifted men his contribution. With fingers burned from drops of molten glass, Ta'avi showed the gifted his beautiful necklace of red glass beads veined with gold, glass and metal fused together, no two exactly alike. "I have done this with yellow glass, green, and blue as well." All of the gifted, including Gordon, placed orders for Ta'avi's new beads. It was judged by the gifted on the ledge that night that Ta'avi had slain his bear. The temperature dropped sharply. There were 3 fires against the cold. Ta'avi excused the gifted who needed to seek shelter, and soon only Goff, Gordon, and the beadmaker's son looked out over the village toward Quona, the moon, as it illuminated the glimmering white tower of distant Black Mountain. "You are hunter," Goff said to Gordon, holding a finger to the corner of his right eye. "I have been hunter of a kind." Gordon shifted his gaze from the mountain to Goff. "I was a warrior." "You hunted men," Goff said as he studied Gordon's face. "Now in your summers, Gordon, what will you do? That Pella will not stand an idle man around the house." All 3 of them laughed. "Maybe hunter or fisher. What game do you hunt, Goff, along with winter bear?" Goff gave him the word and drew the picture of a deer. "Deer is good. Antelope." "What was your most exciting hunt?" asked Ta'avi. The hunter threw up his hands. "Ah!" Goff bent forward, smoothed the snow, and drew in the snow a picture of an elephant or woolly mammoth. He put in a very small hunter next to the creature. "Running Mountain, they call it in Big Snake Country," he said. "Long ago my father took me to join with Black Shoulders hunters down into the Big Snake, a land filled with angry stinging insects, birds that blind you with their colors, and serpents that crush and eat a man whole." He licked his left thumb and shook his head. "We told hunt story at fires for many summers after that. 2 Black Shoulders hunters trampled, Running Mountain bellow like thunderstorm. My father, Ijevni brought down mountain. He grinned. His son Goff got in a poke or two with his spear. So much meat we shared with everyone. Black Shoulders people keep tusks for carving and medicine, bones for building. They show us how to cut and dry meat for keeping. We pack 5 strong horses with dried meat to bring back to village. More on our own horses. No one hungry that winter. He grinned widely, showing a healthy set of teeth. Best hunt. Goff leaned forward, put 2 more sticks on the fire, checked to his left, and saw Ta'avi yawning. Big day for Kam's young man. He held his right hand, palm open toward Ta'avi. May Ta'avi's way always be clear. Woman always loving. Children healthy and respectful. And you deserving of it all. The new man nodded his thanks and said, May you always have hunter's eyes, Goff, and some of my years for your gifts to me and to the clan, answered Ta'avi. Both the hunter and the beadmaker pulled their furs about themselves, leaned back against the cliff face, and closed their eyes to sleep. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire. Gordon tucked his fur around his legs, put another fur around his shoulders, pulled his hat down over his ears, leaned back against the cliff face, and looked at the moonlight reflected from Black Mountain. He pulled over his knapsack, held it between his knees, reached in, reset the shock comb, and checked the charge. 88%. On the locator, he could see the dim reflection of the readout. But there wasn't any point in looking at it. He already knew how much time was left. He closed the bag, moved it close to the fire to recharge the instruments, then leaned back and looked to the shadows. He saw the reflection of a pair of yellow eyes far to his right, and turned his head a bit more. The eyes came closer, the dark shape of the thing carrying them outlined by the reflection of the fire on the red cliff behind it. Wolves are coyote people, he said to the creature. Welcome, sister. There was meat next to the fire, and Gordon reached out and picked up a piece with a bone in it. He was going to throw it to the animal at first, but instead he held it out. I came a long way to feed you my dinner, sister. The animal came closer, and it was a wolf with a luxuriously thick coat, gray above the eyes and in the ears, mostly white below. The eyes were unblinking. Gordon extended the hand holding the meat. The animal backed away slightly, then returned. It took another step, and another. With each step, its gaze at Gordon's eyes wavered not a millimeter. Closer the muzzle of the animal came to Gordon's hand. Closer still. Its tongue licked at the meat, brushing Gordon's fingers. The wolf took the meat, carried it away a few steps, then settled down to eat, its powerful jaws crushing the bone. Gordon looked to see Goff's hand stealing toward his stone knife. He said to the hunter, I have invited my sister to eat with us, my friend. Attacking her would be inhospitable. I hope those furs Pella made you don't belong to anyone your sister knows, the hunter quipped as he fell back to sleep, chuckling. Gordon looked over to the wolf, and she was licking her front paws, the meat gone, the bones splintered and clean. He watched her until his eyelids grew heavy and he slept. In his dream, the wolf spoke to him. She said, Nascha is at peace now. Our mother is healed of her sickness, and now walks in beauty. All of them walk in beauty. He saw his mother, Hastina Hyja, and Phil Andreakos together in a world of green and blue, soft lights and gentle winds. He awakened, and the wolf was gone. Goff the hunter and Ta'avi still slept. Sitting cross-legged in front of Gordon, was Jotka, the boy who had brought him tea in the clan house.
"Why does your face have no hair?" asked Jotka. "Do you cut it?"
"The people I come from don't grow face hair."
"Not even gifted?"
"No." "Answer me a question, Jotka. You seem older than Ta'avi. Why do you still sit upon the high tier?"
"I have no one to feast me up to this ledge, Godin. No parent to offer me to the clan house."
"What happened to your parents?" asked Gordon.
Jotka glanced down, then back at Gordon. "Both dead. Chama, my mother, was Black Mountain, a singer. She died in childbirth."
"Your father?"
"Also a singer. He was Yellowclaw."
Jotka looked into a shadow.
"When I had 10 summers, he tried to kill me."
Jotka looked back at Gordon.
"He died with my flint in his neck."
After a long silence, Gordon asked, "Did he blame you for your mother's death?"
"Every day."
The boy looked into his shadow once more.
"Some villagers blame me for my father's death. He was very popular, a great singer."
"Do you miss him?"
"I miss having a father."
"Jotka, my father left us the day I was born. My mother was Coyote Pass people. She was sick until she died."
"You took care of her?"
asked Jotka. "Yes. She walked in bad dreams, but many in my village thought she was a witch and feared her. Because of that, I was not a part of life. There was a gifted one who spent time with me, though. I loved him."
Jotka shrugged, stood, and looked down at Gordon. "I just wanted to know why you have the face of a boy."
Gordon nodded. "Are you a singer?"
"No. I do things around the village, mostly for Ton Anajaka. In return, she teach me about herbs, roots, and powders. Thank you for speaking with me."
Jotka turned and walked toward the western edge of the ledge, vanishing into the shadows. A pair of unblinking yellow eyes looked back at Gordon. "Is that the path you would tease me onto, Coyote?" he asked as he closed his eyes and snuggled into his furs. "What would your lesson for that be, I wonder?" Jotka had been more respectful than Gordon had been at his age when he had gotten into Hasti Nahaija's face. To belong nowhere, caught between fears, scorn, and indifference, condemned to loneliness, and to carry the guilt of his father's death. Perhaps Coyote was showing the boy how much he could bear without breaking. He wondered if Ibrahim Talagani had thought for even a second about how he would keep himself sufficiently detached from the people he found at the base of this cliff to make it possible to leave them to their fate. Or had they not been people at all to his mind? Perhaps to the scientist they were only subjects from textbooks, theories, drawings of heavy-browed, dull-witted Neanderthals hunting, eating, grunting, killing, and making little Neanderthals. Gordon pulled the furs more tightly about his neck and closed his eyes against the sight of the mountain. As he drifted back to sleep, Gordon reminded himself that, even if Dr. Talagani's spirit was watching with the aid of another dimension, the scientist's regard or lack of it for these people no longer mattered. Gordon's feelings did. 13. At the sound of loud shouting, Gordon jumped up, wide awake, the sunlight hurting his eyes. It was Goff doing the hollering. The hunter was on full yodel down to the village, bringing news of their night on the ledge with their new man, Ta'avi Bead Signs, who cut beautiful red and gold beads and would earn enough from last night's trading to set himself up smartly. Ta'avi, who bravely slept right through a visit by Godin's sister, a female great wolf who ate from Godin's hand and licked his fingers and left them attached to his hand all the same. After Gaf had finished reporting the news, Ta'avi walked over and looked at the paw prints in the snow at the west end of the ledge. When Ta'avi returned to the fire, he squatted before Gordon and asked, "Do you command wolves?" "I command no one, Ta'avi. I have many brothers and sisters, though. Wolves are coyote people." Gordon saw the ones who had left the ledge as the night grew colder, now returning to claim their places next to the living legends of the sleeping beadmaker and the wolfman. One of them, an old shaggy-headed mat weaver called Doven, ended the ceremony by making a prayer to the sun. He took barely warm ashes from the edge of a fire, washed his hands and arms in them, then took a smoking brand from the fire, turned, and began making marks on the cliff wall. He began with what looked like a large numeral 6, followed to its right by a smaller O. Doven continued writing from left to right until there were 5 lines of characters, each line apparently separated into words. Once written, Ta'avi began reading the prayer out loud. Ekav, in the name of Wuja, God of men. It was a prayer that listed the functions and responsibilities of manhood as individual, husband, father, exchanger of value, producer, and contributor to the common defense. It stated that Ta'avi, under the supervision of the gifted and the Great Bear, had fulfilled the requirements and asked the sun god for his blessing. Ta'avi and the gifted then left the ledge as Doven once again scrubbed his hands with ashes, Gordon watching him. "Doven," said Gordon to the mat weaver, "what is that sign?" He pointed at the 6. Doven stood, shook the ashes from his hands, smiled, and nodded. "Sign of Ekav." He pointed at the sun's edge, peeking over the eastern horizon. "Sky traveler, bringer of light and life, healer, father of crops, father of all clans." He retrieved his piece of charcoal, went far to the left of where he had written his prayer, and drew another 6 on the wall, and pointed to his ear with his left hand. "Also is a sound sign." To the left of the 6, he drew what looked like a T, with the right half of the crosspiece missing. "Sign of Pash, goddess of forests. Also is P sound sign." To the right of the 6, Doven drew a chevron with the point downward. "Sign of Loka, guardian spirit of Elodomak." It took some signing and drawing pictures in snow, but Gordon learned Elodomak was the physical underworld of caves and caverns. To the right of Loka's V sign, Doven drew a short horizontal line, a dash. "Avina's sign," he said. "Avina is goddess of river. Sound sign Ah." Doven drew a line beneath all 4 signs from left to right. "P-A-L-A. Pella." He grinned at Gordon. "Pella," he repeated. Gordon found 2 sticks, added them to the fire, and moved some of the cooked meat from the night before close to the heat to warm it. Finished with that, he stood next to the mat weaver. "If you have the time, Doven, I would learn all the sound signs." Doven touched his left thumb to his tongue, shrugged, and said, "There is little else for this gifted to do until the reed bogs sprout in the spring." He held out a finger, let it droop until it pointed down, and then laughed. As Ekav climbed into the sky, they shared the meat. Doven made the signs, and Gordon learned his alphabet, the gods, their sound signs, and tried not to think about the mountain at his back. Before he had left the ledge, Jatka was back, carrying a message from the Naticha. "It is time," was all he said. Tauntaun Anajaka's dwelling was past the cliff at the northeastern edge of the village, deep among tall cedars and dug into the side of a rocky hill. A single window filled with stretched translucent skin, and a dark leather and branch door in the sod wall at the end of a path marked the house's location. A thin ribbon of smoke came from the rocks and brush above the dwelling. Tauntaun Anajaka was standing in the open doorway, dressed in a simple deerskin long shirt and moccasins. Her thin white hair was wrapped with a wide black deerskin band.
"Come, Godin," she said. "Best to pull the thorn quickly."
Tauntaun stood back from the door, and Gordon entered. It was a dark, cave-like room. All but the east-facing wall of sod and the packed earthen floor formed from the hill's rock. The north wall was crowded with leather and branch shelves filled with herbs, rocks, and powders contained in ceramic bowls, some with lids. Tauntaun seated Gordon on a leather cushion atop a rocky shelf. She sat upon a bed of furs facing him, both of them warmed by the west wall and the small wood fire at its base. The fire and the light coming through the scraped skin in the window added to the light provided by the fish oil lamp tucked into a rocky niche near Tauntaun's bed. The smoke from the fire went up through a crack in the overhanging rock above.
"Now, Godin, you tell Tauntaun Anajaka about coming storm."
She brought her fierce blue-eyed gaze up and fixed it to his face.
"Tauntaun will see if you believe your words."
And he told her all that he knew about the great thing that fell from the sky long ago, covered the surrounding land with glass, and built Black Mountain. He told her of the age of ice, and of the great glaciers on Black Mountain and its flanks, more ice covering the highlands and the plateau to the mountains south. He told her of the meteor to come, that it would shatter the mountain, the blast immediately killing everything within a straight walk of at least 20 suns' distance. He told her of the great heat that would melt the ice and snow on and around the mountain, as well as the frozen ground beneath, and of the great flow of mud, rocks, and trees that would fill Avina's valley almost to the men's ledge. All the peoples of the Black Mountain would die. More floods and ice. Then drought and sandstorms would come, filling the valley almost to the top of the cliff, burying all evidence of Redcliff's people and all they ever were. The Naticha remained still for a long time, her face a mask as she studied upon the things Gordon had told her. She looked startled as she glanced away from the space to Gordon's left. He turned and could see nothing there. Looking back, he saw her staring at him. "Then do I believe what I say?" he asked.
"What you say, you believe, Godin,"
she said in a quiet voice. Her expression was eerie as she said,
"2 ghosts, Godin. 2 ghosts you have. They believe what you say. A 3rd ghost in you."
He looked again, then saw the distorted light patterns, one on either side of him. For a split second he caught a glimpse of a shimmer just above his own hands. Tauntaun leaned forward and pointed a finger at him.
"Tell me why they believe this."
Her eyes narrowed.
"And if you believe this, Godin, why you not run?"
Time travel, parallel dimensions, 139 thousands of summers of human evolution, accomplishment, destruction, and the dangers inherent in turning a single grain of sand. Ibrahim Talagani, one of the spirits who believe, told me before he died that turning that grain of sand, placing all the human history we know at risk, was unthinkable. If he were alive, he would not run. He would stand here and die with your people." He couldn't read Tauntaun's expression as she went to her shelves of herbs and bent to her potions and powders. Tauntaun took a blackish substance, placed it in a ceramic bowl, added a pale yellow liquid, mixed it with a wooden spoon, poured a bit of it into her left hand, rubbed it into her palm, and turned to Gordon.
"I would talk with your ghosts."
Gordon almost began a sarcastic comment that ended abruptly, as the Naticha's left palm suddenly opened facing him. An orange mist filled his vision, and the universe twisted on its end and went dark. "Godin? Godin?" He felt a hand shaking his right shoulder. He opened his eyes, and Tauntaun Anajaka's rock ceiling wowed in and out, orange mists at the edge of his vision. He had a headache that could chase down, kill, and eat running mountains single-handed. "Drink this, Godin." He turned his head to the right. He was on the earthen floor of the room. Jotka's face was looking down at him. The young man was holding out a wooden cup. "Drink this. Chase head pain." Gordon pushed himself up until he was sitting, took the cup, and sniffed at its contents. It smelled like mint. He drank down the warm brew. As he lowered the cup, his headache diminished. Gordon handed back the cup to Jotka. "Where is Tauntaun?" "She cross river." Gordon frowned. "What did she say?" "Tauntaun say for me to take you to Goff's tent for temptations. You take long time to open eyes. I get you tea for head pain. Almost dark now." "Nothing about why she crossed the river?" "Ghosts talk to her." Gordon waited until the headache was almost gone, then floundered around for a bit, trying to stand. With Jotka's aid, he made it. Once the room became steady, Gordon looked at the boy and asked, "Temptations?" 14. That night, Gordon, the gifted, relatives, and well-wishers assembled in what functioned as Goff's townhouse, a large tent of oiled leathers lined inside by bearskins. The edges of the recently expanded floor space were crowded by cedar bough beds covered with leathers and furs, also added recently in preparation for guests attending the temptations who might be staying over. In the center of the space, beneath the smoke hole, was a fire pit, at which Lolna and some of the other women prepared food. After making his greetings, Goff led Gordon before the guest of honor, Mahu, clan father. He was a strong-looking fellow who looked to be in his early 40s. His brown beard had twin gray streaks down from the corners of his mouth. Fierce, dark brown eyes peered over an aquiline nose. The clan fathers stood and gripped Gordon's wrist and gestured toward a place next to his in the ring. They sat. Mahu was on Gordon's left, and Goff seated himself on Gordon's right. Goff said to Gordon, "How many sons you know Pella?" "6," Gordon answered. "Not long," said Mahu, shaking his head. "Is that time enough?" asked Goff, "to know another?" "Not time enough," answered Gordon. "That will take a lifetime." The hunter nodded approvingly at the answer. Mahu leaned more closely to Gordon and said, "Pella, good woman." Then Mahu shrugged and shook his head. "Pella no afutebi." Gordon mentally searched through the vocabulary he had pieced together, his head still clouded from Tauntaun's little hypno preparation. The afu sound was a fertility prefix. Tebi was apartness, unjoining. Together they meant virginity. Pella was not a virgin. "Then Pella is truthful," he said. Mahu touched his thumb to his tongue and nodded to his left, where sat a woman in furs. She had dark hair, a pleasant enough face, and a big smile. "This Shantona." Gordon nodded at her. "Shantona, I greet you." Shantona turned to her left and pushed a young girl of perhaps 12 or 13 around in front of Mahu, facing Gordon. "Anista," introduced Mahu. The child wore white furs and had an angelic face with a tiny nose and large brown eyes framed by black hair woven with yellow dried flowers. "Anista Afutebi," declared the clan father. Gordon looked at the girl, unsure what he was supposed to do next. Anista grinned shyly, turned, and hid her face behind her mother. Shantona pulled the girl out from behind and grinned widely as she held her in Gordon's view, turning her around like a prized pumpkin. "Anista," said Gordon, "how many summers have you?" The girl looked up at him with huge brown eyes and held up 10 fingers, then 3. Gordon rubbed his chin and studied her. "My summers," he said, then held out all 10 of his fingers once, twice, then 3 times, followed by all but 2 of his fingers. The girl's eyebrows climbed for the sky.
"Your face is a boy's," she protested.
"I am old, and can never have a beard unless I cut off your hair and use that," he said. "I am honored to meet you, and I wish you a long, healthy life, a strong, young, handsome husband, and many children and grandchildren. I am thinking for Pella now, and have no thoughts to spare for others." He looked at the girl's mother. "Save your daughter, Shantona, for one more worthy." Relief showed on the girl's face. Shantona's as well. Mahu scratched at his beard and faced Gordon.
38 summers?
"Yes."
"No beard?"
"No." The clan leader studied Gordon, concentrating on his face. The inspection complete, Mahu held a hand against his own chest and said quietly,
39.
He then made a yoni sign with his right hand and a phallic sign with his left. Upon a rather graphic joining, the clan leader looked up at Gordon, a question on his face. Gordon grinned. "Yes, I do." Mahu looked around, gesturing with his hands to include the known universe.
"Who?"
The most recent who was the artist in Port Elizabeth, but that was 2 wars and several years ago. "No one," Gordon admitted. "For a long time. No one." Mahu's eyebrows descended in an instant of disappointment. Then he smiled sympathetically, nodded, and patted Gordon's back.
"Mahu, just so. Many summers. Just so."
He wiggled a finger at Gordon, ending the gesture with a droopy finger. Gordon frowned. "That doesn't mean I can't." Mahu humored Gordon with a nod and another pat on the back. A man seated behind Mahu leaned forward and said to Gordon, "Shagiv, I make tent." Gordon nodded at him. "Once I saw Pella speak angrily to her first husband, Ivela," he confessed. Another man behind Gordon said, "Pahit, threadmaker, twice I hear Pella curse Ekav." He pointed up. "The first time she cursed the god was when Ivela's ashes were brought back from Yellowclaw country. The second time was when Ivela's brother Jiddah died of the black sore." A man behind Goff said, "Toyem, I run hunting dogs. Know that Pella has almost 30 summers. She can bear you no children." Gordon waited to see if there were any more remarks to be made against Pella. When there were none, he said, "Thank you for your guidance. From you I see that Pella is experienced, accomplished, loves, and feels loss deeply, and is fearless in addressing the gods when they wrong her. From you all, I see I have chosen well." Mahu grinned widely, nodded at Goff's wife, and the temptation ceremony continued with a feast of goat, tea, and something resembling hardtack, which when softened in the tea was quite sweet. Mahu said, "Kayla." Then he pointed across the circle. Gordon looked where the clan father indicated. There was a place across from Gordon that was empty. One of Mahu's wives, a plump, sandy-haired woman in her early 30s, wearing the leather long shirt, placed a beaded leather cushion in the empty place, glanced at Gordon, covered her face in embarrassment, faced her left palm at Mahu, and went to the fire pit to join in the cooking. "Kayla," repeated Mahu, "my first wife. Kayla, first daughter of Kag Ati, clan father Cleft Mountain. Kayla's mother dead. Kag Ati took 3 new wives to replace her." He looked around the circle at the company. "Kag Ati not here." Mahu pointed out his 2 other wives, both dark-complexioned younger women with black hair and dark eyes. "Suna and Min, twin daughters of Nol Pindak, Naticha of Yellowclaw clan." He gestured toward a man in a black leather hooded long shirt who wore a necklace of blue beads. Nol Pindak nodded back at Mahu's gesture and pushed back his hood, revealing a weathered, dark face with large, dark eyes. He sported a long black beard salted with gray. Nol Pindak gestured to a quite slender woman in furs sitting to his left. "That is Funa Son, Nol's only wife, mother of Suna and Min." Mahu continued introducing the notable personages attending the ceremony. When he was concluded, he asked if he could look at Gordon's leather knapsack. Gordon handed it over, and Mahu nodded his thanks as he held the pack in his lap and studied the finish on the leather, and especially the stitching. "I have never seen such work. Who made this?" "L.L. Bean." "Where is this?" "Mahu," called a deep, gravelly voice. The Black Mountain clan father looked up, grinned, and waved. Gordon saw a man in heavy dark furs on the other side of the fire pit near the eastern entrance wave back. "Kag Ati," said Mahu. The clan father of the Cleft Mountain clan was taller than usual, heavily muscled, and with a face burned dark by sun, wind, and snow glare. He had an ugly scar from the outside corner of his left eye straight down to his chin line, the result of a knife fight in which, according to Mahu, he slew the previous clan father. Kag Ati wore his dark brown furs about his shoulders over whitish leathers, and was the only one in Goff's tent who carried a weapon, one of the obsidian-toothed clubs. Kag Ati looked at Gordon, switched his weapon from his right to his left hand, kissed his own right palm, touched the palm to his forehead, and held the hand out in Gordon's direction. Gordon nodded in return. Wooden drums began beating, the instrumentation provided by 2 men near the door. Just as suddenly as it began, the drumming stopped. Pella's ex-sister-in-law, Bonsha, came in the eastern entrance and stood to the left of the opening. Then Pella entered, being led by a tall man in his 40s with thick black hair streaked with gray. Deep blue eyes were capped with arched black eyebrows. "Lekiv is lawminder, my good right arm," said Mahu. "He takes the place of his great friend Qualu, Pela's father." Gordon wasn't listening. His attention was filled with the sight of Pela in her white leathers, sewn with turquoise, black, and golden beadwork up from her hem and cuffs. Her hair was done up in a gleaming auburn pile upon her head, the affair held in place by a half-dozen long white bone combs, their ends capped with gold beads. At the sight of her, the women began singing. "Come, daughter, come, see who awaits, this man who refused all to be your gift. Come to your place in the ring. Honor Tana. Watch your husband-to-be. See who his eyes seek. Daughter, you are still free." The drums beat again, and the men began singing. "Look, son, look, see who comes, this woman who refused all to be your gift. See her take her place in the ring. Honor Wuja. Watch your wife-to-be. See who her eyes seek. Son, you are still free." Gordon's eyes sought only Pela, and every time he looked at her, she was looking back at him, her face radiant, her eyes filled with love and wonder. In fact, he was so caught up in looking at her, he realized that he had forgotten to reset the shock comb. In a pause in the festivities, he picked up his bag, held it between his knees, reached in and triggered the reset. He glanced in and saw the readout. 31 minutes to spare. It brought back to him the impending hammer of reality. He looked around at the gathering. One important face was missing. Gordon leaned toward Mahu and asked, "Clan father, where is Tauntaun Anajaka?" Mahu lowered his cup, licked his left thumb, and repeated Gordon's visual search as though he expected to find the shaman of the Black Mountain clan there. "She should be here." The clan father frowned, looked again, then slowly shook his head. "When I saw her earlier, she looked not right. Perhaps she is ill. Take no offense at Tauntaun's absence, Godin." "Where was she going, Mahu?" "Cross river." He frowned at a memory. "She say she go to look at nightmare." He waved a hand in dismissal. "Mystical talk, the way Natichas do." Gordon nodded and looked down at his hands resting atop his leather knapsack. Mahu leaned over and whispered into his ear. "What you know about Tauntaun's nightmare?" The clan father leaned back and pointed at his own ear. Gordon whispered into Mahu's ear, "I am the one who told her the nightmare. She wants to test it." Gordon frowned as the words left his mouth. "You have question," stated the clan father. Gordon nodded. "There are things about me no one here knows but me. For this reason, no one can warn Pela of them in making her decision. Is it permitted for me to tell her these things now?" "No." Mahu thought for a moment. "But you may stand outside next to the large tree and take the air. It is smoky in here." He leaned forward and said to Goff, "It is smoky in your tent." "Unhealthy and too warm," said Goff. "I must see to making changes." Shantona pushed her daughter toward Pela's side of the ring. "See if the air is any better on that side of the tent, Anista," said her mother. Mahu nodded toward the tent's entrance. "Perhaps you should get some air, Godin." "My thanks, clan father. I will." He stood, stepped through the guests, and went to the entrance of the tent. Once outside, he walked to the large tree and stood there in the still air. the torch beside the entrance to Goff's tent burning brightly. Automatically, Gordon's gaze searched the shadows. Yellow Eyes was there, monitoring how his plaything walked the trail he had chosen. In the shadows as well was someone else, Jotka. He heard footsteps whispering in the snow behind him.
"It is cooler out here," said Pella. "I can breathe."
Gordon turned and looked at her. Her back was toward him. He turned back, and they stood with their backs to each other. "Omiva, goddess of the night sky," Gordon said to the night. "There are things the one I am thinking for doesn't know about me. No one here but me knows these things. I would have you tell Pella, so then she can decide if she is still my gift."
"I am listening, Omiva," said Pella quietly. "What would you say to me?"
Gordon told the night sky of the things that built Black Mountain, and the coming thing that one day would take the mountain and the peoples near it. He told her of the coming flood that would bury the village, the valley, Shavy's Hill, and all she knew. Gordon told Omiva about the many men he had killed, and about the capsule. He told her about moving through time, about why he and his two companions had come to her village, and how he knew what would come. When he finished, he folded his arms across his chest and bowed his head. Pella said, "Great listener, mother of stars, with all Godin knows, all he saw, all he did, and all he fears, is there room left in his heart for Pella?" "Yes," he said in answer to Night's question. But Night had one more question.
"Omiva," addressed Pella, "if people from beyond now come for Godin, will he go with them?"
"Only if Pella comes with me, goddess of night. Only then."
"Then he is my gift, Omiva, and I am his."
But there was still one shadow remaining. "Night goddess," said Gordon, "I would like to regard Jotka as our son, and raise him to manhood."
Pella laughed sweetly. "Some will say Godin has a woman's heart, Omiva, to go with his boy's face."
Gordon laughed and shook his head. "If that is the worst ever said about Gordon Redcliff in this life, goddess of the night sky, it will be a happy life."
"If he agrees, then, Omiva, Jotka will be our son."
Pella turned until she stood beside Gordon, still not looking upon him. "Jotka," Gordon said to the shadows, "come here." There was nothing but silence. "I am brother to a great wolf, Jotka, and can see in the dark. I see you now." Jotka came from behind a large cedar on the far edge of the path. He walked until he was 2 paces from them and stopped. "I was only watching the people go in, listening to the songs and drums. I did nothing wrong." "You did nothing wrong, Jotka. Tomorrow morning, at the clan house, Pella and I will marry. We ask you now, will you stand with us and be our son?" Stone-faced, Jotka stood there looking between Pella and Gordon. "What do you mean?"
"Will you stand with us?" asked Pella of the boy. "Will you become a part of our family? This is what we want. At the same time, we will feast you to manhood."
"What will I have to do?" She pointed at Jotka's ragged furs.
"New coverings. You can't stand with us looking like that."
"Do you have something to present to the gifted upon the men's ledge?" asked Gordon. "Can you slay your bear?" Jotka nodded, his gaze downcast. He was silent for a moment, then elevated his gaze until he was looking into Gordon's eyes. Why? I, too, grew up outside the embrace of my people, said Gordon. It gave me an angry heart and a lonely life. I see you where I was. I make you the offer I wanted then. I killed my father, he cried. Gordon placed a hand upon the boy's shoulder. Jatka, I will never give you cause to kill me. Jatka looked up into the night sky, his eyes touched with tears. Yes, he looked at Pella and Gordon. We will be a family.
Then I have had enough fresh air,
said Pella, taking Jatka by the arm and turning back to Goff's tent.
I want to announce your coming-of-age ceremony.
They walked to the tent and entered, leaving Gordon alone beneath the stars. He saw the reflection of a fire high in the sky. The light flickered in the distant treetops. It took him a moment, but Gordon realized it came from the top of the cliff. Tauntaun Anajaka was back from her hunt. The conclusions she had reached had moved her up to her special place to consult with her gods. A rising breeze stirred up the snow on the ground into moving ribbons of haze that formed and vanished to be replaced by others as they crossed the path. Gordon turned his steps toward the cliff. 15. He climbed the trail in the dark, sensing his way by sound, touch, and the motion of the air as he had been trained in sniper school. On the last of the steep places above the men's ledge, Gordon felt the hammerstone-carved steps to Tauntaun's place. They were slick with ice, and he climbed them soundlessly to a stand of cedars atop the sacred cliff. Pausing at the edge of the trees, he looked up to where the Naticha knelt before her fire, her back toward him. The wolf that had licked the fat from his fingers the night before sat motionless beside the trail. Gordon nodded once at the wolf and faced Tauntaun Anajaka's back. Naticha, he said, may I approach your fire?
You move silent as fog, Gordon. Please come to my fire and sit.
Her voice was strangely calm. Gordon came forward and sat to the Naticha's left. Her vantage point allowed her to look out over the village and toward Black Mountain. The wolf came and sat to Tauntaun's right. The Naticha smiled at the wolf.
My invitation, of course, extends to Sister of Gordon.
Tauntaun returned her gaze to the mountain and looked up at the few stars bright enough not to be washed out by the moonlight.
I sit here many nights, no fire, and watch stars. In ancient belief, Gordon, stars are hearts of dead ancestors who watch over their families and peoples here below. Now stars are prayers of men and women. Each time a star falls, Omiwa answers a prayer.
She looked at Gordon.
What were you taught?
Gordon thought back to Nastya, his mother. I was taught stars are the shattered dreams of warriors.
Who taught you this?
Asked Tauntaun. My mother. Her view of most things was different from the Dene, the people. Most believed my mother to be a witch. He smiled. There was a wise old man, Hastin Ahijah, who told me my mother was sick. He tapped the side of his head. He also told me some of the ancient belief of the Dene.
I would hear it,
said the Naticha. In the creation, the holy people, the gods, put out a great blanket that contained all the stars, the sun, the moon, and the rest. Then they proceeded to discuss at length where the sun should go. When they were done, they placed the sun in the sky. They then discussed at even greater length where the moon should go. When they had at last agreed, they placed the moon in the sky. Then, one at a time, They began with the stars. Gordon looked at the wolf. Coyote, though, became tired of the endless debates, grew impatient, bit onto a corner of the blanket and shook his head, flinging the rest of the stars into the sky. He faced Tauntaun. Tauntaun looked from the wolf to Gordon.
"And what are the stars now?"
"More suns," he answered. "Balls of burning air very far away. Many like Ekov, many bigger, many smaller. Some of the points of light are huge gatherings of stars, so far away they look like single stars." Tauntaun slowly faced the direction of the mountain.
"I cross river today, and climb to top of Shavy's Hill. I go to graves, look at damaged trees. On ground I find strange beds and green dust, bits and pieces of time boat."
She was silent for a long time.
"In his home, I also find man I sent to Shavy's Hill to become husband to Pella. Fisher, 41 years, name of Baltok."
She tapped the side of her head.
"He, too, is sick, Godin. Not sick when I sent him across river. Baltok stayed in woods, watched Pella for 3 days, making up mind. He say he prepared to present himself as Tana's gift to Pella, then heard a sound in the night air like 50 trees being broken at same time by hands of frost giant. Then a strange scream, and the sky fill with blinding colors. At the center of the light was your time boat falling from sky. Baltok thought Zama was after him to pull him down to the darkness."
"Perhaps he is not as sick as you think," offered Gordon quietly.
"When I find Baltok, he is at his house by river filling his pack. After he speak to me, he fled for Yellowclaw country."
"That's even closer to the mountain than Redcliff," said Gordon.
"It is the difference between raindrops, if we are all to die."
Gordon studied the flakes of snow as they vaporized above the fire. "Back in your dwelling, Tauntaun, you asked me why I do not run."
"Yes."
"Why do you not run? Why do you not warn the people?" She stared into the fire, gave a single laugh, then leaned forward, picked up a stick, and threw it into the flames. A shower of sparks climbed into the night sky and died.
"You have seen all my magic, Godin. I make you sleep. I talk to ghosts. I convince an old fisher to pretend to be gift of Tana. Eat too much meat, I make you something move your bowels."
She fixed her gaze on him.
Itanika gave you eyes thousands of summers long. You move through time. You appear in flashes of light like crack of thunder. Wolf, eat from your hand. You know our tongue in days, much magic. Yet you stay here and die. To protect future you have seen only a little of yourself."
She sighed.
"Godin, do the deaths of the Black Mountain clans protect nothing but good?"
She waved her hand at the night sky.
"Beyond now, is there nothing bad that the lives of these people and the lives of their descendants might make better?"
Gordon took a long time to answer. "Those future summers are not all good. They are filled with ignorance, disease, want, cruelty, pain, and death. They are also filled with knowledge, discovery, kindness, courage, healing, beauty, and life. You are right. I have seen only a little of this future, and know of only a little more. What I have seen and what I know others have seen have been this same mix of death and life. That I was a hunter of men speaks for the time in which I lived. That I learned to love others and to admire the work and creations of others also speaks for that time. I know much of what is to be. Would it be made better if the peoples of Black Mountain survived the great storm? Maybe it would be made worse, or make no change at all, I don't know. What you call my ghosts are just as ignorant. There are things they value above all else, though. They are things that might never be if we change things now.
What things, Godin?
Asked the Naticha. Gods, saviors, and prophets. Tribes, nations, monuments, talismans, and rituals.
Are their gods real, or did the peoples of the future imagine them?
Gordon grinned. A very good question, Naticha.
Does Beyond Now have an answer?
Thousands of thousands.
I think your ghosts tell me they can't make you understand them. Something wrong with your head.
He held his fingers on the scabbed-over wound. My injury.
Are they ghosts, Godin?
I don't know. Between the clouds above the mountain, Gordon saw a meteor streak into the atmosphere and burn itself out in a half-second display. A prayer has been answered, Tauntaun, he said. I wonder whose. The distant sounds of wooden drums reached them from somewhere north of the cliff. It was joined by sounds resembling those of panpipes. Singing joined the music. Gordon looked at Tauntaun. What is that?
You are being called to the love, Godin. The peoples of Black Mountain are there to guide you into your marriage with Pella.
The Naticha stood and faced him.
See if there might be something in it worth saving for the times to come.
16. The love was held back in the North Hills beneath the stars in a snowy clearing surrounded by giant cedars. There was a large fire for light and warmth, and a group of 7 men on the fire's east side beating with sticks upon hollowed logs, working up a rhythm that, as Gordon sat among the gifted upon a winter bearskin, was joined by the panpipers and the voices of 30 or so young girls and boys. The girls were from as young as 6 or 7 up to in their early 20s, and they circled the fire in a deliberately suggestive yet humorous dance. These were the unmarried girls, dancing for their older sister's good fortune, and for that special pair of eyes in the surrounding audience of bachelors. In a moment, the young girls were replaced by another set of dancers. "Married," informed a man to Gordon's left, who introduced himself as Aucus. He was a point-maker, and he pointed out his bride of 11 years, Tidjin. The wife of Aucus was a formidable woman, who danced as though she were killing mice with her moccasin boots. Aucus held 7 fingers up and grinned. 4 boys, 3 girls, he said proudly. We put youth to good use. Out of curiosity, Gordon wiggled a finger at him, and Aucus shrugged and nodded. Something caught the man's attention. He looked up and pointed toward the dancers. Gordon looked, and Pella was joining the dancers. The dance this group did, erotic as it was, described the cycle of life. As Pella and the married women swayed and turned, they played out courtship, lovemaking, pregnancy, birth, growing, age, and a death surrounded by loving friends and many descendants. He glanced down at the pack he was using for an armrest, remembering as he did so to reset the shock comb. He held the bag between his legs, opened it, and checked the weapon. It was within 3 hours of puckering itself out of existence. Gordon reached in, reset the shock comb. When Mahu asked for another look at the pack, Gordon handed it to him and decided to make a gift of the pack to the clan father as soon as he had a replacement. Then Gordon watched Pella dance until Ekhav brushed the eastern sky with pale yellows and rose. At a signal from the drums, the ceremony became a moving affair, as Mahu stood and led the way down from the hill toward the clan house. After all the feasting, talking, and dancing of the previous two ceremonies, the wedding itself was somewhat subdued. The clan house was filled with well-wishers. Mahu's brother led Pella before a recently installed totem of Bel, which was a fearsome-looking thing, a twisted oak log about 35 centimeters in diameter, with branches for arms, and a face formed from its bark, with obsidian for eyes and milky quartz splinters for teeth. Gordon found himself next to Jatka, who was wearing a new set of leathers that were stylish indeed, with diamond-shaped red beadwork on the shoulders and on his fur cap. He had a bundle beneath his left arm. He held it out to Gordon. "You are to put these on," said Jatka. "Where?" Jatka nodded at someone, and soon Jatka and Gordon were inside an area walled with pelts held up by gifted ones. As he stripped to his waist, Gordon asked, "Who does the totem represent?" "Bel, god of Tiwina." With a few probing questions, Gordon determined Tiwina meant agreements, and among the agreements under Bel's jurisdiction was the institution of marriage. Tiwina was also their word for honor, which to the peoples of the Black Mountain meant saying what you mean and meaning what you say. Gordon looked at the deerskin shirt Pella had made for him. On its back, in beadwork, was the head of Coyote from the center of Gordon's belt, just the way Hastina Haija had worked it into the leather, wink and all. He put on the shirt, and it fit perfectly. He faced his new son. "How do I look?" "Like a man." Gordon picked up his pack and stuffed the furs that he had taken off into the bag. Facing Jatka, he said, "Let's begin." Jatka muttered a word, the pelts came down, and Gordon and Pella stood before the god of contracts and a new arrival, Tauntaun Anajaka, in full makeup. Pella took Gordon's head in her hands and drew him toward her until their foreheads touched. Pella said to him, "I am your gift, and you are my gift." Gordon repeated the vow, then looked at Tauntaun as he reached out and placed his hand on Jatka's shoulder. "This is our son, Jatka," he said. Pella placed her hand on Jatka's other shoulder, saying, "This is our son." Jatka placed a hand on Pella's arm and said, "This is my mother." He placed a hand on Gordon's arm and said, "This is my father." "Let it be so," said the guests. From a tiny white leather pouch of grain, Tauntaun took a pinch of grain and placed it in Pella's mouth, then another pinch of grain in Gordon's. She reached between them and placed a pinch of grain in Jatka's mouth. She pulled the drawstring on the pouch and handed it to Gordon. To the three of them she said,
"Before all the clans and peoples of Black Mountain, may you be filled with love, respect, and honor the rest of your days together."
She paused as she closed her eyes and trembled slightly. Opening her eyes once more, she said,
"In the name of Bel, I seek for your health, fertility, and prosperity."
Gordon said to the Naticha, "We would bring Jatka into manhood now." Tauntaun looked at Jatka, placed her right palm on his left cheek, and said,
"I am happy for you, Jatka. Do not forget Tauntaun Anajaka."
"I will stay and study with you, Naticha," he said, glancing at Gordon. He nodded back. Jatka looked at Tauntaun. "I want to keep studying the herbs and powders. I have no sight to become Naticha, but when a back hurts, I maybe can ease a pain." The Naticha smiled and removed her hand from Jatka's cheek.
"Climb the tiers to your childhood. Sit and select your gifts,"
she said. As Jatka climbed to the top tier, the gifted ones seated themselves along the bottom tier. Even Tauntaun Anajaka took her place among the women. It was a man-raising that granted all who attended for Jatka with wisdom from all the gifted, including the women. The gift he asked from each was the most important thing he or she knew. It was a question Gordon had once asked Iron Eyes. When his turn came, he passed on to his son, Hastina Hyja's answer. To learn from your own mistakes is intelligence. To learn from the mistakes of others is wisdom. Tauntaun Anajaka's gift was,
"Any moment may be your last. Fill it with what you would remember for eternity."
The gifted men took Gordon and Pela's new son to the men's lodge to spend the night beneath the sky, getting Jatka acquainted with the society of men, and to introduce him to Wuja, white bear god of men, fatherhood, and the hunt. Another feast, another dance, and more music. By the time Pela and Gordon reached Pela's house, the afternoon had become evening, and the serenading had begun. Gordon awakened the next morning, memories of his wedding night warring with the abrupt end to everything he knew was coming. He stretched and wriggled into the most comfortable bed he had ever slept in, bare robes on a thick bed of cedar boughs. The smell of the cedar was a perfume that permeated everything. He opened his eyes and looked up. The roof was made of poles covered with thatch. The circular wall was built of heavy sod reinforced by cedar poles. The floor was made of flat stones set in dirt. The fire was in a fireplace made from stones, sod, and dried mud. He was full of food from the night before. He was well rested and unashamedly satiated in almost every respect. His talk atop the cliff with Tauntaun Anajaka the night before nagged at him, though. Of the different peoples on earth at that moment, what gave the Black Mountain peoples any less of a right to a future? Chance? The hand of some indifferent god? The random path of a rogue meteor? Perhaps it was that same god who had sent Gordon back to correct an earlier mistake. What then was at risk if these clans escaped the coming devastation? Television? Nasal decongestants? Pizza? Bach? Thousands of years of religious wars? He sighed and rubbed his eyes, pushing all of it from his head as he heard something. After a moment he glanced to his right, then his left, wondering where Pela was and what had awakened him. She wasn't in the main room, and she wasn't in the attached smaller room in which she made her furs. It sounded like a man's voice, though. It was Goff yodeling from the men's ledge. Throwing the fur covers aside, Gordon got to his feet, pulled on his new fur pants and boots, his coyote shirt, bearskin poncho, and hat. Moving aside the heavy fur curtain that covered the opening to Pela's house, he stepped beyond the thick sod walls, out into the cold morning air, and listened to the hunter's call to the village. The night in men's company had been passed. Jatka had slain his bear with a magical potion of his invention that eases soreness in aching muscles, which really works, said the hunter in an aside. Prayers had been made, and Jatka was now a man. Gordon looked around at the village houses. He seemed to be the only one listening to the hunter's news. The men and women of Redcliff were down by the river, standing on the north shore, silently watching a tree. Gordon squinted and saw that someone, his bride, was high in the branches, singing out her own news. He could just make it out. The wedding night described blow by blow. Gordon felt his face grow hot, took a few steps forward, listened, then laughed and moved a few steps more. He reached a large house with walls of wattle and daub, and saw Mahu standing in the doorway, listening intently to Pella.
"Gordon, my gift from Tana,"
she yodeled, and again she went on to describe, touch by poke, the consummation.
38,
she shouted like a crowing rooster.
38.
She made the signs with her hands, and the yoni's companion no longer drooped. As she went on, elaborating on her theme, Gordon glanced back and saw Mahu and the clan father's first wife Kayla looking back, wide-eyed, mouths open. Behind him, he heard running and turned to see, fresh from his recent appearance atop the men's ledge, Hunter Goff running toward him, a most intent expression on his face. "Oh, hell," said Gordon. "Now everyone'll want to know how I did it." He made tracks for Pella's place. 17.
"Gordon? Gordon?"
called Pella from outside the door. Yeah, he muttered. Pulling the door curtain aside, he saw piled before Pella's door what he expected. Game, beads, dried fruit, jerked meat, yams, presents of leather and wood and shaped flint, each one carrying a mark. In a semicircle beyond their gifts stood gifted ones, men and women, waiting for their miracles. Pella looked around at the wealth and said,
"Gordon, they want—"
"I know what they want," he said. He held out his palms facing the gifts. "Take them back, I beg you, take them back. There is nothing I can do." Mahu pushed through the supplicants, all his wives in his wake. "Gordon," he said, "you make me strong." Mahu placed a brace of fine hunting spears in a prominent place among the gifts. Behind the clan father, his 3 wives nodded eagerly. Gordon held his hands out. "And if I can do nothing, Mahu?" The father of the Black Mountain clan faced Gordon. "Ask Wuja. Ask your coyote. Try." After a deep breath and heartfelt sigh, Gordon nodded. "I will try," he said to the clan father. "No promise, Mahu." To Mahu's wives and the others assembled in front of Pella's door, he said, "No promises." Gordon was inside Pella's house, shaking his head in despair, when Jotka pushed the curtain aside and leaned through the door. "Father, did you hear Goff's call? I am raised to manhood." Gordon went to the door, placed a hand on Jotka's shoulder, and said, "I am proud of you, Jotka. Come." Jotka entered and gestured with his head toward the door. "Why all the gifts, Father? What do they want?" "My son, the medicine man," said Gordon. "What can be done to make the men strong again?" He wiggled a droopy finger at Jotka. "Nothing," he answered apologetically. "Nothing that I know. Tauntaun has no answer." He pointed with his thumb toward the door. "Is that what they all want?" "Yes." "Why? Did you and Pella? Last night, did you?" And Jotka formed the familiar hand configuration representing successful copulation. "Yes." Jotka's eyebrows arched as he held his hands out to his sides. "How?" "That is the question," answered Gordon. Over the next few days, as Gordon pondered the things that determine male potency, he learned the news of Pella's wedding night had raced across the snows by foot, fire, and horse to all of the clan houses in the lands surrounding Black Mountain. In a few days more, gifted ones from Big Tree and Cleft Mountain came into camp. Representatives of Many Horses and Yellow Claw clans made their bids for the return of youth as well. Black Shoulders and Big Snake emissaries arrived days later, offering prayers to Wuja that Gordon had not run out of whatever magic potion it was. Pela's house became surrounded by desperate men and women in their 30s and 40s, demanding that Gordon reveal a secret that apparently was a secret even to him. Still, he could find nothing that explained why men so young became so thoroughly impotent. They ate the same and did the same as the younger men. Jotka wondered if it was the plan of Wuja. Once a man has fathered enough children, the plan has been fulfilled, and there is no longer any need for virility. Everyone knew Wuja's plan, and had up until now accepted it. Gordon, however, appeared to have found a loophole. Finally, when even younger men began showing up, their arms filled with gifts, hoping for some way to escape fate, Gordon put some nuts and jerked meat into his pack, declared to all a need to commune with Coyote, and then climbed the cliff trail to find a place where he could think. It was a huge cliff, with many trails, many ledges, and many niches cut by ancient winds and waters. As he explored the high cliff, he took care not to be observed from the village or from anywhere else. The object was solitude. The place he eventually found, he almost missed. Its entrance was hidden from below by scrubby cedars and by brush and snow choking the narrow opening. 2 places he could see where the brush had been tied into bundles. 2 more places he saw where the snow had been pushed up into the opening by hands. The snow had been swept to remove such finger marks, but inexpertly. He could see light through the brush, so the space beyond was not a cave. Standing back against one of the thin cedars, he looked up at the cliff wall. In a moment he found sufficient handholds to scale the 4-meter-high wall to the next ledge, the cedars hiding him from below. Once on the ledge, he noted an overhang that sheltered both the ledge and the space beyond the brush-filled opening. The surface of the ledge where he stood had also been swept, removing foot impressions, but also the snow. He studied the place. It was a good perch for a sniper, he thought. There was one escape route through a cleft in the side of the overhang, and another deep in back of the overhang. It was a natural chimney. When he checked it out, he found it led up through the rock to a spot on the south face just below Tauntaun's special place on the cliff's top. Back behind the cedars, he looked over the village and the southern hills. He had a clear field of fire covering both sides of the river. With the proper weapon, he could wipe out a sizable portion of the village. He nodded to himself. What he couldn't do was restore male virility. He pulled a piece of jerky from his pack along with the locator, gnawing a bite off the former and noting the remaining 165 days on the latter. Could Harith convince the Temporal Span Authority to send another vehicle back? Doubtful. Even if they did come back, they probably wouldn't have half a ton of Viagra with them. He looked down into the space behind the filled entrance to see what was there. It was a roughly teardrop-shaped area, the size of a small house, with the filled entrance at its small end. The floor sloped gently toward the opening and was covered with human tracks. Gordon lowered himself down the wall and studied the tracks. Different sizes, all smaller than an adult's. Charred sticks from old fires and more recent fires. There was something else there as well, the thoroughly chewed remains of a certain kind of white root. He took a piece of charcoal and wrote on the wall, "Ekov knows." He then removed all other traces of his passing, climbed down the cliff trail, and returned to the village, seeking his son, the medicine man. Jotka was at Tauntaun's cleaning out her fireplace, the Naticha away in the eastern forest collecting oak moss. "Have you found your answer?" Jotka asked, as he offered Gordon a corner of his own bed tucked in among the shelves. "I want you to help me find the answer," said Gordon. "Explain to me the gift of many summers." "White stingroot. It grows along Avina's banks, and its juices end most pain." He pretended to lick his thumb. "The gifted ones hold root in fist and rub scraped end with thumb. Then lick thumb." "You ever try it, Jotka?" He earnestly shook his head. "No. Ekov the healer reserves stingroot for gifted in years." Gordon nodded slightly. "Is it remembered why the sun reserved the stingroot for only the gifted? The young also have pain." "It is forbidden," was all the answer Jotka had. "Do the young sometimes break the ban and use the root in secret?" Jotka shrugged, glanced down, and nodded. "At times, if caught, they would be punished. Family disgrace, terrible things." "More than they know, my son." Gordon nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you for your help, Jotka. I'm going to test an idea. If I am correct, you will have earned a third of the gifts the people have been piling outside Pela's door." "If you are wrong, father?" asked Jotka. "We may have to move." The clan father was outside his door, watching the new snowfall on the river, the ice white beneath the frozen crystals. The flakes were fine and dry, drifting before a slight breeze. Mahu nodded at Gordon, then faced the west as he touched his thumb to his tongue. "See that coming, Gordon? Little flake storm. Snows come hard now, deep and cold. Sweep tomorrow if we want to walk. Then winds fill in paths and we sweep again." He held the edge of his hand level with his waist. "This much each time, maybe. Sometime more. Bears come down from north to steal children and fatten up before they sleep." Seeing Gordon's alarmed expression, Mahu grinned and slapped Gordon's shoulder. "Happened once, many winters ago, in legend. Keeps little ones minding their mothers." Mahu remained with a hand on Gordon's shoulder. He raised his other hand and wiggled his finger, a question on his face. Gordon held 10 rigid fingers straight up in the air. Mahu's eyes widened as he raised his left hand, thumb extended, to give it a lick, but Gordon reached out and caught Mahu's hand. "In your hand, Mahu." "What?" The clan father frowned. "Stingroot," he answered, as though only a fool would not know what he was holding. "Gift of many summers, good for aching bones. Chase away tired, make strong." Mahu opened his palm, revealing what looked like an icicle radish. The skin on the wide end had been scraped off and was gray from repeated rubbings by Mahu's thumb. He thrust his arm forward. "Gordon, try." Gordon took the root from Mahu's hand, and immediately his fingers began tingling, warmth moving up his arm, easing, then eliminating the remaining pain in his head and shoulder. He sniffed it, but the root was odorless. He tossed the root toward the river. "No root," said Gordon. "It is the root that is stealing your gift of youth. Put the root down. Become strong again." He held up a stiff index finger. Mahu looked at Gordon as though he had just lost his mind. "Root good," he protested. "Father of Mahu taste root. Father's father." Mahu pointed at himself as if to say his father's use of stingroot and his own existence refuted the connection between impotence and using the substance. "Your father tasted the gift of many summers when young or old?" Gordon inquired. Mahu wrestled with the truth. 32 summers. Then taste root. Young forbidden to taste root. He held his hands out. Root feel good. Clan Father, this is the answer I have for making you strong. Stingroot Ekhov's gift, Mahu protested. He looked down at the gathering snow, leaned back against the wall of his house, cocked his head to one side, grimaced and shook his head. You have sore muscles? Ache in joint? Yes. What you do? For some aches there is medicine. For others I say, ouch. Root always make better, insisted the clan father. Gordon smiled. Your wives, Mahu, he said. Think of them. Certain are you, Gordon? No. But I ask you to do what you asked me to do, Mahu. Try. Do without the root. See what happens. A haunted look in his eyes, Mahu took a small leather pouch from his waist, opened it, stared into the leather bag. I cannot ask you to do what I would not do myself, he said. I will try. He then emptied the pouch on the ground. Turning away, Mahu walked up to his dwelling, entered, and shut the bark and leather door behind him. 5 of the pale white sting roots lay in the new snow. One day at a time, clan father, Gordon said quietly to the closed door. He turned to go home. 18. Whoever's rooster it was made the first announcement the next morning. Next came a swooshing sound.
Much snow last night,
whispered Pella into Gordon's ear. She put her hands above the covers and acted it out in pantomime. Sweeping. Her neighbors were using brooms to sweep clear their paths. Shortly thereafter came a third sound, a trio of female voices doing that curious screaming, singing yodel. Mahu's wives, Kayla, Suna, and Min, were spreading the news about what a few hours away from Stingroot had done for their husband. That didn't take long, remarked Gordon. He dressed, grabbed his pack, and followed Pella to Mahu's house. The 3 wives were in the snow, dancing with their brooms and yodeling out the news. Mahu had gotten sick, complained about aches and pains. Then, very early in the morning, came a great uprising. Driven by desire, the clan father had managed to overcome his aching joints 3 times. As Gordon was about to return to Pella's house, he saw a delegation from Cleft Mountain with Cog Ati in the lead stop in front of Mahu. He watched as Mahu stood in the falling snow and talked to Cog Ati, gesturing and explaining the miracle. Soon the remainder of the miracle seekers and the clan delegations, some 100 or more, were gathered to hear Mahu talk about strength, weakness, and the gift of many summers. Some of the men emptied their pouches of the root, while others waved their hands and growled in protest. Root makes strong, not weak, Cog Ati insisted. A few others joined the Cleft Mountain clan father in voicing similar sentiments, until Mahu held up his hands for silence. Mahu now strong at 39, he said. I throw away gift of many summers, and am strong. I hear of Jotka's juice to rub away aches. Maybe I try that. No more stingroot. He copied Gordon's gesture of 10 rigid fingers thrust up into the air. Think, he encouraged them. Try. Then decide. The men who had dumped their root pouches went to their huts and tents to await the miracle, while some of those who did not dump their pouches noted the location of the discarded roots for later retrieval out of Mahu's sight. The young men, not enough summers to have tasted the root, absorbed what they had heard and seen. They returned to their huts to think, and to enjoy the miracle they had not yet lost. Those who were too young, and who used the root nevertheless, listened in horror, and went their separate ways to decide upon priorities. Kagati turned his massive head and glared at Gordon for a long moment. Abruptly, he pivoted and walked west to where his horses were tethered. Soon he and his men rode across the frozen river into the hills. By noon the next day, the snowfall had stopped, and Ekhav filled the sky with glorious light. Pella and Bonsha went down to the river's edge to watch the fishers stone-drop holes in the ice. Others in the village were sweeping their paths. Still others brought in wood, while others went to Mahu's wives to learn of the benefits of abstinence from stingroot. While Gordon observed the village activity, he felt hungry and reached for his pack as he walked through the cedars along the riverbank to join Pella watching the fishers. As he passed a large tree, his attention on the inside of his pack, something smacked the right side of his head. The universe shattered, and he fell into mind shadows. 3 things moved into Gordon's awareness. First, he was securely bound, hands behind his back, his fingers numb and cold from diminished circulation. Second, his upper torso was propped up against something rough. The knob of a broken branch poked uncomfortably in his back. Third, he had a headache that could flatten Black Mountain all by itself. Blood was crusted beneath his right ear as he opened his eyes to a smear of light and dark, fuzzy silhouettes around a fire, some moving, some not. It was night. Men and women in a circle around a fire in a clearing. Horses tethered just beyond, their backs warmed by furs, the frozen vapor of their breaths filling the line with mist. Also beyond the circle of people were their skin shelters looking like teepees. Gordon lifted his head and looked. Perhaps 80 men and women, with a few children, around the fire. The men nearby wore heavy furs with untrimmed seams and carried toothed clubs and spears tipped with long, symmetrical flint points. Only one familiar face, Kagati, Cleft Mountain clan father. He was on a raised dais, seated upon a bench covered with furs. Next to Gordon was another man who was tied and guarded. Gordon could see his face, but didn't recognize him. Aside from Kagati, there was no one he knew. Gordon felt a moment of relief. Pella and Jatka were safe. Kagati was going through the things in Gordon's pack. A huge black dog sat at his side next to 3 young females, presumably Kagati's new wives. They were before a leather shelter that looked like a teepee with a rounded top. The youngest wife, not even in her teens, was wearing Gordon's spare briefs on her head. The middle wife, no older than 18, was wearing his socks on her hands like mittens. One of Kagati's hunters squatted in front of Gordon and smacked the back of his hand against Gordon's chest. "Chema Ozzy," said the hunter. He was a young man, barely 20. "Pleased to meet you," said Gordon. "I am the captive." "He is awake, clan father," called Chema to the fire. The clan leader looked up from the pack. Kagati stood. Holding Gordon's pack by its straps, he walked through the path created as his people made room for him to pass. He stood over Gordon. "Godin of the Redcliff," said Kagati. "Strong at 38. Gordon moistened his lips and said, "Kagati of Cleft Mountain, clan father and thief." Kagati's mouth fell open in surprise. "Tied like an animal, you insult me?" "If you are going to kill me, I have no reason to be polite." "What about less pain? Is that a good reason?" shouted Chema Ozzy. "A good reason," said Gordon, "but not reason enough." Kagati shook his head at Chema and motioned for the guard to return to the fire, which he did. The clan father held out the pack with one hand and tapped the side of his head with the other.
I know.
He let the pack hang from its straps at his side. The clan leader squatted before Gordon, the pack between them. Gordon could see the shock comb was on top.
I know Godin's secret.
He pulled a stone knife from his belt and held it in front of Gordon's eyes.
You make Kagati strong.
The Cleft Mountain clan father leaned close to Gordon.
With root, Kagati stay with gift of many summers, and you make strong.
How do I make you strong, Kagati? If you keep using the root, you stay weak. Ask Mahu. Kagati held up the pack.
This.
What of it?
Think Kagati fool, Godin? Before you went to Pela's bed,
Kagati's heavy eyebrows went up.
At feast? I see you. I see Mahu.
He held the pack in his lap.
You hold pack here. Pela sings. Mahu hold pack here. Mahu's wives sing.
Gordon looked at the pack, vaguely remembering that at the Temptations he had held the pack between his knees while he reset the shock comb. Mahu had held the pack in his lap while he examined the bag's stitching. Kagati had been there and had witnessed both events. Kagati smashed the back of his hand angrily into Gordon's face.
Make strong,
he demanded.
With root, with pack, now.
The clan leader held his knife and drew the needle point down Gordon's left cheek, leaving the blood to bead up from the razor cut. He then held the point at Gordon's throat.
I kill you, Godin,
he warned. I must see in pack, he said to Kagati. If he could get his hands on the shock comb, he could vanish or bury Kagati beneath a ton of rock. I need to see in pack. Untie me. Kagati frowned suspiciously.
You clever, Godin. I hear about Coyote. Trickster, Maybe Godin trickster.
He held out the bag in front of Gordon's face.
See what you see. Then you make Kagati strong.
Gordon looked into the bag. 11 minutes left on the shock comb reset. The face of the locator was flashing, which could mean anything from the locator's charge running low to Harith managing to find a replacement vehicle and being in the area looking for him.
Now you make Kagati strong?
The clan leader held up his blade, let the needle-sharp point dance dangerously close to Gordon's eyes.
I keep root.
He brought his lips close to Gordon's left ear.
I not get strong, Godin. I bring my people to Redcliff and kill them all. You think on Pela now. You think on your new son.
Gordon closed his eyes and nodded. You see the way Mahu held the bag? The way I held the bag?
Yes.
Hold the bag that way, Kagati. Hold it and wait. The clan father stood, holding the bag in both hands.
Everything in here I need?
Everything you need.
Kagati not get strong, Godin. I fill Redcliff with blood, ghosts, fire, and shattered bones,
he warned.
Believe me.
I believe you. Gordon looked away from Kagati into the shadows beneath the cedars. He saw the reflection of yellow eyes watching him. No joke too old for the trickster, thought Gordon. Go down this path, Kagati. Learn why you should not have gone. The path is your own, came a distinct voice into his head. He looked again and saw the light distorted between himself and the fire. The voice had spoken in Arabic. Talagani, he thought, calling with his mind. Can you understand me, Doctor?
Can you understand me?
He whispered out loud. Now you can understand me, the voice in his mind answered. Then the voice said, Of what use is a terminal lesson, Gordon? Look to Bell. Back at the fire, Kagati was on his platform. By one hand he held Gordon's leather pack high above him. This the true magic of Gordon. All in here. His tale how old men become strong by putting down gift of many summers. He swung his free hand in a gesture of dismissal. Ha! He bellowed. Gordon listened as some of the crowd joined Kagati's sentiment with laughs and jeers. Some remained silent, though. Gordon lifted his head and studied those he could see. Some frowns, some whispers. Some knew stingroot was the problem, because they had put it down and had become strong again. They were intimidated, however, by the vocal displays of those who didn't want to part with their drug, particularly that of the clan father himself. Look to Bel, the ghost had said. If he existed, Bel, god of agreements, truth, and honor, was watching. Even if he didn't exist, Gordon's honor did, and was at peril. He had lied to Kagati. The lie seemed a bigger mistake than dying at the hands of an ignorant addict. Coyote watched. Coyote always watched, and now he had help from another dimension. Gordon struggled to his feet and shouted over the heads of the people. Kagati, he called. What is in that bag will not make you strong. Putting down the gift of many summers will make you strong. Using stingroot is what makes you weak. As dead silence filled the clearing, one of the guards came to knock Gordon back to the ground. The clan father called, Bring Gordon here. 2 guards led Gordon through the closest side of the people's ring, to the right of the fire, and before Kagati. Manga Hajat, called the clan father to other guards. Bring the Naticha. In a few moments, the other prisoner, shaman of the Cleft Mountain people, was dragged before the clan father. Manga Hajat's hands were bound before him, his face bruised, old blood crusted in his mustache and furs. Gordon could see from the looks on the faces around the fire that many were shamed by Manga's treatment. Kagati brought down the hand holding the bag. Holding it in front of the Naticha, he said, This is the strength of Gordon. We keep root. Say it. Say it! I tell you only what I know, said the Naticha quietly, but with a tone that seemed to Gordon as though Manga had already accepted his own death. My oath before Bel, clan father, was to bring you truth, bring the people truth, that all may live, prosper, and walk in peace and joy. What of this bag? Demanded the clan father. I know nothing of it, Kagati. I do know that putting down the gift of many summers returned my gift of youth, that doing so has brought back the strength to several in this party. He stood upright and looked around at the faces. I know some of those who put down the root and became strong. He turned slowly and settled his gaze on the clan father, who looked at Gordon and held out the bag.
And you say, Godin?
demanded Kagati. What's in that bag will kill you, Kagati. It won't make you strong.
You say everything I need is in here, Godin.
I lied. He glanced at the Naticha. Truth, he said. I was afraid, and I lied. He looked at Manga. I live easier with myself by saying truth, clan father. He looked back at Kagati. What is in that bag will kill you.
Magic makers,
Kagati said disgustedly.
Seers of things to come. Ha!
He nodded to the guards, and both Gordon and the Naticha were forced down to the hard-packed snow. When Gordon looked up again, he saw Kagati standing upon the raised place before his fur-covered bench. He held the bag aloft and said,
I show you all truth, the truth of strength, the truth of Kagati.
He sat upon the bench, placed the bag in his lap, and waited. Half a minute, and Kagati's frowning face frowned more deeply. He licked his left thumb, then stared down at the bag. It will kill you, clan father, Gordon repeated quietly. I know this. Ignoring the warning, Kagati opened his knees and pulled the pack deep into his crotch.
Gordon wrong,
the clan father said confidently. All waited for 1 minute, 2. Then, for a split second, it looked as though Kagati were holding an illuminated silver beach ball in his lap. Then ball, pack, the clan father's genitals, inner thighs, a good bit of his abdomen, as well as his hands up to the wrists, were gone. Mercifully, his horrible screaming didn't last long. Once Kagati lapsed into unconsciousness, the only sounds came from the huge fire as the burning wood hissed and popped. Still looking at the clan father's bloody dead form, Gordon said to the guards, Cut me free and release the Naticha. He looked at the closest guard. Now. As though released from a spell, the guards bent to the tasks of releasing Gordon and Manga Hadjat. Their eyes, stealing momentary glances at their leader, collapsed upon the bench, his horror of a wound facing the people. Gordon walked over and climbed up the step to Kagati's bench. Bending over, he checked for a pulse in the clan father's neck. Nothing. Kagati was dead. 19. As they watched the men of the Cleft Mountain heap the wood on Kagati's funeral pyre, Gordon looked to his left. Manga was watching the fire. Manga, said Gordon, who will lead the Cleft Mountain people? You killed him, Gordon. If the gifted agree, you are the new clan father. I did not kill Kagati. I tried to keep him alive and failed. He died at his own hand because he would not listen to your truth or mine. Let the gifted of the Cleft Mountain people choose your clan father. They know the people best. Together they know the best for them. He turned and saw the guard who had cut free his bonds standing with 5 other guards. They were separate from the others, all looking down, their weapons on the snow. Some women and children a few paces off were gesturing and silently trying to get the attention of the guards to wave tearful goodbyes. What is that? Gordon asked Manga. They are all hunters. Kagati made them his personal bodyguards when he became clan father and threw Gru Amti and his guards into the flames. They expect to be forced to join Kagati in the fire. Gordon went to the guard who had cut him loose. By what name are you called? Av Octave, new clan father. I am not clan father. Manga will explain that. My name is Gordon. Avaktav, can you find the way to Redcliff? The guard frowned. I am not to die? He held a hand out to the other guards. Godin, we are not to die? Not by my hand, said Gordon. You are all hunters, he said to them. Be hunters again. We will need many hunters for what is to come. I guide you to Redcliff, said Avaktav. May I tell my family? Gordon nodded and motioned to the guard who had first addressed him with a slap on his chest. Chema Azi, he called. Gather up all here who can ride, and have the horses prepared. The riders will need food to carry. They will go a long way. Food for the horses as well. As Chema Azi left on his mission, Gordon saw his spare underpants hovering just beneath his gaze. Looking down, he saw Kagati's youngest widow. "Are you my husband now?" she asked, her eyes very large and filled with fear. He looked up, and behind her were the former clan father's remaining 2 widows. More fear, but no tears. He bent to the youngest one and said, "By what name are you called?" "Misa," she said. "Misa Hado. Do you want the headdress back?" "No. You may keep the headdress. Come with me, Misa." He turned her by her shoulder, and they walked to where the other widows stood. Zibi Na, at 22, was the eldest. The widow standing next to her, Tuia, was 18. They were both quite beautiful. He regarded the trio and said, "I will be father to you all. Feed you, make shelter, help you learn skills. In time, find good husband for each." Zibi Na reached out and touched his arm. "You be husband." Raven-haired, slender, delicate features, eyes of tourmaline green. It was the Temptations all over again. Gently, he removed her hand from his arm. "Father, Zibi Na. Father or nothing. Choose." He looked at the other 2. "Choose." Chema Azi came and apologized for interrupting. "I have the riders together. Others are preparing the horses." "Good. My thanks, and I'll speak to the riders in a moment." He turned to the 3 widows. "Well?" "Can we keep Runner?" asked Misa. Kagati's big black dog peeked out from behind Zibi Na. He looked like a cross between a black lab and an Irish wolfhound, a shaggy black shadow with one yellow eye open on the right. His left eye had been injured some time in the past and was missing, leaving the animal with a permanent wink. "Sometimes, trickster, a new joke." "Welcome, brother," he said to the dog. "Keep Runner," he said to Misa, as he laughed and followed Chema Azi to where the riders were gathered. Early the next morning, Avaktav and Gordon led a small column of riders down the north trail, past Goff's tent, into the village. Gordon pulled up his mount before Pela's house and sent Avaktav to see Mahu and to ask him to call a meeting of whoever could attend at the clan house. Pela stepped from the door, her expression changing from joy at seeing Gordon alive to distress that his head was bloodied, then to confusion at the number of additional wives he seemed to have acquired. He explained to her Kagati was dead. He was responsible for the death, and that the 3 females were Kagati's widows. "If you will have them, Pela," he said, They will be your stepdaughters." Pela's expression transformed by slow degrees into one of wonder as she looked up at her husband.
"Tana has been good to me,"
she said, as she placed a hand on Gordon's knee.
2 moons ago, I was Pela furmaker, childless and alone. You come, Godin. Now I have husband, son, and 3 daughters. We must have a bigger house."
Gordon dismounted and saw Jotka running toward him from the east village. He put his left arm around Pela's shoulders and held her tightly to him. When Jotka arrived, breathless from running, Gordon placed his right arm around his son's shoulders. "There won't be a bigger house," he said to them. "Not here. We must leave Redcliff. All of us must leave Black Mountain country." 20. Every place was taken in the clan house. Each one sitting upon a tier had 1 or 2 others standing behind him. The great circular wall crowded with more standing. Gordon stood in their center from the edge of the sunken fire pit. Among the faces were Tauntaun Anajaka, Gordon's eldest daughter, Zibi-Na, Avak Tav, and Pela. In addition were his 2 other daughters, one on the children's tier, the other standing next to his son on the adults' tier. Gaf, Kam, and his son Ta'avi, and Tauntaun Anajaka were there. Tauntaun nodded at Gordon, and he nodded at Mahu. The clan father stood and told of putting down the gift of many summers, and the difference it had made to him and his wives. He called for others to attest to what he had said. There were others among the gifted who rose to speak on this subject. Next, Gordon had Avak Tav and Zibi-Na describe what happened at Kagati's camp. The disagreement as to what would happen if the clan father placed Gordon's bag in his lap, how Gordon was shown to be telling the truth once again, and the terrible result. Finally, Gordon told them about an obscure dusty oven of a place in the western desert of a great nation, where a brilliant teacher who studied the past wanted to see what was at the bottom of a red sandstone cliff. He told them of Ibrahim Talagani's possession of a miraculous machine that would peel away years by the thousands and bring them back in time. He told them as well of the fears the teacher had should someone go into the past and turn over the wrong grain of sand, how it could possibly change everything in the future. He told them about the crater that was once a great mountain, and how it would be smashed, filling all of the lands of Black Mountain country with fire, earthquake, and flood. He spoke on how this destruction made it safe to travel back in time to look at them, for they would no longer be alive to affect the future. He saw looks of horror on some, skepticism on others. Gordon nodded at Pela. Pela stood and described the night she met Gordon and buried his 2 companions. She described the lights, the sounds the vehicle made as it came to rest in the cedars, then crumbled to dust. She described the clothes they all wore, no furs, and she spoke the Arabic words Talagani had spoken to her. There were fewer looks of skepticism. Pela resumed her seat, and Tauntaun rose to speak of her inspection of the site, what she had found, what Gordon had told her, and what Gordon's ghosts had told her. She spoke of Baltok, the man she had sent to Shavi's Hill to meet Pela, what he had said he witnessed. When she sat, all was silent. Gordon rose again. "From Kagati's camp, I sent riders who witnessed what happened at the Cleft Mountain camp to go to all the clan houses in Black Mountain country. They will assemble the people there and tell them what we have just told you. Those who would live must make preparations, pack provisions, and leave. The snows get heavier, and the going will be slow, so we must leave soon. Redcliff people will join with Big Tree and many horses and strike north away from the mountain. Cleft Mountain people will head west. Green Meadows and the Plains clans will strike east. Yellow Claw, Big Snake, and Black Shoulders will go south. All clans will bring their adopted clans and any peoples they find along the way with them away from the mountain. Goff the hunter stood. "This can't be true." "I have gone to a lot of trouble to show I speak the truth," answered Gordon. "Here I know all the woods and streams, the game, the seasons." "We need you, Goff," said Gordon. "We need our hunters more than ever for guides, for food, and for skins that shelterers and furriers can use to protect us on our journey." Mahu stood and turned to look at the old hunter. "We must last the winter, old friend, and the snows are just beginning. We need you and the other hunters to show us how to walk on snow, build shelters from ice, where to dig to find fodder for the animals, and to keep us heading away from the mountain." "We can't make horses walk on snow, or cows, or pigs," protested Goff. "We can pack the snow," said Gordon. "I will show you how." Goff looked at Gordon. "How far must we go?" "I don't know. We may not be able to get far enough away in time. I hope we can."
"Why did you not tell us sooner, that we might have gotten an earlier start?"
shouted a young man from the second tier across the fire pit. Several other voices muttered agreement. "Would you have believed me?" Gordon asked. "Without the secret of the gift of many summers exposed, without all who saw how Kagati died, would any of you have believed me?" "I find it hard to believe you now, even so," shouted another voice. Tauntaun Anajaka stood and walked around the fire pit until she faced Gordon. She held a clenched hand out to Gordon and opened her fingers, revealing a small heap of sand upon her palm.
"I believe you, Gordon."
She looked around at the faces of her friends and neighbors.
"I have seen this terrible storm coming since I was but a girl. Before the year is out, it will be here. If we are to live, we must leave."
She looked back at Gordon.
"But what of turning the wrong grain of sand? If we should travel far enough, if some of us should survive, what of your own time?"
"This is my time," he answered quietly. "Perhaps it will make no difference. Perhaps one of your descendants will build a terrible weapon that will end all life. Then perhaps we will bring into being something better." Gordon took Tauntaun's hand, turned it, and emptied the grains of sand into his own palm. He looked up and studied the faces looking back at him. Raising his hand, he threw the sand in a wide arc up into the air. As it fell to the floor stones, he took Pela's arm and left to gather their children and begin packing. The lead horse, pulling their heavily loaded travois, left 15 days later, following the path made by the huge roller the woodworkers, harness makers, and thatchers completed at Gordon's direction, to be pushed by 6 horses. After another 4 days, more horses arrived from the east. In another 3 days, all who would leave Redcliff were traveling north. There were a few left behind, reported Jatka. Some young ones and some old ones stayed. After all, as everyone knows, the gift of many summers only grows along the banks of Avina's valley west of Redcliff. They could not be certain of a supply in the north. Many are the tales of danger and adventure as the Black Mountain people struggled north through the winter storms to escape the coming skyfire. Some of the very old, some of the very young, died from the cold, Some died when food grew scarce. Some died when the winter bears became more hunter than prey. A large number of the big tree people rebelled at the hardships and turned to go back to their forests at the base of Black Mountain. Some of the Black Mountain and Many Horses clans joined them. Most continued north. The night Avak Tav and Zibi Na wed, 1,000 stars fell. The late evening sky filled with fiery streaks from the east close to the horizon. They were so many, all felt that their prayers had been answered. As they burrowed into their shelter of ice and fur that night, Pella said to Gordon, Jotka, Tuia, and Misa that she was to have Gordon's child. Her prayer had been answered. It was many days later, the day sky clear and windless, the air warming, and the planters beginning to talk of land and seed, when a few of the remaining members of the Big Tree clan said that it was far past the time Gordon said the mountain would explode. Gordon was on his horse listening to them, when Jotka pointed out to all of them a tiny bright fire in the sky that quickly became a tiny sun of its own. Gordon called for all to dismount and try to control the horses, but few did. They watched in awe as the fire streaked below the southern horizon, causing a great brilliance in the entire sky that hurt the eyes. Gordon was still calling for the riders to dismount and control their horses when a wall of sound hit them all, driving man and beast alike down into the snow. A breath of hot air, warm enough to make the snow sticky, came from the south, paused, and was replaced by an icy wind sucked from the north to feed a giant gray tower of ash and steam that climbed above the southern hills. Some watched in awe, while others chased down the horses and livestock. "There will be a shock through the ground," Gordon called, urging others to spread the warning. "The ground will lift and shake like a dog." And the earth rose, shook, cracked, and fell, tossing about men, beasts, rock cliffs, and giant cedars like straws in the wind. When earth again became earth, and snows continued to melt from the warmer air, what animals that could be recaptured were under control, and the dead and injured tallied. Most of those who had left Redcliff had survived. Now there was a land to find, and bloody London to rebuild. 21. As the snows melted away, they found a fertile land of red cliffs. On a hill with good water, and in sight of the sea to the north, they built their shelters and corralled their animals. From flying over it in another existence, Gordon recognized that distinctive place on the coast. In one of the infinite futures of the universe, it would someday be called Tobruk, the best natural harbor in North Africa. In spring, the crops all in the ground, the homes going up, Pella gave birth to a baby boy. Custom had the boy unnamed for its first moon, allowing the father to select a name that would honor the child, as well as honor his and Pella's hopes for the child. It was during that time when Avak, Jotka, and their scouts returned from exploring the deserted harbor on the north coast. They returned with strange objects that looked like burned stones, and were incredibly heavy for their size. One of the hunters, a muscular lad of 19, born to Big Tree clan, and for Black Shoulders people, Silis T, took one of the burned stones to Gordon, who was in his partially built home holding his baby wrapped in fur while Pella slept. Jotka and Avak were with Silis, and Jotka said, "Father, look at what Silis found." Gordon looked at the stone in the hunter's hand, shifted the baby until he could hold it with one arm, then held the stone with the other. He grinned. "Remember, Jotka, when we were on the trail north from Black Mountain, the night Zibi and Avak wed and so many stars fell?" "I remember." "This is one of those stars." "Very heavy to be a prayer, Father. Heavy even to be a stone." They are all over the ground, on the beach at the harbor, and more in the sea, said Avak. What is it made of? I told you once about iron. That is what this is mostly. You say there are more of these? Silas laughed. Thousands! Umtok could build himself and everyone else a fine rock home and have stones to spare. Avak said, I don't think he could lift any of those big ones. Gordon hefted the stone and handed it back to Silas. The three of you take an extra horse each, and bring back as many of these as the beasts can carry. If you do, I will make each of you a new knife. A flint for so little a task? Said Silas. I'll leave now. Not a flint, Silas. I'll make you a knife of iron, perhaps even one of steel. It will take a while to make the blades. He looked at Jatka. I must make a lot of charcoal, build a furnace, figure out how to force air in it. Gordon let the sentence trail off as he frowned. What is it, Godin? Asked Avak, a tone of concern in his voice. Something that never crossed my mind before. What came first, the anvil or the hammer? Seeing the confused expression on both of their faces at the new word, Gordon said, Never mind. You three go and get the stones. Jatka, take an additional horse and bring back the biggest and heaviest of the burned stones the horse can carry. He frowned as he thought. I'm going to need wood. Lots of wood. As the three left to assemble the horses and supplies they'd need for their journey, Pella came up behind Gordon, took the child from him, and rocked the baby in her arms. Have you found a name? She asked. I have. Then you must tell everyone, she chided. Gordon Redcliff climbed into a high tree and yodeled at the top of his lungs that he had news. Today I name my son, and he is called Iron Eyes. Others passed it along, even though the name seemed a bit odd. Gordon climbed down from the tree, looked into the face of his child, placed his hand on the child's shock of obsidian black hair, and said to him, We'll do copper and bronze ages when you get a bit older. Pella grinned widely as she looked to the east. Look, Godin! She raised a hand and pointed. Oh, look! He turned his head, and in the distance he saw a female great wolf coming their way. Be on your best behavior, Iron Eyes, Gordon whispered to the child. Your aunt is coming for a visit.